start talking, will I be on screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, table tennis fans. Welcome to Major League Table Tennis Cross Division Weekend. The only weekend pitting all East and West Coast teams against each other until our Final Four championship later this season. First, let's welcome out our umpires. On court 1, June Amon and Giovanna Kestovich. And on court 2, Bill Engelbrecht and Ling Fan.
I butchered
And behind them,
Mitch's name for weeks.
on court 1,
He did it the same way that I did. It's easier to say that way.
top-ranked team in the East taking on Bay Area Blasters, the second-place team in the West. On court 2, we've got Chicago in, the fourth-place team in the East, taking on the Portland Paddlers, third in the West. Give a warm round of applause for our umpires and referees. Now, let's shake some hands,
I have a lower third
slap
with you
some
in it.
skin, and get the action started.
Sit down.
I'll call him in. Ready? And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Major League Table Tennis, coming to you live from Rock Hill, South Carolina. I'm your commentator, Adam Bobrow, and this is it, week number 7, the first time that East and West have met. There's been a lot of talking, and now the talking is going to come down to the walking. We will see who wins. We've got a lot to look forward to. Speaking of walking, hey, everybody's welcome here. Good times. It is the wonderful world of table tennis. We've got two fascinating teams. From the East, the number 4 team, we've got Chicago Wind, and they're going to be looking to get any points they can here. And on the other side, number 3 in the West, the Portland Paddlers. So it'll be an interesting battle here, and I'll tell you all about the format. How the format works is 5 matches will be played. Each match is played 3 games. If the first 2 are won, you play the third game no matter what. Every game is to 11 points. There is no deuce. It's sort of like the spoon in Matrix. There is no deuce. At 10-10, it is simply golden point. 1 point will decide who wins the game. Every game that's won is worth 1 point for the team. We've got 2 singles, a doubles, 2 singles, and after those 15 points have been played over 5 matches, they'll be distributed, for example, 6-9. One team will lead 3-0 in the golden game, which is a game to 21 points, and that one game is worth 16 points. Joining me in the commentary booth, friend, 3-time national team player for New Zealand, a doubles partner from the Auckland Open, Matt Hetherington. Good to have you here, Matt.
Hi, Adam. Great to be here. Very fond memories of our doubles back in New Zealand 10 years ago now.
What?
Crazy how
Oh,
time flies.
2013.
Yeah.
One of my most racket-breaking experiences in doubles. We'll have an opportunity to see similar aggression out here as well. So don't forget to send in your comments. If you have any questions, anything you want to know, hit us up in the chat section. We are here to help. We've got a lot to look forward to, the roster. And again, this is the first time that East and West have ever met.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, we've seen lots of great matches on the East Coast and the West, so I think a lot of the teams have been looking forward to this a lot, and there's been some talk from the coaches about how they feel about the teams from the opposite coast. So I think there's going to be a lot of fire out there on the tables.
What's the best thing you've heard from a coach? Any trash talking, anything juicy?
I think it was Alex Yang, the Carolina Gold Rush. He just basically went out there in a post-match interview and said, I don't think the West Coast teams are that strong and we shouldn't be threatened by them. So I guess Carolina's going to be taking a sweep this weekend if he's right.
Wow, well, we will see. All right. So, on the table now, we've got Jiwei Xia for the Portland Paddlers. So originally from China, came to the United States years back as a fighter on the table. Quite an interesting contrast of styles. So he's 34 years old and number 37 in the rankings for MLTT. Damien Provost from France, 13 in the power rankings, 39 years old, had a birthday at MLTT. We've got a fighter for the green team and one of the most casual players in the world in Damien Provost. So Damien Provost really looks so confident and calm. Remember, 3 games here, so no matter who wins the first 2, you will still play. If you're down 0-2 and you win that last game, it's big because that means your team has a 2-point differential. That's 1 point you've earned and one that your opposing team has not, the opponents.
I think G-Wei has been one of the biggest fighters when he's been 2-0 down to make sure he gets the 3rd game. He's always putting everything on the line.
Yeah, I feel like there's an alpha to him, this pride that I will not let somebody shut me out.
Right.
There's nothing that will stop him. If he's 0-2 down, he's so aggressive. He's got fast footwork. At this level, it's interesting. I feel like a lot of these players, while they have incredible backhands, still would prefer to take their forehand when they can.
Yeah.
And I think we'll have a chance. Actually, Daniele Pinto in the second match only needs one side of his racket, they say.
Yeah. Yeah. I think for G-Wei, being the #1 draft pick for your home state is a really big deal for him. So I think he shoulders a lot of kind of responsibility to, especially in the first match, to get out there and like really set the record for the rest of his team.
Yeah, we'll see. Here we go. It is 3 games to be played, and it is Damien Provost to start with the serves. There's that smooth, spinny backhand we talked about, casual.
He's such a steady player, and we've seen him give so much trouble on the East Coast to the very top players in the division.
Tough serve again with that 3rd ball waiting on the other side of the table. Puts extra pressure on the receiver. You can feel the difference right now in sort of the attitude, the energy, the body heat. Good side angle here just to see, trying to keep the ball short. And 2 quick points turned around for G-Wei.
Yeah, Provost is usually a little bit slower into the match. So he's, as he said, very calm, very collected. Kind of takes his time to ease in. G-Wei is like straight in.
The fighter on the receive. The casual Frenchman with the serve. It's so crazy to me to think that you have someone who can hit as hard as G-Wei Shaw and just sort of casually spin it. He's so confident to get into the rally, to block forever, and just vary the spin and the speed. Ooh, a bit of fortune there. So towel breaks will come up every 3 points. You'll see players wiping their hands on the table in between to dry their hand, just because every 6 points, I don't know if I said 3, but every 6 points, towel break. Timeouts, you've got 3 timeouts per team throughout the day. Some instant table tennis karma, some ITTK out here. The ball is round, look at that. Quite an unusual serve here, floating it up, a little bit of a higher, deeper bounce there to the backhand.
Yeah, it worked.
Surprise factor high. 2 points in front, G-Wei now. And right to that line. Now just to get you more familiar here, the scores at the bottom of the screen, the team points, you see the zeros there, and you'll see those numbers, the 4 and 5 for each individual game. Below those, the smaller numbers. Keep those on screen for you. Remember the West, the team in green was the division. We've got 4 teams from the West, 4 teams from the East. And the West was the one that was claimed to be the weaker division.
Yeah, I mean, actually the Portland Paddlers, obviously having Cole in their team, were pretty formidable. Actually last West division, they lost all 3 Golden games. So that's kind of, they've taken a little bit of a hit on the standings after the last round.
Yeah, that's rough. Right now, Eric Owens and his Chicago Wind in blue with 76 points, 94 for the Portland Paddlers this season, and a beautiful backhand over the table. So wristy. Watch him follow this. Keep your eyes on his feet. That right foot under the table to lean in, get the ball out in front. So we've got 2 tables side by side right now. For statistics, we'll help you out, but MLTT.com, player standings, team standings. I guess the power rankings for the players. A lot of good info there. What an unusual shot. Again, the placement right into that elbow. Sort of tough to remember who had the net in that rally. It was early on. There it was, Jiwei. And just a few shots later, acknowledging his fortune. But 4 points up and 2 points away from taking this first game. Portland Paddlers, the stronger team by 18 points overall. So game point now, Jiwei Shaw has mixed up his serves well. The second time we've seen that deep floating to the backhand serve. The amount of spin on this ball. When do you ever see Jiwei block a ball that flies that far up and off?
Yeah.
Placement, rotation. Shot had it all. 4 game points left for Jiwei Shaw. Interesting, because it sounded like it clipped the net on the way over, but fighting, no doubt about it. That little tick-tick on the way over, and game number 1 goes to Jiwei Shaw. Portland Paddlers. Now, Matt, you can see right there on screen, Jim and Audra with Tyler, the owners for Chicago Wind. I was talking to them when they came in and said, how are things going? They're like, well, it's pretty miserable. I said, let's.
Honest.
Yeah, they are. I said, you're 4th in your division. They said, we're 8th overall.
Yeah. I mean, the tough thing for them is that actually in singles, they have a positive record. So they're 56 and 52 in singles. But Golden Game-wise, they're 2 and 7. So they just haven't been able to, you know, I mean, they have great players. It's just picking that Golden Game lineup is so important. And I feel like the other teams, they really turn it up in the Golden Game, especially on the East Coast. Like you look at the Florida Crocs have been amazing in the Golden Game. Carolina Gold Rush obviously have like a huge amount of energy on the bench. And I feel like Chicago just kind of lulled into this, I wouldn't say like a comatose state, but they haven't had that energy in the Golden Game that they need to kind of get them through.
Yeah, that is interesting. I guess between the doubles and the Golden Game, it seems how you play as a team is that much more important here at MLTT.
Yeah, very much. And I mean, that's the great thing about the this league.
So back for game number 2, Jiwei Shaw leading, starting with the serves. Nice receive and an inside-out forehand right to the corner. Damian Provost starting strong. Was beaten fairly steadily with that 11-6 victory in game number 1 for Jiwei. I love how quickly he's able to turn from the middle. Damian just with that racket high. Little seatbelt shot there across the chest, able to lean. I feel like he stands up taller than most players.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, he has so much experience, especially here in the U.S.
Yeah, I remember for a long time people would talk about him when he first came to the United States and be like, yeah, he's pretty untouchable. On the East Coast, there weren't too many that could really challenge him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when I first came here in around 2013, he was winning everything on the East Coast. It was always like him and Lee Ko-wei. They were always having like really great matches. But yeah, he was winning almost every tournament. I think he was like 2750 at the time.
The ripping backhand and a quick high racket there. Watch how high Damian keeps his racket. Just keep your eyes on it. Barely any backswing, just a little to give it back down the line. Again, that change of pace. Interesting. Don't forget to send in your comments if there's anything you're curious about right now. The net you can see so tight just to keep that ball in play. When the ball hits the net, it changes it a bit. Sometimes the spin, tough to know exactly what's on it, but you don't want the ball to die immediately. That's why they make sure the net is nice and taut. They'll measure it just to make sure it's the right height before the match. It's funny, Jiwei's not the type of guy you want to have mad at you.
No. No, he'll get fired up. I mean, Damien's doing a really good job of kind of neutralizing him right now.
He's going to have to find a way to stay closer to the table here. This is part of the trick with Damien. He's so quick with his touch that he doesn't back up too much. He's just comfortable to stay there, control, and block, and keeping that real estate near the back of the table pays off.
Wow.
Quite an exchange in this one. From the side, you'll have a chance to see both about a step and a half back. And it's G-Wei just retrieving, keeping it, punching it back to the baseline, able to take that point.
The interesting thing there is there's such a big difference between when Damien has to generate all of the power by himself. He's so much better at countering. So actually, G-Wei playing a little bit of control kind of helped him out there a little.
It's funny, I see a lot of comments in the comments section saying, play to his backhand, play to his backhand. Ganu, I see you. The rest of the gang. I will say his backhand, while it's not quite as powerful, is still very divisive, very controlling, tough to react to, tough to predict. So sticking with the forehand, the slightly more powerful and predictable. And it pays off for G-Wei. Good smothering shot from out in front.
That's a pretty good job from G-Wei to get that net ball back. That's one of the tough things about returning a net ball is figuring out exactly how much time you have. A lot of people panic and they kind of throw themselves at the ball, but being able to just hold for like a microsecond to just be stable that's a really tough skill to master.
Yeah, timing's so important, a game of rhythm. The step around big forehand here as G-Wei Xia powers through. Remember, 3 timeouts per team, only 2 of which can be used before the golden game, which means each team will have 1 timeout in the golden game. Golden game's a bit complicated, but it is crazy exciting.
This is a big comeback from G-Wei.
Felt like 7-1, I don't know. And now 2 points between them. No timeout called yet for Chicago wins Damien Provost. Just a side look at that let serve. No limit to how many lets you can serve. It's when the ball hits the net and then your opponent's side of the table properly. Good deception. Gets a popped up third ball, but Ji-Wei Xia, the Great Wall of China here, plays it back on the parallel. You could feel like Damien wanted to step around the corner there, and now we're having the timeout with 1 point between them. It's a pretty late timeout in this game.
Actually, I did notice this also when I did commentary for the East Division last time, is that some of Chicago's timeouts either come late or when they've already gone from having a lead to being like 1 point behind or 2 points behind. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting how close things become before the timeouts are called.
I feel like in general, it obviously depends on the specifics, but that 3-point differential is a nice differential to have if you do, or you can, right? Where you're still in the lead, still a bit confident. Your coach can talk to you and say, look, you've got the score. Here are a few things that we notice need to happen. You change up your serve a little bit, take a little spin off it, mix it up, something just to keep him guessing a bit here and there. Could be anything.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a really important part of the game.
What do you think Damien has to do right now to keep Ji-Wei from coming back and taking over this game?
I think definitely keep him moving. I mean, Damien's so good with counters and he's so good with angles. And Ji-Wei has to do so much footwork in a point. Eventually, it's kind of tough to keep up with. So yeah, using those angles, staying close to the table, countering a little.
Wow, inside out forehand here from behind the table. Ji-Wei Xia, watch him step around. Really goes for the angle. That ball exits the side there. No blinker needed, but just taking the freeway off ramp. And 8 points apiece right out of the timeout. That can be scarring. Imagine just, I mean, we all know what it's like, but you come out of your timeout, get the pep talk, know what to do, and then your opponent shuts you down like that.
Oh, yeah.
Slow and spinny, nice change of pace. It's been a long time, but it's not over yet. Damien Provost A little bit more shallow. Ji-Wei Shaw trying to hold his weight on that. And a deep push as well.
These are big points from Damien. I mean, even though they're simple executions, in terms of pressure and mental stability,
I love it.
He's gotta win this game.
Yeah, he really does. He's got 2 game points to do it. Damien Provost. It's funny, he comes in for that gentle push and just surprisingly plays it right to the baseline. Because of his calm, because of his casual style, it looked like a shorter push. Ooh, off the top of the net, and he chode. That's not the first time we've seen this. That fighting spirit. I'll be curious to see how things, yeah, he is fiery. 1 game point saved here. And Damien with 1 more to go. 10 serving 9. A much needed point here, 11-9. Damien Provost gets the Chicago Wind on the board. To me, yeah, go ahead.
You have to feel that he's under, both of them are under pressure. I mean, Ji-Wei, knowing that Kolei's not there, who's been just a foundation for their team, especially in singles and Golden Game, there's pressure on him to perform here to get the team ahead. But Damien will also know that this is a big opportunity to give his team a head start. I mean, like you said, they're at the bottom of the league right now. They need some wins.
Yeah, Chicago Wind looking to grab everything they can. I was thinking about this last night when I wasn't sleeping, which was the entire night. But basically, Chicago Wind, it's a shopping spree. If they can get points and take advantage of the West Coast missing Lily Jong, missing Kolei, El Sayed Lachine. I mean, there's some strong players. You know, El Sayed Lachine's the only player who's beaten Kolei this season, to my memory. So that'll be interesting to see. For those of you that have trouble with the score at the bottom, I just want you to know that they went out of their way for the Adamcast here today to cut it, to destack it. So if it looks confusing, just remember the scores with the colors of the teams. That's the team scores. So right now the team score is 1-all, and whoever wins this next game will put their team in the lead 2-1. Remember, 5 matches today before the Golden Game. 2 singles, 1 doubles, 2 singles again. So I'm excited to see what happens here. And when one player reaches 5 points, they will switch sides in Game 3, as always, throughout the first 5 matches. Here we go. I like how he moves back into the table to just change the timing with that backhand. A little bit less power, but a little bit more suffocating, a little bit more uncomfortable as he comes in close. I was quite curious with the whole Kolei not being here situation. When I heard Alex Young say, yeah, East Coast is strong. We're the stronger division. That West Coast was like, hey, we don't like that. Nikhil and the gang, but you got to walk the walk. You got to come out here and quiet them, silence them by winning. That's the best revenge, is quietly succeeding in the face of the haters.
Looks like that just clipped the side, well, not the side, but the top edge on the side of the table.
It's funny, there are a lot of questions about what is good and what is not. Depending on where you hit the ball from, sometimes it's really clear because it's physically impossible, for the most part, to hit the side. This one was a pretty drastic net, though. Ji-Wei Shaw offering his quick apologies in this moment. Good score line for the Portland Paddlers. Ji-Wei Shaw here. They will switch sides. Damien Provost, no stranger to expressing himself. Were you there when he hit the ball directly to the ball kid like a bullet and the ball kid just caught it?
I don't think so. That was pretty early on, right?
Yeah, it was awesome. One of my favorite moments involving a ball kid this season.
They've been really great. Some of those ball kids are, hopefully they're wearing Fitbits so they can count their steps.
Right. Sneaky touch shot. Takes it right off the bounce. Watch Ji-Wei Shaw on this. Soft hands. He loosens up the grip of the racket so that the ball doesn't spring off as much to keep it short. Oh, crushing forehand. The power on this. Not a bad opening. Damien there. And waiting on the other side, Ji-Wei Shaw right where he needed to be for that counter forehand. And for our viewers, the numbers in gray are for the individual games. So right now, it was 7-1 there before that point, and now 2 for Damian Provost. Getting a new ball. Players, if they look at the ball, they see a crack, something they don't like about it, they're able to get another ball. This is the multi-ball system. So 2 serving 7.
Twice in a row. It's a great forehand counter from Ji-Wei right into the backhand corner.
Yeah, Damian not looking too satisfied there in that moment. Understandable. 8 serving 2, getting near the business end. The angles he's finding here on both wings right now, it's not necessarily how much power. Opening spin shot, second one way out in front, guiding for the wide angle. I like the arc on this one. Classic Damian sneaky backhand.
Both of these guys are just painting the lines on the table. I think the big thing for Ji-Wei in this game has been his ability to create the angles first. If you let Damian make the angles first, you're kind of in a difficult position from the start.
Leo Pau, I see you. Yeah, I guess we've Americanized the names a little bit. We normally say Damian, but because it's an American league, we went Damian Provost. But thank you, and it is good to know. There are a handful of names you'll hear out here today that have been Americanized, westernized just a little bit. But right now, nothing too western about that beautiful backhand from out in front. 6 game points for Ji-Wei. It's back to the way it was from the start, where Damian's just looking very calm, comfortably just a step behind the table, saying, give me your best shot. I'm going to keep my gloves up here. I'm going to redirect traffic, move you around. Step around if you want. Create an opening on the forehand. But nothing to be done here. It is Ji-Wei Shaw, 11-6, to take the 2-1 lead as the Portland Paddlers go up after the first match has been played. Impressive fight here from the fighter.
Yeah, really. And he came into this 9-15 in singles. So if you compare the two, Damian's had such a great record in singles over on the East Coast. This is a big opportunity, and it's great to see a player like Ji-Wei take on those different styles of the East Coast. I think more European styles coming from the East, with the players from France in particular, whereas, you know, on the West there's more kind of players from a Chinese background.
This one, Carolina Gold Rush.
Yeah.
France, a whole lot of France, a whole lot of Chinese speakers as well, with Jeremy Hazen mixing it up, using his Chinese in there. That's a fascinating team. I love the dynamic.
They've been doing amazing. I mean, they have so much energy on the table and on the bench. Yeah, plenty of teams should be taking notes, seeing what they've been doing.
Yeah. Awesome. Good to see you guys in the comments section. Thanks for leaving your love, your questions, everything else. Players from Russia. Well, Sasha Khanin, who's from Belarus, is actually on injury right now, but normally plays for Chicago Wind. And speaking of Chicago Wind, I love that picture. Daniele Pinto, the Italian stallion, will be battling against Dominican Republic and Portland Paddlers, Isaac Vila. Isaac's father has a rich history in table tennis, and he didn't have the strongest start this season right out of the gates, but then he showed us what he can do, fighting, getting near the barriers, falling down.
Oh, yeah.
He's spectacular to watch.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite points from him was he was playing against Amy Wong and ended up so far back from the table and then just ripped this huge forehand from the back barriers. And I was like, okay, this guy is just great to watch.
I remember that replay. Actually had one of the best misses I've ever seen. It was an incredible slide on the miss. Mina, I see you in the comments section. Thank you so much. Let's see. Watching from Russia. Cologne. Oh, awesome. Takuplatz. Sweet. That sounds like an outdoor table in Germany, if I had to guess. Lenoplatz, the Lenoplatz crew. Wherever you're watching from, when this is all over, I hope you're inspired to play. Don't forget, MLTT, how can I point to it? There we go. MLTT.com for all the stats you need. We're about to start it off. Isaac Vila to serve. 2-1, Portland Paddlers lead, and it's Isaac Vila to take the first.
This is going to be such, I mean, Daniele is so electric to watch. Long, fast serves, just sets a really fast pace in the rallies from the start.
It's funny, in one of the van rides, they said, you don't even need a rubber on your backhand. Literally, just, he's forehand for days. He changes his rubber on his backhand about, I think his forehand, let's say, 4 times as often as his backhand rubber.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. I had a similar issue, actually. My forehand would wear out way faster than my backhand, but he's next level. From a skill standpoint, a few levels. Great to watch. Get ready for a lot of footwork from Pinto. Backhand to keep him in it, but it's Isaac Vila there. Just clipping the net on the way over. So I forgot to mention this, but for all you watching the live stream right now, we've got how many people are watching the live stream on there. I want to see if we can get to 1,000. Right now, 746. Tell your friends to watch. We'll give you shout-outs. We'll be looking at your comments where we can, answering questions. Once it passes 1,000, something special is going to happen. Well, medium special, but let's see if we can do that.
Medium special.
Medium special. How would you like your steak? Medium special?
Medium special. You're going to save the special for 10,000?
Yeah, if we get to 10,000, that'll be... Nice arc on this. Daniele Pinto smothering the ball, suffocating it, taking it off the bounce. A little bit of net off it as well, but not afraid to take the parallel. Kicker.
One of the things that really surprised me about Pinto was usually you don't see that many players serving that frequency of long, fast serves, but he gets away with it like a lot. He's just straight on the forehand, straight away for the follow-up. It's pretty surprising just to see how other players have reacted on their receive.
Yeah, no, I like it. I think it's bold. It's basically saying you can't stop me from getting into the rally, and
right.
I'm not afraid of your opening. I'll let you hit first. Hello out there to the Netherlands. Oh, what an angle, and around the net shot attempted. A don't give me there. Watch this brush. Bit of inside out. Vila seeing that. A lot of controversy on the internet for people who don't know the rules, but you are allowed to hit it around the net. Oh, the step around, left open the whole table, set it up well. Daniele Pinto, but quality on this shot, and Isaac Vila has to do a spin to try and cover the table behind him.
It's kind of like it's a game of find the backhand when you're playing Pinto. It's like, can you find his backhand?
Right. There's a little bit of that sort of little dodging going on and just trying to run around. A lot of people ask in the beginning levels, why do they stand so far off to the side? And I feel like it's basically the same. It's like try to escape my forehand.
Yeah. Yeah, and particularly left-handers as well will stand really far off the corner because they're playing step around forehand so much.
Right. Spoken from a true left-hander. Oh! Going down to the ground again. He's not afraid to scrape those knees. Wow, cool move. What are you thinking?
It's just perfect timing, really. Those shots are so hard to time.
Perfectly into the middle. This is another tactic at a high level in general. If you can't hit a ball out of reach, hit it right to that elbow.
Yeah.
Something in between that forehand and backhand.
Wow. Especially if the person that you're playing is always trying to play forehand. I mean, we saw Damien do it in the last match as well with G-Way. Just if your opponent's always looking for forehand, you've got to find elbow or wide angles.
Good call. Let's service here. 4 game points for the Italian stallion, Daniele Pinto. 6 serving 10. And only one needed. The heavy push here. Take another look. Watch him come in. Interesting. Seemed like a very open face, the way you would do a float push, but just enough to get the opponent to hit it into the net. Check the comments section here. If anything jumps out at you, welcome to address whatever. What happened? Yeah, let's have a what happened moment. That'd be great. Yeah, Ji-Wei Shaw started strong. Austin's watching. All right. I love ping pong. A lot of different social media you should be following. Let's start with MLTT. You should be subscribed to their YouTube channel. I am. I watch live. I mean, I'm there live, but...
You're there live. I needed that. I mean, I wasn't there for the first 2 months, so...
Right.
I lived off the YouTube live streams.
I remember that. I go back and watch so I can hear the interviews and I can catch what happened. I think it's fun to hear the coaches, sometimes the players. So Matt will be with me for the first team match today. We've got 3 team matches today. 2 left. This first one
that was just a peace sign.
Peace. I love peace signs. Kawaii. All right, I don't know if you're... Oh, you don't have your Pokemon hat with you.
Oh,
there we go.
No, I switched it. I mean...
Nice. Came prepared. Okay, let's see. Love from Poland. Thanks. And Trinidad as well. Trinidad. All right. Good to have you with us. IR Anwar, thanks for tuning in. But yeah, MLTT, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok. I'm subscribed and following everywhere I can be for the highlights and all the info. Daniele Pinto again, right back into these long serves. He can't be stopped at the moment.
I mean, anybody who returns them soft, he's just going to kill them with his forehand.
Yeah.
Like, he's banking on the fact that there's like a little bit of topspin kick, just enough for them not to attack the serve. He's so aggressive on the forehand.
Take a look here. Heavy spin comes in. This is why we call it the shorter side of the table because, well, you don't have the security of when you're hitting cross court, not as much margin for error. And this time a bit safer, goes into the cross court, challenges the backhand of Isaac Vila. Surprised him a bit too. You could see Vila just sort of resetting his racket. Right down the line, setting it up powerfully and confidently.
Yeah, Pinto, not only can he hit really well cross-court and down the line, he has equal power. A lot of players, some of them have less power when they hit down the line, but it's like the same. Cross-court, down the line, doesn't matter where it's going, full commitment.
Wow, spin coming in, not bothering him at all. Looks like we got a birthday in the comment section. Oh, what an angle. Toxie. Happy birthday, Toxie. Thanks for being here on your birthday. I'm flattered and charmed, and hope you're surrounded by loved ones in the comment section. It seems that you are. Man, these step arounds. Love it. It's funny, I see questions about Brazil in the comments section. I've yet to come to Brazil, but I'm excited to. It's been in the works for a long time. I think Brazil has sort of been like the China of Latin America for table tennis.
Yeah.
If you're in Brazil, you've got Ugo Calderano, you've got Bruna Takahashi. Kazuo Matsumoto from back in the day was a ton of fun to watch. Ooh.
This is like one of the first times that Vila's really found that corridor that goes. This is one of the first times he's caught Pinto off balance on the forehand.
Yeah, it was pretty deep into the body on the backhand side. That's a long way to go. This is another thing. If you think back to some of the greats, the fastest footwork or the most forehand dominant players, let's say a J-Pen player like Yu Sung Min,
Oh, yeah.
2004 Olympic champion. If you can play wide to the forehand first, even against Xu Xin, anyone who loves to step around, just keeping them honest by going to that wide forehand early in the point can be very effective. And you could see the pause in the step from Daniele Pinto here because the point before, the wide forehand was exploited. Good pattern change from Isaac Vila. Much like the Ji-Wei Shaw serve right to the baseline, shuts down the Chiquita. Interesting.
It's like right in the transition zone.
Yeah. $10 million for a rubber? My goodness. I think you could get 2 for that.
One of the interesting questions earlier, someone was asking about a comparison between this league and the Chinese Super League.
Oh, wow. Good question. Let's talk about that. First of all, just had a game finish there. Daniele Pinto looking strong once again. And suddenly Chicago Wind up 3-2. So Chinese Super League compared to this league. Let's put it this way. Chinese Super League is sort of like the NBA of table tennis. Pretty much anyone there could beat the greatest or world number one.
Yeah.
On a good day. I mean, well, you know Zhou Qihao quite well, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Zhou Qihao beat Ma Long and Fan Zhendong right before the Olympics in an internal tournament. And for a lot of people, he was a Zhou Qihao. I haven't heard of this guy.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think that was a big shock for them. I think even recently a couple of times he's beaten Fan Zhendong this year as well. But the Super League is the depth of level there is crazy.
It is, yeah. Chinese Super League. Speaking of which, Ju Se-hyuk, who's mentioned in the comments section, played the Chinese Super League for a long time. And someone asked if I will play him soon, and I would say, yes. Yes, I will. Also, I was talking to Tyrese Knight earlier, and he uses 1.5 thickness under his long pips. He said Ju Se-hyuk told him to do it.
That's quite thick for long pips, 1.5.
It is. We'll talk about that more in a bit. Isaac Vila with a gift here. Service comes off the table. Drills it into the body, testing that step around, saying, can you get around this fast enough? Isaac Vila's done a good job of keeping it a bit unpredictable side to side, but 11-6 and 11-4, convincing wins for Pinto in the first two.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been raining forehands. As soon as he gets on his forehand, if he stays there, there's really not much you can do.
Oh, tough times for Isaac Vila. People always ask, you see this online, why don't you just dink it when the person's that far back?
Right.
Well, here's a good example of why. I was impressed that he could even keep it on the table with that much spin coming in.
Oh, he's starting to get ready now for that step around forehand a little bit more.
The Italian stallion looking for a 3-0 clean sweep to get the Chicago Wind up 4-2. Let's take a look here how far off the table this serve comes. Barely at all. That's what we call half long, where you can't tell if it's going to bounce again. And if it does come off the table, there's not a lot of room to swing. Finger breaker. Daniele Pinto getting right back into business. Fast and long to the backhand, and the third ball to follow. So they will switch sides here as this is the third and final game. Remember, as you can see here, 3-0 is wonderful. Whoa, lots of kisses in the comments section. Chicago Wind fans, I see you. They need you now. Next video, good question, but I know you're going to love it. And another long serve right to the baseline. Daniele Pinto controlling on the serve. His percentages of points converted on serve are just so high.
Yeah. I mean, players just can't adapt to it. He changes that kick, but a lot of them are topspin. You know, a lot of them are pretty clean topspin. He just changes the placement so well.
A beautiful receive on this one. Ball drifting just long enough and a clean forehand down the line. I say clean, might have just grazed the net on the way over, but impressive shot nonetheless.
I think every time Vila has played that angle, he's been pretty successful in the point. It just hasn't happened often enough. You know, he got like 3 or 4 good points at the end of the last game by doing it.
We've got an entire weekend of table tennis to watch. 3 team matches today here on Table 2. 3 tomorrow and then 2 on the last day. I'll be very curious to see how East and West fare. Remember, the team from the West in green, Isaac Vila, down right now to the last place team in the league. Let's service, they'll play that again. 8-4, Daniele Pinto looking to add a little bit more insult to injury and pad that lead. Nice flick. Take a look at how he receives this with the forehand inside the table from baseline. Bit of a gutsy shot in some senses to give the opponent that attack.
Yeah. Finds the backhand. It's been such a rare occurrence in this match that he's been able to find Pinto's backhand.
Right. You got to pin Pinto freeze him in that backhand court, which hasn't been easy. He's
That's
trying.
A smart move. Yeah.
Yeah, very well played here from Isaac Vila, but you can see Pinto trying to force that forehand into play, saying, deal with my most explosive weapon. Little reminder, coming up next, we got the doubles. The women will come into court. Damian Provost will be back with Isaac Vila on the other side, but Emily Tan from USA and Joanna Sung, you actually might have seen on my YouTube channel, her and her twin sister, very strong players. Rachel, the slightly stronger of the two, but Joanna making her debut as a free agent here. So it'll be interesting to see for me. I think both college students right now at UCLA, an incredibly strong women's team, and co-ed for that matter. Nice placement on this to the wide forehand. Vila sending Pinto on the leap, the run.
He's kind of slowly improved over the match, but just hasn't been out. It's just not close enough. I mean, he has a chance here.
Still 2 game points for Daniele Pinto. Ooh, one more saved. We haven't had a golden point yet. Remember, it's not like WTT. At 10-10, it is golden point. Ooh, top of the net, and we've got it. Golden points. Isaac Vila looking free in this rally, really getting his whole body behind that. So 1 point to finish it, and the serve with Isaac Vila. Daniele Pinto laying down the law, the forehand, the power from Pinto, and it is enough, a clean sweep. 3 games to 0, he takes down Isaac Vila, so Chicago Wind has breezed back into the building and into the lead by 2.
Did you see their new towels that they have out there, the Chicago Wind?
Wind generators, what do they say?
I think they say "Let the wind roar" or something.
Ah, we had discussed a few.
New slogan.
Yeah, they were thinking it was between "Let the Wind Roar," "Time to Break Wind."
I like that one.
Yeah, I forgot. They're a handful, but Wind Energy, I don't think that was it. Going for the wind. Either way, the towels are fun. Chicago Wind. If you have a chance to see MLTT live, let us know where you're watching from, by the way. Let's see. Toxi, 42. All right. What else is here? India. All right. There's going to be some good stuff from India. You can get your tickets, by the way, on MLTT.com. Come watch it live. I see some of the Myrtle Beach crew here from South Carolina, some of my friends that I met, table tennis players. So the way MLTT works, it's sort of like the NBA. We go all around the United States, and when we're in your town, if we're anywhere near you, come watch it live. It's a lot of fun. They've got a merch store. You can get shirts. You can get rackets, balls, all sorts of cool stuff. You can also get that online. So MLTT.com, where you get your tickets, your stats, and everything you need. This will be the last of the first half of the season. Second half of the season starts in early January, and it'll continue through late April. So follow the standings, root for your favorite team. New York will be in New Jersey later on March 15th through the 17th, if memory serves.
Yeah. Lawrenceville, I think at Rider University.
Oh, wow, nice.
Venue.
Yeah. So here are the doubles pairs. On the far right, Joanna Sung from the Sung family. The whole family plays. Mom, Dad, all 3 sisters, Trinity, Rachel, and Joanna. Isaac Vila back for the action for Portland Paddlers. Emily Tan making her debut here today in Rock Hill. Although the Tan family, between her and Angie, I don't think there's been a single week of MLTT without a Tan family member in it. And Damian Provost back for the action. So in doubles, for those of you a little newer to the sport, you must alternate shots every shot. So players have to play and then get quickly out of the way, but not so far out of the way that they're causing any trouble for their teammate. Also, that line down the middle of the table, that white line, that's the only time it means anything. A serve must be from the right side of the table on the diagonal. But in singles, as long as you're behind the line above the table and a long list of other nuanced, detailed rules, you can serve anywhere. Interesting, interesting. I remember actually, I was reading your comments on Instagram. That was
yeah. There's so many. It's
I love it. All right. Turkey, welcome. Teşekkürler Thank you for being here, and merhaba. All right, Emily Tan to start it off. It's funny, I asked Emily for the ages of everyone on her team, except her.
And she knew?
Yeah, she
Oh.
gave me everyone else's ages.
She's such a great team player. I mean, I remember going to Poland with her for the World Cadets back in 2019, and on the bench, she's just like a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she's probably one of the youngest. She might be the youngest player in the league, or close to it.
We got a handful of 15 or 16-year-olds. I know between Adi, Serene, and
Right.
I think Daryl and Andrew Tsao might be 16-ish now.
Yes.
I think one of them. Emily, yeah, you can always hear her from the bench. She's
Yeah.
always there. She's got the backs of her teammates quickly. Now, this league is co-ed in the sense that men can play women in singles, not just in doubles, and in the golden game, it's completely random.
Yeah.
The lineup, it's sort of like playing poker with human beings. You'll see the coaches setting up the lineup for the golden game. I'm excited to talk you through that with Matt. Oh, headshot. Take a look at this one more time. Joanna making a real impression here. Ooh!
This is actually the second time that Emily's been hit in the head. The last time was from her own partner. I can't remember which match it was. I think it was with Kazaku. And he was standing behind her and just hit the ball and it rebounded. And
Oh, right.
so,
It'd be funny if she had like a little tattoo of a target behind her ear. Note to self. Change this. Ooh, a service gift. So Isaac Vila here.
I think this is also the first time that they've put Vila in the doubles. Usually Cole and Rachel Sung are playing together and they've been
Right.
really outstanding in the doubles.
Right, I think we should acknowledge, maybe you can tell us some of the advantages of the right-handed, left-handed combination.
I mean, the main one is having 2 forehands in the middle of the table. And also, the left-hander can stand off the corner and receive forehand. That leaves the whole table open for the right-handed player.
That's why we played doubles.
Yeah, exactly. You were, as I recall, you were very aggressive. You were attacking a lot in those matches.
Honestly, on the rare occasion that I'm playing doubles, unless the person who's playing with me is like notorious for lobbing or a defender, I feel like I have to. Like I owe it to my doubles partner to not play defensively.
Unfortunately for you, the only lob you got in was your racket at the ceiling.
I think that was my first Instagram picture, me looking like listening to my racket with the handle completely split like a bird's mouth.
I still have that picture somewhere. It's great.
Yeah, same. Oh, quick timing here. Isaac Vila right on top of the bounce, sneaking through. Remember, Portland Paddlers struggling here. It's their 4th point, so with the second towel break, a 4-point game now. Birthday cake for Toxie, all right. Hope to have you back after the cake. Cypress. Funny, I'm a big Cypress Hill fan. Nothing to do with the country, though. That group, that is. Little grazing shot here, Isaac Vila. Getting well in position. He was quite a bit out there. Again, 2 right-handed players. A little bit more of, I'd say, dance to try to figure out how to balance your movement here, your choreography.
Yeah, it's tough when you haven't played together before as well. I think Emily and Damien played once, at least once before.
Even just that once, if you're playing someone, again, Joanna, this is her debut here in MLTT. Ooh, going for that around the net. Something to try and save it. Almost gets a racket, but that ball just out of reach.
Joanna getting in with the big shots. Both her and Emily, if the ball's even a little bit high over the net, they're going to hit the ball so hard.
Yeah, it is interesting. It's funny, there's also Emily Wong I was thinking about with her short pips. Might have a chance to see her play. Now, in terms of rules, every team must have 1 woman player, 1 female player, and they must play 1 match. Typically, you will see them playing in doubles, but for Lily and Amy, that's Amy Wong and Lily Jong, they've been put up against many men, and Lily went 2 for 3 against men last time.
Yeah,
A 3-0 victory.
they were just amazing matches in front of a packed audience.
The whole Lily fan club was there. Ellen Huang and the gang. Little look at the score there. 2 game points at the 3rd towel break. Chicago Wind looking to go up 5-2. Hello, Magical Gaming. Good to see you. Surprise, surprise. It's a backhand right into the body. Damian Provost, very flexible with that wrist. I love watching his grip, how he just loosens up the grip so much.
Yeah.
You can see these owners' courtside seats. First season, so right now, still some room there, but future seasons, it's only going to be Justin Timberlake, Taylor Swift, presidents, stuff like that. But you can see from down there, Damian, the way he holds the racket, it's just such a loose grip on the receive. And if he wants to, gets a lot of wrist, and he can also touch it short so easily.
Yeah.
Anything fascinating for you right now? What are you thinking about?
I think you can definitely see a little bit more team synergy from Damian and Emily. And he is I think he's kind of he's a player that really does well to set his partner up. And I think that's so important in doubles. I mean, you don't really ever look at necessarily the individual levels of players in doubles. You can have 2 really great players who don't play doubles well at all. And you can have 2 lower level players who might beat them because their teamwork's really good.
It's funny.
So, yeah, it's always about thinking about the ball that's coming back to your partner.
In some senses, it's almost like your singles game. You're not trying to win the point on your serve. You're trying to set up your 3rd ball.
Right.
And here you're trying to set up your doubles partner. Obviously, take advantage if you see the opportunity to win the point. Thanks, TDH. So Chicago wins, starting off this game with the first point after a 5-2 lead. They were down in the first, and they've gotten the next 4 points in a row.
It's also important to remember with doubles the order change. So when the players switch ends, you end up with a different combination of people hitting to each other.
Yeah, it's a good point. The order of play, as Matt was saying, every game is different, and then in game number 3, when one team reaches 5 points, they'll switch sides and order of play. Oh, caught up a traffic jam in the backhand court. The 2 righties. Keep your eyes on the left of the screen. Joanna and Isaac making the leaping shot. Still Joanna apologizing. Very polite player. Probably both apologized in that moment. Good defense from Vila, but Damian Provost all the time here is going to put that away 9 times out of 10.
I think Emily Tan now has kind of played with everybody on the team in doubles. But she's been so fearless. She's not afraid to initiate the first attack. She's not afraid to take her shots. One of the things last in Chicago when they were playing the East Division, in the post-match interview, she said, you know, these guys keep telling me, don't worry, we have your back, whatever you decide to do. And she's like, I don't need you guys to have my back. I have it. Everything's under control. And I'm fine. You guys just focus on yourselves.
I love it.
That was the best answer.
I love it. It's like a mom. When someone, I mean, moms obviously want to make sure that, for the most part, they're needed, right? The empty nest syndrome. But it's always nice when you can say, I just want you to know that I'm fine. And if you need anything from me, I'm in a good position. Just crazy. I see you. Joanna Sung here. Nice empty serve. And the follow-up from Isaac Vila, the big forehand. Sometimes a little bit less spin goes a long way. You could see Emily Tan comes in with the racket open. Open like this, the ball pops up, and right there waiting, Isaac Vila. Ooh, a dribbler. Drop. Good fake, too. He looked like he was going to flick it and just kill the ball, and then he dropped it nice and short. Colombia. I see you, Colombia. Tenis de mesa. Ahora, esta persona, Isaac Vila, Habla español también? You know, the Emily Tan factor, I feel like you not grew up, but in the U.S. on the East Coast, right? Matt grew up in New Zealand, but moved to the East Coast. You spent some time in Colorado. Where all have you lived in the United States?
I was in New Jersey a lot, obviously at Lily Ipps Club. I did 5 years there. I was 1 year in Colorado, actually living with Tim, who's on the Chicago Wind. And then I moved back to New Jersey, and now I live in Maryland. So I've lived in a few places.
So more familiar with the East Coast players than the West, I guess.
Very much, yeah.
Good placement here from Joanna Sung, seeing the opening on the table, exploiting it with the backhand, sort of punching shot there. Very punching. Watching that elbow extend. So for me, I grew up on the West Coast, born and raised in LA, and all the players from California, the West Coast, I would see much more frequently.
Yeah.
Emily sort of came, it felt like out of nowhere. I mean, I always saw her playing well, her and Angie training, but I feel like they've gotten to the next level to be here at MLTT.
Yeah, and I think she was just in Slovakia. I think her and Daryl Sal came straight from Slovakia at the World Youth Champs.
Oh, beautiful backhand punch. Joanna Sung with the racket high. Not easy. We've seen Damien steamroll through a lot of players. Joanna just punching that ball way out in front. Whoosh. There will be sound effects. Little shoe tie there. Some people will do that strategically. Emily Tan, just to tie the shoe. Nothing funny.
I have seen shoes come off mid-rally before. It's you never want to see that happen.
Quadriaruna?
Actually, Bruno Ventura dos Anjos was during college table tennis. Mid-rally in a doubles match, his shoe came off.
I want to see it so bad. Bruno's here this weekend. You'll have a chance to see the fighter. And Emily inside the table taking advantage of opportunity. So 9 points apiece now at the third towel break. So the timeout that was used was for Damian Provost against Jiwei Shah. That's the only timeout I can recall so far this team match. Oh, what a flick. So smooth. Just guides it, reaches out, gets the racket underneath. Is he going to drop? Is he going to push? Is he going to flick? Well, it was the fading flick. Game point for Chicago Wind. And Chicago Wind with another point, 6-2. Now, I do want to remind you, if this is your first time watching MLTT, the Golden Game is worth its weight in gold. It is 6 times as valuable as any other game, and it is usually the determining factor for who wins a team match.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. There have only been a couple of occasions since the beginning of Major League Table Tennis where a team has had an unassailable lead. So they've gone into the Golden Game and
11-4 or
right.
stronger.
Yeah, I think only, maybe 2 matches overall.
Right. So, the Golden Game, first of all, it's sort of like the last 2 minutes of an NBA game. It is the most exciting. It is a rumble. It's even more exciting than that. Everybody comes back. All the players you see or will see today in this lineup, I don't know if you can see it. You'll see it on court. That's fine. It looked like me earlier when we were testing the lighting.
Yeah.
I guess you and me both.
Me, for sure, yeah. It's quite funny. So this 21-point game with the team switching all the time is something that they do in Major League Pickleball, and they actually, in pickleball, call it a dream breaker. Oh. It's such a fitting name because we've seen teams have the lead after the 5 individual matches, and again, Chicago win no better than anyone. 2-7 in the Golden Game makes a huge difference.
Yeah. Good power from behind the table, Emily Tan. It's funny, such different styles, her and Damien. Damien's very smooth and effortless, and Emily Tan just feels like she's muscling through everything. Nice placement on this one, inside out, lets the hand fade behind to exploit that wide forehand.
They have very complementing styles. I mean, usually in doubles, a good pairing, you have like an anchor and an attacker. And I feel like Emily plays the role of the attacker, which is not necessarily as common in mixed doubles, but she does such a great job of it.
Little signal there. You'll see the players signaling to each other, communicating with their hands. Usually what they're talking about, it seems, is either the service placement, spin, combination, just so that the player who's waiting for the third ball, in this case Isaac Vila, for that last point, knows what to expect, what his options are.
It's always interesting when you talk about the hand signals to see whether the server calls them or whether their partner calls them. So you can see Emily Tan is actually calling Damien serves, which I always prefer doing it that way as well.
Because they're going to be dealing with whatever comes back.
Exactly, yeah.
I think it's funny when you're playing someone who's got a funky rubber, like a long pips near the table, Monica Batra style, or an ante or something like that. You will see times where someone serves it long with heavy side spin, and you're like, no, I don't want this. Yeah. It's coming back in a way that just served nothing. Keep it empty. Not an easy ball. Emily really having to reach out over the table here. It's tough because you can only get your feet so far under the table there. Tough to power that shot. Hello to all watching in Chile. Oh, beautiful block. Not the first time we've seen Joanna Sung smothering the ball, playing it quick from right near the table. This is interesting for me. It's tough to know level-wise. You know, you see these ratings. I would say Joanna Sung is usually around the 2,300 mark. She's holding her own quite well. It's also tough to pinpoint at times. Not a bad receive. It's Emily working wonderfully there to move to the wide forehand. Nice inside out here from Isaac Vila.
Vila, when he's in position, he hits really great forehand counters. Right now, Chicago they're off to a pretty good start in this team tie. If they can take this doubles.
Ooh, down the line and looking for that clean sweep. It'd be the second match today with a 3-0 victory. Damien on the parallel, the short side forehand. Second towel break. And in case you're curious why the umpire and assistant umpire, that is Bill Engelbrecht on the left of the screen and Ling Fan, assistant umpire, on the right of the screen, they're standing up to make sure the serves bounce in the right quadrants of the table. Beautiful coverage here, Emily Tan on top of the bounce. It was like a mousetrap. She just snapped.
Yeah, I mean, her contact's so hard. I think if she gets on the attack and she sets that ball up, she can hang with almost any player in the league.
I actually realized I haven't updated my mousetrap game so much. I think they have much more humane ways to trap mice now where you can walk them outside, which is great. But I think we imagine the same thing. Little look here. Who's coming up next? The third singles, Dan Liu from USA. Is he going to be playing shake hands or pen hold? And he'll be playing against Sweden's Jonathan McDonald. Up. Oh. Oh, Joanna walked away. Joanna wasn't even looking. That was so funny. She almost got hit. That would have been terrible. So what just happened there is it hits the net clamp on the table, and that's considered part of the net assembly. So it's easy to feel like, oh, the point's over. It has to hit the net, the actual cloth of the net, but it doesn't. If there's a camera attached to the net, it's considered part of the net assembly. The ball's still in play. It's rare to see, but a clean sweep once again. 11-6. Chicago Wind storming into a 7-2 lead. Looking good for the 8th place team in all divisions across the United States.
This is a huge win for them in doubles. They're 8-19 in doubles, and over the past number of weeks, they've kind of experimented. I mean, as I said, Emily's played with almost everyone on the team now. So they've just been experimenting with different doubles combinations to see what works the best, and honestly, I think this doubles combination is so good for them with Damien and Emily together.
Wow. It's going to be really encouraging, I would say, because if you know as a team you haven't won doubles, golden game, things like this, you sort of prove to yourself that you can. It's like if someone has a 0-20 record against someone and then they finally get that first win, not thinking of two male players in particular,
Right.
just saying.
When you mentioned the first win, that kind of canceled it out.
Yeah, but if you do get that first win, that's suddenly when you believe it's possible. And here in doubles, something like this, it could give them confidence and belief that carries them through the golden game. Interesting. Cold and frosty. I appreciate that. Thank you. Dan Liu, one of the only players I know that on any given day could play shake hands or pen hold, and it just depends on how he feels.
I think they've kind of committed him to playing pen hold.
Did he get better results that way?
I don't know. I spoke to him in Chicago for the East Division match, and I asked him if he was playing shake hand or pen hold, and I don't think he's in kind of a mid zone where I feel like he'd almost rather be playing shake hand. He talked about him being able to play better backhand. He said he has good control with the pen hold, but he was like, playing backhand with shake hand grip, he can be a lot more aggressive. Yeah, I think he's going to be playing pen hold for the season.
Yeah.
It seems that way.
Alrighty. So we got some people watching in Indonesia. Indonesia, Aba Review. Thanks for tuning in. Well, it's from Poland. Okay. Patrick Metal. Boom, boom. Double drums. I don't know. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about these two players. Jonathan McDonald, I didn't realize is the boyfriend of a good friend of mine who retired from table tennis professionally. Yes. Daniele Rios from Puerto Rico, who played incredibly well against Chen Meng. Jonathan McDonald playing at Texas Wesleyan University. I think most famous in the table tennis world because of their scholarship program.
Right, and I think Sonura is there as well. He's playing for the Bay Area Blasters. They always have a strong table tennis team. Strong program. They're one of the few teams that kind of attract more foreign players to come here to the US and continue playing table tennis while they study, which is great.
Yeah. And Jonathan McDonald, 32 in the power rankings, so midway out of the 64 players that are here. We also have free agents, so slightly more than 64 players battling for that power ranking. You can find those on MLTT.com. It's nice to look. They update after every week. Enzo Angles, not only the first draft pick for Carolina Gold Rush, but also the top of the power rankings. Dan Liu, the pen holder, will talk about his grip, some of the advantages, and enjoy it. It's Dan Liu on the receive for Chicago Wind. Catches the edge here, but a good risky backhand from behind the table, not afraid to take his chances. Jonathan McDonald was one of the two that fell at the hands of Lily Jong in Pleasanton.
Yeah.
Johan Retete was the other. That was the 3-0 victory. Oh, no, it was him.
He was the 3-0.
McDonald, 3-0. Retete took the third.
Yeah.
2-1, I think, yeah.
2-1. You got me.
Hey.
Actually, one of the interesting things that somebody brought up when we were doing commentary in the beginning, we were always saying how many game or match points somebody had, and they were like, well, if it's golden point,
right,
they actually have one more.
I know. This is tricky. In India, they also have golden point.
Right.
So it's like, well, you don't want to announce it every time, but technically they do have one more. At 10-10, you've got another game point. Smart, shallow shot here. Dan Liu spinning it. Watch how shallow this ball bounces behind the net. Way inside the table, making it really uncomfortable for McDonald to get on top and counter. Little bit of the Daniele Pinto long, fast serve to the backhand here. Now, you and I were taking a look. I want to explain to the viewers out there. They've got 4 players playing singles. And you put them side by side, they can flip. A can play B, so the top player by rating on one team can play the second, and the third and fourth can play. So C and D can play each other, and A and B can play each other. That's how it's matched up. The only ones, the A and B, are flip-flopped here. So Portland Paddlers, actually their highest rated player, Salim Karam, although I heard that was an estimated rating, which is interesting.
Yeah, I think so.
He's the big wild card here. He's going to be playing the last singles match following this. He'll be making his debut.
Yeah, I haven't seen him play before. I'm pretty interested to see how he goes here. I mean, there's been a small handful of players here in the league that it's been really great for me to see them play for the first time. As I said, there's a surprising amount of international flavor here for the first season.
Yeah. 20 countries, I think, represented, and
Yeah.
40 countries represented at the combines, the tryouts. If you think you're good, there it is. Yee! Think you are good? Try out. Come to the combines for season 2. I know a lot of people will be trying out for
Yeah.
season 2. Anyone who's been watching this is like, I want a piece of the action. These players make money. Thousands of dollars every weekend. I think the top draft pick gets $2,000 every weekend plus bonuses. Every time they win a game, they
Right.
get bonus money.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been great to have this in the U.S. It's been a long time coming, really.
Yes. Ooh, back
Oh,
edge
a
of the
net
table.
edge. They had the net first. Maybe.
Oh, interesting. I didn't see that if it did. One-point game here. Danliu, second serve to come. Looking for that hooking forehand, the side spin. The shoulder shrug of someone who had a net ball there, and you could see Danliu clipping the net on the way over. Table tennis is a game of rhythm, and that extra moment that you freeze up when the ball hits the net, it just doesn't come in as high. It slows you down, and it's really tough to hold your horses and keep your rhythm.
You can see Dan getting pumped up. I mean, he needs to get some more singles wins, and I think just to give himself the confidence that playing penhold is the grip that he should continue forward with.
Right.
Right now he's 5-16 in singles games, so he's had a bit of a tough run.
Smart timing here, pushing the opponent behind the table. Now in table tennis, it's fun to watch when someone gets behind the table, but at a professional level, players are fighting to stay close. Your odds of surprising the opponent or winning the point just become that much lower when you're far back. Second time, deja vu. Did you just say that? Watch him go down the line, flick with the forehand, just guiding it. I don't know if you can tell from where you are, but Jonathan McDonald's a tall guy. Danliu,
Yeah.
a little bit more mid-range. Quite a turnaround, 8 points apiece. It was feeling like the momentum. I feel like Danliu was up 3 points not long ago.
Yeah.
8-5 maybe?
Yeah, he definitely had a lead. I mean, again, this is the tough thing about having only 2 timeouts and choosing where you use them. I don't know if it's a...
Smart play. McDonald confidently taking the backhand. Nice spin there, racket high for the next few, but he's really using his, I'd say, levers there to get the arm out. He's got this long reach, the wingspan, and he's using that effectively to play the ball much earlier, to move back into the table and not allow the opponent any time. And the spin as well. Jonathan McDonald was down. He is back. If it was 8-5, that is now 5 in a row, and he's got 2 game points. Thought the comments section might like that. Thanks for tuning in. Tell your friends to watch Major League Table Tennis, the first ever, and the first ever time that East is meeting West. 2 game points for the receiver, Jonathan McDonald. Ooh, close, but it is Danliu. I thought he had a good serve. The read was impressive. McDonald not fooled. Danliu from behind the table manages to survive. Remember, team owners in the lower part of the screen there, Jim and Audra shaking in their seats. And boots too, probably.
It really, as you said before, being here in the audience is so much different from watching online. It's an experience that everyone should, if they can.
McDonald puts a point on the scoreboard. Jonathan McDonald makes it a 3-7 ball game. Portland Paddlers making their way back. Remember, this match and then one more singles match before we get into the Golden Game. Just to prep you a little bit for that, the Golden Game, whoever's leading coming into the Golden Game will have a point advantage. So, hypothetically, if Chicago Wind were to be up, let's say 10-5, that would be a 5-point head start. You can have no more than a 5-point lead. Let's read what it says here. The grand finale. To every match, a single game to 21 points. At 2020, it is an ultimate golden point. All 5 players who played today must compete, and they will rotate, tag team, just steamroll through every 4 points after the first player so that it's a multiple of 4 points on the scoreboard every time someone new tags in. And as you see, the starting score is based on the overall differential. So, let us see. 7-3, Chicago Wind. Looking for a few here. Only one game played. 2 more points up for grabs. Looking at the comments section, I see you. To Argentina, yeah, I've been just uploading some clips from Argentina. It's been a long time. Alfajores. If you've never been to Argentina, you must try.
I haven't.
Oh, you must try the alfajores. I mean, unless you have diabetes.
No, I don't.
Perfect, you'll get it.
What is it? It's a desserty kind of.
It's the most delicious, rich, like a sugar bomb. It's like chocolate with cookie and cream. It's so good. It's
that
the best.
Sounds like something I would eat. It's probably more than one of.
Oh man, everybody. Long serve right out of the gates. Dan Liu had a strong start. It's whoever crosses the finish line first, though. It's how you finish. That can be reassuring when you have a rough start to a day or a game.
I mean, Dan is definitely the more aggressive of the 2 players, but the way Jonathan plays is so deceptive. He has kind of long, more drawn-out strokes, and sometimes they look slow, but usually, especially on the backhand, he's always adding topspin, so things just compound. I mean, that's a perfect example. It's not just, you don't see him block that often. It's always rolling over the ball.
I feel like that's something when they were asking earlier about Chinese Super League. One thing that the Chinese players do so well is add spin. Oh, beautiful touch. Takes all the pace off it. Just talking about how he basically never does, but this is essentially a drop shot. Just a fanning backhand, a little bit of side and under on it. Nice shot and golazo to the ball kid. We've seen some good footballers out here. A lot of these players played different sports growing up and then switched over. They were like, hey, this table tennis is pretty amazing. I'm going to stick with this. Actually, maybe later on today we'll have a chance to see Nishant on the table, but there's a lot to talk about with him. So 1-point lead here, Dan Liu with the second serve. Little history lesson here as we come into the towel break at 3-3. Dan Liu's grip, we call that the pen hold grip, the way you would hold a pen, pointer finger and thumb in front of the racket. I actually have a pen here to hold.
There you go.
Yeah, and a shake hands grip, shall we? All right, that's a shake hands grip. That's what Jonathan McDonald's using. The pen hold grip is more common in Asia. A little debate here. Did it catch the edge? Or let's serve, I guess. Saying I think we should play that again. If I heard Dan Liu correctly, they've awarded the point, though, to Jonathan McDonald. Dan Liu, I like it. He says, okay, no problem. I would do the same. Point was called for you. It's yours. There's fair play, and then there's sort of, I don't know what the word is, but that was just sort of nice of Dan Liu. He was like, you know what, I'm not going to let it distract me. Let's stay focused here. So some of the advantages of the pen hold grip, if you try bending your wrist, you get a lot more wrist action with that pen hold grip. I just hit the microphone, for example. But the shake hands grip, you just can't turn your wrist quite as much.
Yeah.
I feel like the forehand is the more dominant shot, but China actually, with this pen hold grip, had to invent the reverse pen hold backhand. Liu Guoliang did this to save this grip from extinction because Sweden, where Jonathan McDonald is from, 89 and 93 beat China in the World Championships. 91, I forgot who they played in the final, but they won 3 consecutive World Championships.
I feel like it was Yugoslavia. Wasn't there one year when Yugoslavia made the final?
Hit us up in the comments section if you got the answer. Link it up. Check your sources. Yasna, Loopy. We've got some players from that era there, some medalists from the first Olympics in '88, I guess. Fun fact, Paralympics, 1960. That's when table tennis entered the Paralympics, way before, 28 years before the Olympics. Beautiful backhand again, that extra addition of spin. And McDonald keeping that social distance on the scoreboard. Look there in the bottom, Jonathan McDonald winning game number 1, 11-9. Big ups, David Tamayo. Luca, I've got nothing compared to these guys. The pros here. Ooh, leaping backhand. I was focused on the grip of Jonathan McDonald early in this point, and he got back somehow from behind the table. Very aggressive, confident on both wings. Remember, these are the number 3 players on the team. So coming up next, we'll see Alex Kazaku, who's the number 2 player by ranking, or by rating, actually. A lot to talk about with him. He's had some big spectacular highlights already this season, but this one is still far from over. Only game number 2, 9-5, Jonathan McDonald with 2 serves to come. This is dangerous. This is a pen holder's dream.
Yeah.
Right off the oven, fresh here as he steps around and takes advantage of that serve. Full forehand step around attack. Ooh, interesting. A race to the backhand corner. I dare you to try it again. That's always interesting to me. I know what you want to do, and I'm going to make you step around as wide as possible and keep you uncomfortable. Handcuffing, pinning serve, and Jonathan McDonald with 4 game points. But a ripping backhand from behind the table. It's not going to be easy to win points as far back as Dan Liu's getting, although from this camera angle you have a better sense. I think this camera angle he's farther away, so objects in mirror are closer than they appear. I guess in this case that would be the truth. Jeez.
He's played some great backhands this game.
For a guy who feels more stable in his shake hands backhand, this has to be quite encouraging. It's always nice when your weakness becomes something that you can depend on. It's like, yeah, I know you're taking my second choice. If you ever want to go the other way, I'm ready there too. Always prepared for the forehand. Say, Marco, I see you. Mine too. 2 game points left. Lead service. Oh, deep into the middle, right on the crossover point, and it's Jonathan McDonald, 11-8, who takes the game. Took a while after some big backhands from Dan Liu. They will switch sides, and Jonathan McDonald wins 2 games, so he's already taken the match. The question is, can he get a clean sweep? Chicago Wind took 2 clean sweeps against their opponents already. That extra point right now will make it potentially a 1-point differential coming into the golden game.
Yeah, I mean, again, Chicago Wind have had a pretty good run in singles. So not necessarily surprising to see them out in the lead here, but yeah, I think the gap could close even further, that's for sure.
Man, Mhasi, I want to say that's awesome. I'm really thrilled. I have sweet memories of someone from Nagaland. So thanks for watching, and I appreciate your kind words. Let's try to get this live stream over 800. I might have been a little ambitious with 1,000 early on. It's been hovering right around that 700 mark, just in and out. Tell your friends, let them know, hey, we got professional table tennis, the first ever American league, and you should be watching no matter where you are in the world. Happy to talk about anything you want, answer your questions. And you can also watch live on the Bali app. Did they say Bali?
Bali, yeah.
They do say Bali.
Balis.
That's so funny. So for our Indonesian friends out there, shout out to you in Bali. But this is Bali's, so Table 1 will be live streaming there, as will, well, MLTT's YouTube channel. You can watch Table 1 there, but We're having so much fun over here. We read your comments. Don't leave.
Look, Taha's there asking if you're real.
What?
He's real.
But how is that proof? Because if I were fake, I would have done the exact same thing when you poked my shoulder. Taha. Good to see you. Man, these philosophical questions. What is reality? All right, here we go. The reality is it's 7-4 for Chicago Wind, and Dan Leo needs a point. Remember, Chicago Wind was up 7-2. Jonathan McDonald stealing some points. Up, we'll play that again. A ball has entered the court. What's the most crazy let you've ever seen?
I think Nathan Shu from Maryland. There was one point where he kind of crashed through the barriers. He was lobbing from the edge of the table, and they had 2 live streams, and he clipped them together. He basically crashed through the barriers into the next court and just wiped the whole row of barriers out. So
it's like a Kool-Aid commercial.
That was a let for the other table. Yeah, that was great.
Oh yeah. That bending backhand again. The fading bending backhand. There it is. Side spin slows it down and forces Dan Liu to play a slower, spinnier, arcing shot that he can come back and counter. Our ball kids are getting taller and taller. Actually, the ball kid standing there, Jed, about 6'4", is a wonderful player from Lithuania. Top edge of the racket for Dan Liu. Take a look from the side here as he's down 0-2. Long serve to get right into it. Hey, 666 watching right now. That's good luck in my hometown, Taipei. I didn't know that. There were some people on the street saying like, hey, you want to test your body fat and come into this business and try out our machinery? And I was like, okay. So I did, and I was like 66.6 something. And they're like, that's good luck.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I took a picture of it because of, the whole Satan thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
They weren't on the same
Subtle
page.
contrast.
I love it. You never know. This is how culture works, though, right? So 4-0, McDonald. A little bit off the top of the net, Leo enters the scoreboard, arriving fashionably late to the party, but still a whole lot of party to be played here in the third game. Difference between 8-4 and 7-5. Remember, every point you win for your team is 1 point that the opponent did not win for theirs. Nice placement right into that elbow, the crossover point. Now this is, people often ask, is there an advantage to being tall in table tennis? And I feel like for every advantage, there's a disadvantage, which is why you don't see average heights of 6'8" for table tennis players. Deng Yaping, the little giant, 4'11".
4'11", yeah. I mean, when it comes to tall players, I was like Wong, Chen, Samsonov. But for me, Oh Sang-un was always my favorite. He just played amazingly from the wing, both wings of the table, backhand and forehand.
He's got a mustache now.
I know.
On and off, on and off. He's got really funky, fresh fashion. I love it. Yes, that was alliteration as we switch sides of the table. 5-2 as it is game number 3. For those of you that are hardcore table tennis fans, Oh Sang-un, I would say 90s, early 2000s was quite a star to watch.
Yeah, early 2000s. He would have been like top 5 in the world.
Wow. Speaking of stars to watch, Alexandru Kazaku, Alex of Romania, and from Switzerland, but who identifies as Moroccan, Salim Karam will be making his debut here. I had a chance to talk to him in the elevator last night. Pretty cool. It's nice to meet the new players, the pros from around the world as they step into the arena and get on our radar. I felt like you had more to say about Oh Sang-un.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I think he's a really good example of a tall player that played really well. So, yeah, when you talked about advantages, playing off the wings, he played just insane power. But tall players in the body, they tend to struggle. They have such a wide stance behind the table.
And that elbow, the arm, the crossover point. For those of you that follow baseball, it's basically a bigger strike zone. If you're trying to jam someone between their forehand and their backhand, I feel like Vladi was so good at using his backhand to cover the elbow. Taller players tend to, I guess. 7-3 here, Jonathan McDonald. So 32 in the power rankings. Jonathan McDonald, 45 for Dan Liu. That's a pretty big difference here.
Yeah, they're both around 50-50 in golden game points.
Ah.
But in singles, there's a big difference between these two players.
Oh, quite a point, this one. Impressive from way back. No chances. I mean, just holding nothing back there, taking his chances, really getting gutsy.
I love it how McDonald kept playing down the line. Like, usually once you get into those forehand firefights, it tends to go cross-court a lot.
Right. And a good parallel of his own, Dan Liu down the line. Calm, when you're playing the shorter side of the table, you don't have to hit it quite as hard. Less time for the opponent to react.
It's so interesting. I mean, this is a good learning lesson for table tennis players as well. It's like you don't necessarily always have to be the more aggressive player to win. I think we've seen Dan being kind of hyper aggressive out there, but McDonald's just dealt with it.
Right. A lot of ways to win a point in table tennis. A variety of spins, touch shot. Ooh. Oh, hooking forehand, bending out of reach. Not with a 10-foot pole here. Not with the wingspan of Jonathan McDonald even, maybe. That extra bit of side spin, the curvature to make it bend. Man.
So much pace variation too. Just 2 control blocks. Adds a little bit of spin on the next one. Hooks the ball out wide.
Quick in the flick.
Yeah, he's been able to find that wide forehand corner of Dan quite a lot.
And now he's got 4 game and clean sweep points. A chance for the paddlers to come within 2 after being down 2-7 at the start of this match. Good defense, but Dan Liu stays on top of it, stepping around for the forehands. The backhands too. I mean, really just a flash of light, that backhand. And another game point saved. Jonathan McDonald sitting on that 10 mark. Dan Liu with the 3rd towel break, back at the table quick. I saw a quote from Flint Lane in the comments section. Let me see if it's there. It's not just about winning. It's about the thrill of the game. And we can't wait to share that excitement with everyone. Leandro Perez, thank you. Flint is a wonderful man. And we're all very thrilled that he's put in so much effort to build a wonderful team and make this happen. First season and another game point saved here. Dan Liu following his tight serve with a spinny backhand on the parallel and a timeout called. Jonathan McDonald. Again, if you're the Portland Paddlers, this is sort of a I'd say a must-take timeout.
Yeah.
Normally, Christian Lily Rose would be the coach. I always said Lily Roos because it looked like it, and then he told me, I'm like, wow, prettiest last name ever. But we've got Idan Levy here, who junior national team in Israel. I think played at Texas Wesleyan as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I just found that out today, actually. I'm sure Christian's at home watching, so Christian, hopefully you're feeling better, and we'll see you next round.
Might sound a little strong to say I love you, Christian, but for those of you that don't know Christian Lilarus, he's an amazing man. He's hilarious, he's smart, and he's been involved in table tennis in over 50 countries around the world. Speaking of Texas Wesleyan, I remember when I first met Christian, it was...
Right, he was the program director there, right? Or the coach.
Yeah, he's basically the reason we had scholarships in the United States in colleges. I was playing the Nationals. It was the National Collegiate Championships in 2003, and I was so excited to talk to everybody. I was like, are you here for table tennis?
Right.
Just sort of like to everybody. And I knew that most of the people probably weren't because it was an airport. But then Christian said yes. I didn't know who he was. I'm like, you're joking, right? He goes, no, I'm serious. I said, really? What are you doing here? He's like, I'm coaching for Texas Wesleyan. I'm like, are you Christian? and I just wouldn't stop hanging out with him. I was just parasite. I just stuck around, a barnacle, I guess. Hung around him all weekend to learn from him. Game point left, Jonathan McDonald, and guess what? We've got ourselves a golden point. Dan Liu, a long way to get here, and it's not over yet. I feel like 6-10.
Yeah, there was a gap. There was a pretty big gap.
The gap has been closed, but it's about to be reopened by one player. The question is, will Chicago Wind go up 8-4? Or will the Portland Paddlers get ever closer and breathe down the necks of their Chicago opponents? Chicago Wind and Dan Liu, a much-needed win here on Golden Point. Dan Liu, this is big. This is why you always play the third game and why you always fight till the very end. We talked about Ji-Wei Shaw, the fighter. He'll be back for the Golden Game. And in the Golden Game, Portland Paddlers, we just have to expect to be the stronger team.
Yeah, I think overall, but again, they don't have Cole.
Correct.
This is a big factor right now. And also, even when they did have him in the last round, they lost all 3 Golden Games. So
Christian Lilleroos just left an awesome comment. He's watching. I knew he would be, of course. Scroll back to see that if I can. Either way, hi, I'm here. Okay, there's more. A little bit of a delay on my computer. Awesome.
someone actually asked when Dan switched to penhold. He's actually always been, well, not always, but for the majority of his career been penhold.
Yeah, to our knowledge, he came here as a pen holder,
Yeah.
switched to shake hands. So I was pretty surprised to see that, because to get to that level, like, so do you know Yuna Ojio, the claw for Japan?
Yes.
Okay, she beat me when she was 11. I have no chance anymore, but there were 2 points she took that I'm bitter about to this day. No, I wish her well, and I'm thrilled to see her, because she holds it like a bag of chips, and she still plays that way. People always ask, do you think they're going to change her grip? Japan is the second strongest nation in the world of table tennis, especially in the women's game, let's say.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, she's already so good at this grip, I don't think they're going to change it at all. And she still plays that way. But let's introduce our players here. Alex Kazaku for Chicago Wind on the left side of the screen. He's the life of the party. This guy, you will see with a smile on his face all the time. He's laughing it up. He's always ready to go out and do more.
He's such a big hitter, too. Both wings, I mean, he hits just huge winners out there.
But enough about table tennis. Let's talk about his nightlife. I'm just kidding. And Salim Karam on the other side, making his debut here. 22 years old. Identifies as Moroccan, where his parents are from Morocco. And the Romanian 35-year-old on the other side was spectacular at the Ocho. Last time we were here, actually, in this arena. It's funny, an Uber driver said something about coming to South Carolina. And I thought, if someone had asked me weeks ago, people always ask, are you coming here? Are you coming to this part of the world? South Carolina wasn't the first. Yeah,
not the first.
I didn't have anything on the calendar. And then 3 times within a few months, MLTT has brought us to South Carolina. So it's starting to feel a little bit like home. Met some lovely people out here, the Table Tennis Club in Myrtle Beach. Can I commentate in Snake's language? Wow. Sounds like a challenge. How about you? Can you commentate in snake language?
I'm not going to try. I'm not the snake master. That's his job, not mine.
You got all sorts of great tricks, though. If you don't follow Matt on Instagram, you should be. If you're watching this, chances are you do. I do. I've been following him. I actually read your blog back in the day. I think, didn't you interview me back in the day?
I did, yeah.
That was fun. That was
Yeah.
before we met personally, right?
It was.
Awesome.
Yeah, I did a ton of interviews. That was kind of my thing. That's how I got into the broader world of table tennis from, being down in New Zealand, kind of separated from everything else. Yeah.
So starting it off, a half-long push. First points ever, and he's got a 100% win rate. Right now, no one has taken a point against Salim Karam. Okay. It was good while it lasted. 1-1. Let's see. We still don't know much. One thing we can say about Alex Kazaku, he's fast, he's powerful, he's creative. No, it's always interesting, some of these unknowns. Do you remember the first time you saw Sonura Silva?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was in Ohio when I was there.
Whoa. A little bit of edge here in the fishing game. Fishing different than lobbing in the sense that it's a little lower. Slightly more aggressive than lobs. Ooh. Tough not to look over at Enzo Angles there crushing that ball from the corner. 2 tables going on right now and all weekend. But you are watching the Adam Cast with Matt Hetherington and myself. Parallel, nice shot down the line from Karam. I love the way he fans the racket, sort of turns over and twists.
It's so hard to get that slightly early timing, which is risky already, and then change your racket angle during a shot too.
Right down the line, sets it up well with the serve. I asked him in the elevator, I said, what are your strengths? He said serve.
And attack.
I think he said backhand, but I'll serve.
His forehand's looking pretty good now for someone whose strength is backhand.
Yeah, sure is. Not the first time we've seen it from the down the line, the fanning shot. Good variety in his forehand game. All over the place right now. Salim Karam, welcome to the big stage. 7-2 he leads against Alex Kazaku, who's 12 in the league, number 12 by power ratings. Good exchange here, the forehand to forehand counter drive. Top edge of the racket, that extra bit of spin here from Alex Kazaku causing some trouble. Good placement too, right where the white lines meet to that deep corner.
Clean miss.
Think about, right, the half-long serve's very effective. Think about how many new factors there are right now for Portland paddlers. Joanna Sung, Salim Karam, no Christian Little Rose right here.
Yeah, no Collet, no Christian.
Right, Collet.
It's almost like a totally different team. I mean, they still have G-Way, keeping things consistent. McDonald really stepped up for them in the last match.
Edge. Take it here. From where he hit it, it looked like had to be good. Yep, inside the table. Could not have hit the side from there unless he hit a sky twister, something super high that bends back down. Now this is, you can hear how much it means to him. Think about it. Kazaku as the 12th best player out of more than 64 free agents and all in the league. To lose to someone who's making his debut here, I mean, the man of mystery right now, the Moroccan-Swiss Salim
Moroccan
Karam.
man of mystery.
Yeah, I figured I'd stick with the alliteration there and use what he had going for him with the M's. And that half-long serve gets a slow, spinny shot that sits up just a little bit. Caution on the finger breaker receive, and Kazaku now in front.
Yeah, we've kind of gradually seen him have more time. In the beginning, Karam was just all over the counters early in the bounce.
But the footwork steps around to play the forehand from the backhand side. Kazaku loading it with spin, arm behind the head a la Quadriaruna. And now 2 game points. Chicago Wind could really load this up. If they win 3-0 here, they could win the match before the golden game. But the golden game would still be played, and Kazaku turning it around. Trying to think, he was down, what, 2-7?
Yeah, I think it was 2-7.
Wow. So that means he took 9 of the last 10 points to win that game. Kazaku with the big turnaround, and Chicago Wind, Audra with the ball in hand there in the front row. I don't know if she can hear me right now. Ryan, the tatted table tennis player, doing wonderful work for us. By the way, I saw some, why no Collet? Do you know the answer to that?
I actually don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's a good test for the Portland paddlers to see what they can do, but
There's a great comment here, Fuzzy Dice. How much can the ball move left to right on serve toss? I love this question because I disagree with people about this. It can move as much left to right as you want. There's no limit to how far the ball can go left to right, as long as you toss it high enough that the angle is nearly vertical.
Yeah.
So it's proportional.
I think the actual ITTF ruling specifically is less than 30 degrees of deviation. So the higher you toss the ball, I mean, if you look at Dima,
Yes.
everybody says that. Look at how much the ball's moving.
Doesn't matter. It's high enough.
Yeah.
The angle is the important thing. That's all that matters. So in theory, I mean, you could toss the ball into the second court over there. I guess we are the second court. You could. You just have to throw really, really high. But there's a high ceiling here. I would try it.
I would like to see you just try and get the serve on after tossing the ball that far away from the table.
A lot of comments about Karam's potential. It's always tough when you have such a big lead in game one. You think to yourself, man, I really have to cross the finish line this time. It's going to be tough. My opponent's dangerous.
That counter dropped pretty quickly off his racket.
Yeah, down low into the net there. Good deception on the serve, earning himself that third ball attack. Kaku very subtle with that after motion. Look at the replay here. So there are players who will actually toss the ball back. Same logic. The ball can move in any direction as long as it's no more than 30 degrees off of vertical. Again, if you're watching live now, tell your friends to turn it on. Watch MLTT. See if we can get back up over 700. The fight. He's a fighter. Actually, last time I was here, players, it was a little bit more exhibition for the Ocho. As soon as the season started, that's when the real battle came out. That's when you could see the players fight.
Yeah, Kazaku's such a fiery competitor.
Don't see that too often. A chop from the backhand here of Karam. The inverted rubber. Not a bad chop. I feel like when an attacker chops, it can be really just distracting because you don't know how much spin they're actually putting on.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of players tend to overestimate it. So if you chop with smooth rubber, they're like, oh, it's a chop, I have to lift the ball. Half the time there's a lot less spin on it than they think.
I was trying to think, it's a little bit out there, but Mizuki Oikawa from Japan, the first time I played with him, he told me he was a chopper. I said, what are you using? He wouldn't show me his racket. Later he showed me it was inverted on both sides. He's like, no, I'm just kidding. Not chopper. I'm not chopper.
I have known a couple of players that have chopped with inverted on both sides.
Paul Drinkhall's wife, right?
Yes, and also in the US, there's a player called Igor Falchuk, Sinura Silva's nemesis.
Oh my goodness.
He's going to hate that I just said that on the stream, but it's out there now.
I hope I get Sinura's match later. Beautiful backhand. Wasai indeed. It's funny, I didn't know Kazaku spoke Mandarin. Probably similar meaning in lots of languages there. Chiseling push, and he turns his back. That reminded me of Waldner finishing off the chops. Do you remember? I'm trying to think who the chopper was. If it was Koji Matsushita?
I think it was Ding Song, maybe.
Oh, wow.
Back
awesome.
in that generation, there were a couple of... it could have been Matsushita as well.
So 11-3 there. A dominant performance, and you can see down low right there in the corner of the screen, Jim of Bomar Sports. I don't know if you can hear me. Jim. So professional. Him and Audra, this is a big deal. I mean, they've had, for lack of better words, a desperate start to the season.
Yeah. Yeah, really tough for them. And again, golden game. That's really...
Look at him
big
smiling.
difference.
Yeah, golden game. So if Alex Kazaku can win this, and based on the score of the last game and his comeback in the first, it's far from out of question. It might even be expected. That would mean Chicago Wind will win this match, and they'll start 5-0, so they'll win the team match, but it's round-robin format. That's the way the league works. Remember, East and West divisions normally, there we go, are separate, and they're meeting now. So this weekend what's happening is every team in the East is playing every team in the West and vice versa. There will be no West versus West, and there will be no East versus East. So that golden game worth 6 points, and if you can get that extra 6 points, 17-4 is quite a convincing win.
And honestly, for the Chicago Wind to have really a difficult record in the golden game, if they can win this game here and not have to worry about that pressure, that will be huge for them as well.
Ah, Satoshi Aida, yes. Good call, Slava. Thanks for that. Huh. Good questions here in the comment section. I see you. In terms of shirts, I get mine custom made, but you can get some really cool shirts on MLTT.com and live. We've got a merch booth here. Almost everyone who comes takes a piece of the action with them because it's not every day that MLTT is in your city.
Yeah, they have all of the team T-shirts and the team match shirts, I think, as well.
That's super cool. I actually got my cousin's one. Yeah, you can see him here at the bottom of the screen. The one on the left is the dry fit that they compete in, and then the Chicago Wind logo there. Snag some MLTT merch, why don't you? All right. Karam for sure has potential. He's young, he's 22 years old. It's interesting, a lot of people ask, do these players get paid? I know we talked about it earlier a bit. They do. A lot of these players outside of the U.S. are playing leagues overseas. But in the United States, I know Lily's playing in France, and we got some others playing in Europe. But I was going to say that most of the players from the U.S. playing in this league were either coaches before, because that used to be the only way to really make money with table tennis in the United States. But now with this league, you can do quite well for yourself, especially if you find yourself some sponsors. Someone dyes their hair pink out here or has a signature move or something. So they've switched sides of the table as Kazaku got to 5 first and continues his lead here. Coach Levy, Idan Levy, trying to cheer on the team. He's a co-owner of the team, first time coaching. Big opportunity for him. First time coaching his team, I should say. Not first time coaching, period, but first time coaching his team. It's tough sometimes. Team morale. There are certain characters. I know Christian Lillarus is quite an amazing character.
I've particularly enjoyed his little kind of paddler dance moves.
Yes. Every time he walks in, he paddles his way. Oh, he's wonderful. Dance moves, everything. Oh, the defense. Bit of awkward timing on this one. Comes down right near the edge. It may be possibly caught a little bit. Fishing game from Kazaku. He's back in, makes his way into the table. He's regained the space and takes the point. A lot of work from back there to move it back in. It was a tug of war. The pressure has completely changed in that point from start to finish. And at the towel break, neither player going for it. Quite a decisive scoreboard right now for Kazaku. Ah, Waldner
Nice,
serve challenge.
yeah.
I see you, Dan. Game point 7 times over. A little bit flashy there, a little bit of swag. Would have been a nice way to finish for Kazaku. The no look. He's got a little wiggle room here with that 6-point cushion left. Technically 7 if you want it. Still looking for highlights, it seems, huh? Highlight culture. This is what I loved about Shushin. When he would get a big lead, he would always put on a show. He would make it fun for the crowd, and I think Kazaku's got that same spirit. But we've all had tough losses where we got a little overconfident early on, and next thing you know, I mean, if Karam were to come back and win this, Kazaku would be, well, talked to quite a bit and feeling pretty bad.
Especially given the impact of what it would mean for the team.
Exactly. Back edge of the table, and Kazaku takes it 11-8. 8-6. So a clean sweep after a massive comeback in the first. Salim Karam, you have earned our respect. We'll have a chance to see you in the Golden Game, which will be coming up quite shortly. The fourth singles match just played, 11 points. So, oh, they already chose it. What? No, that's not true. Sasha Khanin isn't here. Alexander. Okay, so that can't be the order, but that is just an idea of what it'll look like. They're going to pick 5 players. So the team in the lead, you could see some frustration there from Salim Karam, understandably, had a big lead in the first. Interesting, and we've got names from the Princeton Revolution there, some of whom aren't here as well, but the team with the most choppers, Princeton Revolution, putting a lot of revolutions on the ball. So how the Golden Game works, normally we have Flint, the commissioner. Oh. Is he down there? He is down there. So Eric Owens and Edan Levy. So first pick, I believe, is with Portland.
Yes.
Okay, so the team that is trailing picks their first player. Then Chicago Wind picks 1 and 2. So there's a snake system, just so that there's as little advantage as possible to going first. This is interesting. Now remember, since it's a 5-point lead, whoever plays first will only play 3 points. And then when there are 8 points on the scoreboard, not so drastic, you know, rather than if someone was 3-0 up, the first 2 players would only play 1 point. Muscat is in Oman. Little fun fact. Okay, reminders, the grand finale to every match is a single game to 21 points that we call the Golden Game. The rumble in the concrete jungle here. I jumbled that. I like that. Good times.
Jumble jungle.
That's right. Anyone for a Jamba Juice? All 5 active players must compete. So the women who played the doubles and not the singles also will be playing. And we'll have a chance to see that lineup every time there's a multiple of 4 points on the scoreboard. New players will be tagged in. Starting score based on the overall match score. So 5-0, Chicago Wind will start. Now Portland Paddlers could come out of this with quite a good loss. If they win this Golden Game,
Right.
which they've been the favorite to win the Golden Games. They're down by a lot, but they could have an 11-10 loss.
Yeah, and the overall team standings are based upon points.
Right.
So, you know, losing 11-10 is only 1 point behind winning.
Exactly. And at the end of the season, it's not how many you've won, it's your total points. Top two teams from each division will advance in a crossover playoff. So you could have a winning season but still be third in your team, or in your division rather. Hello from Vietnam. Xin chào các bạn. Good to see you guys. It is not only for American players. Actually, the first 2 players here are both from overseas. So we'll see the names on screen shortly, but Jiwei Xia, originally from China, has been in the U.S. for some time. Damien Provost, currently living in France, but has been back and forth, has spent his share of time in the United States. Flint's doing both sides here. I heard Flint's voice. He can project like nobody's business.
They're keeping him busy.
Yeah. Hola, Camila. Toro Ortiz. And hello to Anthony's Tech. All of YouTube. Hello from Antarctica. Stay warm. They're going to... okay. We just got note that they're going to try to start the Golden Games at the exact same time. So, this is how the standings were before the matches started today. Portland Paddlers with 94 points, 76 for the Chicago Wind. 7 points behind the number 7 team.
If they could get a win here in the Golden Game on the first day of this cross division, that would be a huge bump for them.
So the first point has already been played. Jiwei Xia fighting has 1 serve that he uses wisely. Damien Provost now with 2 serves to come. Perfectly into the middle. Jiwei's a taller guy as well. Interesting. It almost looked like he didn't see it well. He's so calm. Damian Provost. Look at the difference in effort here. I mean, it looks like Damian's just practicing. And G-Way's like hitting for the kill. That's just the style matchup. So tag team, and now Jonathan McDonald back in the game. And he's got 2 serves to come. The Italian stallion, Daniele Pinto, on the receive. Get ready for some forehands and some long serves when he's on the serve. 1 serving 7. A taste of his own medicine with the long serve and the follow-up attack.
I think McDonald is a smart enough player to find the backhand, as it were, or find that corner angle.
Nice change of pace here from Daniele Pinto, giving an awkward ball, something to mix up the timing. It's funny, the comment section agreed with you, Matt. They mentioned before, I remember them saying McDonald was a very smart player. They noticed that. You can see the lineup on screen. Who's coming in next? It's interesting though, when you're so lopsided, let's say, so forehand dominant, your feet have to really make up. It's not an old man style.
Yeah. No, it really isn't.
That's part of the reason Karakosevic has done so well, even into his late 40s, is because his backhand he can depend on for anything. Interesting. So new players in the game. Kazaku back for Chicago Wind, and Salim Karam. Now this is interesting. Remember, if you're Salim Karam, I'm trying to think back, right? If you're Portland Paddlers or Chicago Wind and you see Salim there, you'd want to put Kazaku back in action. First pick was G-Way. 2, just doing the math here, yeah.
So they picked Salim first, yeah.
Exactly, so Alex Kazaku was a response to Salim, the kryptonite, as it were. Which means that Isaac Vila is the response to Dan Leo. Interesting. Top edge of the racket, the counter loop exchange. Kazaku with the heavy spins, that very wristy backhand. That extra bit of spin, it's tough to really tell you what it feels like on the table, but the ball races out. 12-3, Chicago Wind. I mean, even without the lead, they'd be up 7-3 right now. Ooh. They say down, Tyrese Knight and the gang, let's see. To me, it looked like it's Karam's point. They gave it to Karam. Did they? Oh, no, they didn't. Interesting. To me, he was outside the table. This conversation's fun. So, the ball does not have to come up to be good. If you're outside the table, the question is, does it act like it hits a wall, or does it act differently than if it hit a wall? If it acts any differently than hitting a wall and it's close to the top edge, it must have touched the top edge. There's spin on the ball, so that could affect the bounce, but interesting. Chicago Wind will take it. Isaac Vila looking to fight back from 4-12 down. A tough time right now for the Portland Paddlers. What are you thinking?
I think this matchup is kind of a opportunity for both of these guys to find some redemption.
Right. It is a new matchup. They did not play earlier in singles. Dan Liu against Jonathan McDonald. Although we did get that last game, a much needed point for Chicago Wind.
Yeah, I mean, if he hadn't got that last game, this golden game would certainly be a lot more pressure on it.
They're not going to take it lightly. Even though Chicago Wind has already won this match, a 17-4 victory is much needed, like extra credit to make up for the first half of the season. And now Joanna Sung back against Emily Tan. Oh, beautiful receive, and she's fired up over the table, steals the attack. What table awareness on this forehand. Not an easy ball to play. She's so good at moving into the table.
confident play from Emily Tan.
Joanna was quite strong in the doubles earlier, played some incredible points. Nice change here. Half long push, just a little bit shorter, keeping Emily second guessing, keeping her off the attack. So far, no one has won a point on a serve with these two. And there it is, the curse of the commentator. Good setup, backhand serve. Let's take a look. Side and top. Just a bit the way she brushes the ball makes it a little difficult to read, though. So Provost back in action. Damian Provost on the receive as Ji-Wei Shaw comes in for a second rotation. 7 serving 17.
Yeah, in the first round, they've doubled their lead.
Beautiful ripping backhand here. Ji-Wei Shaw, still a chance. I know Christian watching at home, Lily Rose probably alone right now because not feeling wonderfully. But I'm just thinking, what if? Look at the lineup here. We'll have a chance to see Jonathan McDonald comes up next. We talked about the Golden Game performances. Damian Provost?
Yeah, Damien is 37 and 27, so he's 58%. One of the players that has a higher percentage in the Golden Game. I think it's much harder to be dominant in the Golden Game than it is in singles.
Right.
I mean, you've seen last lineup on the West, Amy Wong winning the deciding point against Marjin Bauer. There's so much pressure on every point.
Incredible. Have you ever? Ji-Wei shot chopping. I don't know. I mean, maybe I've seen it before, but it's nothing you would expect to see from the aggressive attacker. So, Jonathan McDonald with the serves at 9-19, just 2 points away, Chicago Wind. It's actually 11-4 right now. Chicago Wind with 11 points. Ooh, and they've got team, well, I guess I'd say Golden Game point. They've already won the team match. But 6 more points are just, 6 more team points are 1 point away for Chicago Wind. Whoa, my goodness! Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. Take a look at this. As wide as can be, highlights, baby. And Daniele Pinto, the Italian stallion, and the Chicago Wind take it 17-4 over Portland Paddlers. Much needed, the 8th place team among both coasts across the nation. Chicago Wind is going to be enjoying the breeze right now. So a tough day out here for the Portland Paddlers. But Ji-Wei Shaw with good spirits out there. Good fair look and a hug to all the pros on the other side. Isaac Vila, Salim Karam, Idan Levy, Joanna Sung, Tyrese Knight you'll have a chance to see because players have to rotate once you've sat out. They'll mix it up quite a bit. But Daniele Pinto with Eric Owens, the coach, Tim Wong, you'll have a chance to see fighting this weekend. Emily Tan, Dan Liu, Damian Provost, and Alex Kazaku quite instrumental in this Chicago Wind landslide victory, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to do wonders for them on the table. 17 points to 4 is almost as good as it gets when it comes to these MLTT matches.
Yeah, just to set, I see there's some confusion in the comments section. The Golden Game is a game to 21 points, and every 4 points on the scoreboard, new players come in. It's tag team. So the whole team comes back in, and they keep switching until one team has 21 points. It's really intense, but this one was quite decisive.
Yeah.
Last weekend, I think we saw 2, maybe 2 weekends ago in Pleasanton, 2 that came down to the golden point in the Golden Game.
Right, yeah. If it goes, I mean, actually quite a few of them have gone down to the deciding point, and you're just on the edge of your seat.
Yeah. So, just to let you guys know, first of all, thank you for tuning in. It is not over. We've got 2 more matches to come, but we've got some time. Table 1 right now, still in the Golden Game, 13-17. Check out the YouTube channel, Major League Table Tennis. Make sure you're subscribed there, and you can watch the end of that Golden Game. Enzo Angles, the #1 draft pick, up against Tao and Jong, the Penhold sensation from California. Interesting to see this East meets West battle. Lots to look forward to. And then we'll be back here at 4 o'clock local time which for us is 1 hour, 16 minutes from now. So I'll get some yogurt, maybe eat it in front of camera, do a mukbang session. Anyone watching from Korea? A little bit of mukbang out here. But yeah, I'll go get the lineup, and at 4 o'clock local time, we'll have more for you. And then again, live stream continuing all the way through 7:30. We'll have the third matchup today. Today, 3 team matches on table 2, also on table 1, and tomorrow just the same. So thanks a bunch for tuning in to the Adamcast. You're welcome to hang out. Maybe we can chat while I'm having yogurt or get my paper. Matt?
Thank you, Adam.
My pleasure. It's been fun. Follow Matt on Instagram. Subscribe to his YouTube channel. I think your main focus is Instagram right now, though, right?
It is. I'm kind of trying to pivot a little bit. I feel like I neglected YouTube a little bit too much. I've always kind of primarily been doing Instagram stuff, but there's so much hard work that goes into YouTube. So
I feel you.
You guys should appreciate this guy.
Thanks.
Show your appreciation as much as possible, because yeah, I know the production stuff it's tough to make good YouTube content.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Well, so far so good, and I'm thrilled with the community. And Chicago Wind is going to be thrilled with their 93 points. Just 1 point behind where their opponents started at 94. Portland Paddlers adding another 4, tying them with the Bay Area Blasters. But remember, Bay Area Blasters haven't added more points yet. So, looks like they just finished up, so that'll be updated quickly. As it always is, production team here, outstanding. Who's your favorite team? You can get your merch on MLTT.com. Check out everything you need, from the team standings to the players' stats. And we'll have a lot more coming for you in an hour and 14 minutes. I'll be back early with my food. Look forward to seeing you real soon. On behalf of Matt Hetherington and myself, we'll see you in a little bit. Well, I didn't expect to literally see you so quickly. All right, back in a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Major League Table Tennis. This is week number 7, the crossover where East meets West and vice versa. So we've got Princeton Revolution versus Texas Smash. Princeton Revolution currently number 3 of 4 teams from the East. Texas Smash number 4 in the West, and here are the standings. A look there, Princeton Revolution with 84 overall points. Remember, the top 2 teams at the end of the season after 14 weeks of play will cross over into a playoff, which is a semifinal, and following that there will be a final. But this is the last meet of the first half of season number 1. Bay Area Blasters at the top of the food chain there, and Texas Smash at the bottom with 83. Only 1 point between these 2 teams. I'm your commentator, Adam Bobrow, and joining me in the commentary booth, friend and professional player for Chicago Wind, 8 years on the national teams climbing up the ranking for the United States, and her first year on the women's adult national team, Emily Tan. Good to have you here, Emily.
Hello. It's nice to be here, too.
Thanks. Yeah, this is cool. So what are you looking forward to most about this match coming up?
Probably I'm more excited for Wong and Kanamitsu to play because one's from Japan, one's from China, even though they've been in America for a long time, but they were recently, past players from their, really strong country. And as we know, Japan and China are they're the top in table tennis, so I'm really excited for that match.
Yeah, me too. It'll be interesting to see indeed. We've got players from all around the world here. Starting off first, it's the one you were looking forward to, Wong, the 2015 U.S. Open champion. A new father, baby dressed to impress in that Princeton Revolution MLTT merch. And on the other side of the table, the 34-year-old veteran for Japan, Hiromitsu Kasahara. He's the 19th ranked player of more than 64 when you count the free agents. And Wong, at 32 years old, is the 26th by the power rankings. Now, Wong, like many of the players here from the United States, unlike yourself, is a coach.
Yeah.
So this will be interesting to see. Well, can you describe a little bit about these players' games and what you think tactically the types of rallies we might get into?
I'm not really familiar with them because I never played them before, but I was a student of Wang Jixing's wife. Yeah.
Whoa.
So I would understand more about her, but overall Jixing has a really strong forehand compared to his backhand. He has really good rallies, but I think he moves a little backwards compared off the table a little. He's not that forward. Like for girls, we stay forward a lot, but I think for boys, a lot of them get back up on the table. But I think on the other way, Kanamitsu, he is really on the table. What I've seen him, he is really forward. He's countering everything. He has really strong both sides. He's really strong, and I believe Jixing has a good serve.
Yes, we've seen that a lot. He gets in well right after that. So thanks for joining us on the live stream. If you weren't watching earlier, Emily Tan was quite starring, very aggressive. We were quite impressed in the commentary booth, and she's a good role model for how you should play your heart out every point. Look for the attacks wherever you can, just constantly moving. So if this is your first time watching MLTT, 5 matches will be played. Each match has 3 games. Each game is worth 1 team point. At 10-10, there is no deuce. It is just the golden point. Golden point will determine the winner of that game. And after 15 points have been distributed between the 2 teams, whoever has the lead will start with an advantage in the golden game, which you cannot afford to miss. Kasahara to serve.
Whoa, strong, deep underspin serve.
Good deception, too. Pendulum, tough to read, straightaway point. But a nice flick there. Wong gets it over the table as a perfect read on this one.
Whoa, really clean, nice, fast flick. You didn't really see that ball. See, he's a little off the table, a little backwards. Doesn't really go cover the ball that much. Instead, he waits for the ball and then tries to loop every match. Backhand rallies.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think that's more common to see in the women's game just because of the speed and staying close to the table, the quick recovery. But here, so far, they haven't gotten into the big exchanges. Anything else you want to see? Just say it. Just tell them what you haven't seen yet. You want to see a backflip? You want to see a diving around the net shot? Haven't seen that yet. Come in.
I want to see an edge.
That's all?
Yeah, I want to see an edge.
Easily amused. Man. I live for edges.
Netball.
How do you feel about lets? Are those exciting for you?
They're annoying.
Oh, just the edge. Okay.
Whoa. It's strong. Oh, was that a netball?
So I heard that too. I'm guessing that was from the other court.
Oh.
That's going to be an interesting thing when these players are playing that far into the rally. It was odd to hear net after a few shots in the rally, but sometimes calls come up late.
Yeah.
Towel breaks every 6 points, so you'll see players wiping their hands near the net to draft their hands between towel breaks. Now, do you know the story about how the coach you had, Chen Ting, how her and Jin Shin met?
No, but I know how
One Ting, I guess. Sorry.
Wen Ting, and I know how like Jin Shin like prays to her. Like I don't know how to say it, but like I know like why they got married and everything. I saw that ring out during was it U.S. Nationals?
I think U.S. Open 2015.
U.S. Open, yeah, that's when he got champion.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, he's ready.
That was hot.
He's definitely ready for that champion. I don't think he'll take that ring out if he's second.
Oh, that would be horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, second place isn't bad at all, but doesn't usually cost most people their marriage.
Yep.
Beautiful backhand, leaping. Now, Kasahara, I don't know if you can tell, but if you stood him by the side of Jin Shin Wong, there's about a head between them in height. So it's impressive that he's able to get that backhand up so high and really drive the ball forward.
Yeah.
I'll be checking in on the comments section from time to time. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see if we get any snakes out here.
Ooh.
My guess is at the professional level out here, it'll be an unlikely occasion. Maybe if someone gets a net ball and has to scoop it up from under the table.
Yeah. Ooh.
What a recovery. Two nets
Two
in that
nets.
rally, and still he came back to win the point from behind the table nonetheless.
Yeah, we can see Jin is more back up of the table compared to Kanamitsu. So he's more. I think Kanamitsu is more like on table players, except for the counter loop. Of course, counter loop you have to move back or else it'll hit you.
I feel like the physicality when you're not so tall, one step doesn't get you very far to cover ground behind the table.
Yeah. Whoa.
This is part of the reason choppers tend to be so tall.
Choppers are hard to play.
Yeah. We've got one in the lineup here today, Angela Guan, who will be playing the doubles match. And then the golden game, of course. Ooh, wide as can be. Interesting position to insist on forehands from back there, but still finding the angles.
You can see that ball was on the white line, and it kind of bumped up.
Yeah. Close.
He didn't hesitate. If he hesitated that ball bump up on him, and he won't be able to hit that. It was a really clean backhand.
Well, now 4 game points for Jin Shin Wong to take the first and get Princeton Revolution up on the scoreboard. They spent the whole first half of the season in number 4, now in number 3. But a long serve here to save a game point. I feel like we see at this level mostly half-long serves with the exception of Daniele Pinto.
Strong backhand.
Sure is. So game number 1, Jin Shin Wong, 11-7 takes it. As someone who's been playing on the Chicago Wind, what's the experience been like for you this season?
It's been really amazing, and it's really nervous. I'm really scared sometimes, but it's really happy. It's really hyped up every match, every point. Like even though if your teammate you're still really hyped up because you know how like important each round is because of MLTT's new rule. Each round is 1 point, so we're like really nervous even when our teammate played because all of these stack up. So yeah, like if it's regular, probably if we lose the first round, we're like, oh, it's okay, we can come back. And then we have the first round usually the prepare round, but for MLTT you have to go straight into it. It's really hard and really nervous.
Yeah, can understand. I've seen it. And you're a high school student right now, right?
Yeah.
Which grade?
12th
12th, senior.
last year, yeah.
And plans for college next year?
I wish to get into one of the UCs, but I'm also a big fan of Carnegie Mellon and USC.
Hey, fight on. All right.
I don't know. I finished my UC applications the last week, November 23rd.
That's a good feeling, right?
Yeah, I feel really good, but now we have to go into those common apps, so still a little nervous.
So it's funny, I asked you for everyone else's age in the last thing, but not yours. That makes you 18?
I'm 17.
17, flying. You started school early. Or did you
Yeah.
skip a grade?
No, I started school. I don't know if it's early because 2006 is usually, but I'm a September birthday, but I'm like early September.
Gotcha. All right, back for the action here. Oh, double bouncer, the touch shot. Tricky, tricky. Wong Jin-shin showing flick. Oh, that was such a creative touch shot. These jumping backhands. I feel like Jin-shin Wong has so much spring in his wrist on his backhand. And the slow-mo replay still just looked like a sort of a shotgun pullback sling.
Whoa, off the bounce. There it goes.
It's funny, I feel like when we were talking, you were mentioning his forehand. His forehand is for sure the more glamorous shot, but the backhand, it feels like when he's close, he's tough to predict. But a good answer here, good response by Kasahara-san. First point on the scoreboard now, he's down 1-3, Texas smash. It's had some interesting times. I think their last week, they won on the last day.
Yeah, it's a tough match. Every match is unpredictable.
Yeah. And if you're newer just joining the live stream, the scoreboard I'll walk you through at the bottom of the screen, but the ones with the colors behind them, those are the team scores. So Princeton Revolution up 1-0 right now over Texas Smash. And the down the line shot sends Kasahara on the chase. It's funny, you could see, you'll be able to see it in a minute, but that cell phone that's on a tripod in the corner here, Roger and Andre, table tennis diehards and also co-owners of Princeton Revolution. They'll be keeping their eyes on that, pressing a button whenever there's something worth capturing.
There are a lot of points worth capturing.
Yeah.
All those net receives or all those like edges or like all those rallies. Oh, they're so fantastic to see.
Yeah. Ah, clever play. A bit of bend right behind the body weight as Jin-shin was coming back to center after that chase.
Nice save though. Almost
Yeah.
double bounced that ball.
Some real power on this one, the step around. Still acknowledging a little fortune. You have to imagine it scraped the net on the way over.
Really nice. Ooh, it's actually not a deep push. It's like a half long push. So Jin-shin didn't really get to his position right.
Confident on top of the bounce. Kasahara moving those feet quickly. Interesting. Just a little step back to create some room and then pull that elbow out to create the cave for that backhand, the backswing. Takes a chance here, leaves open the forehand side, but puts enough quality on the shot that he can afford to leave the front door open.
A lot of half long high balls happening in this match. A lot of half long serves. Didn't really go deep along their pushes. Probably they should try one.
We saw that earlier on today with Damian Provost and Ji-Wei Shaw. Damian would pull pushes out of nowhere and just completely surprise his opponent.
Yeah.
Top edge here with the heavy topspin. Nice change of pace from Jin-shin. Doesn't have to be the fastest shot, but slow and spinny, a little bit more shallow on the table for the jump. So 5 game points for Kasahara-san. Chance to tie it up.
Ooh.
I like it when we hear that roar, the Street Fighter roar there from Kasahara, saying, I'm holding nothing back, I'm taking my chances. That said, game point saved. Oh, the angle. Jin Shin sending this way out of reach. Beautiful shot.
Wondering if there will be a comeback because there have been a lot of comebacks from 10-5. A lot of comebacks made from Gorak, made from Matilda. All of them were at 10-5.
Whoa. Let's see if the prophecy will be fulfilled.
Ooh.
Interesting. The body language for a minute, I almost thought Jin Shin thought it hit the net on the way over. I was waiting to see. But as soon as Kasahara went over for the towel, it was concession. The point was played, and they both agreed. Good question, Matthew Rankin. We'll answer that in a moment. 2 game points left.
Whoa.
But not yet. Jin Shin right back down the line.
1 point, 1 point.
And it will be 1 golden point if Jin Shin can win this next one on the receive. Another chance for Kasahara-san. Oh, burned down the line. He turns and leaves it open. Jin Shin is playing some gutsy play right now, turning that wrist in, and we are at golden points. Oh, the long serve. Jin Shin takes it back, and you can see Andre on his feet, the Princeton Revolution co-owner. Quite a turn here from the father, who immediately puts his hand on his lower back. 11-10. So.
I'm the predictor. I'm the next predictor.
Yeah, we got to ask you some serious questions like lottery numbers or weather tomorrow. We could probably find that on our cell phones.
Yeah, but.
Okay, so is this sped up? Abimael, it is not sped up. This is how fast they play. This is real time. We're watching it live. What else? There was another question there. Let's see. What's this? Adam, do you think there will be strawberries? Ah, Anders Lynn's biggest fan. That's so fun. I was hoping it was Anders, but I'm happy that it's Anders Lynn's biggest fan. Strawberries. I think it'll be a rare occasion. Let me look at who's in the lineup here. Do you expect to see any strawberries in this match? The strawberry? Oh, you're on camera. They can see you. You don't know what a strawberry? Okay. So you know the banana, the Chiquita flick?
Uh-huh.
The strawberry's the opposite side spin.
Oh.
So Mima Ito, Hina Hayata, Miyu Kato, they do this a lot. Miyu Kato I call the strawberry farmer because she comes in over the table and you're like, is she going to flick? And then she goes opposite side spin. Anders does it a lot too. But he does it with heavy side and under. It's very unusual.
I'm not sure for this match, but if Nandan was here, I definitely think there would be one.
Yeah. Nandan's got his fair share of strawberries. And Jin Shin getting his father practice in, just doing a little cleanup on the court. So 2-0 he leads. I think there was another question there that I wanted to see. If you had a question, you were curious about something. No 2 points at 10-10. Golden point, half long. Just near that back edge of the table. It's funny, I've seen videos of the greatest of all time where they're like, even Malong misses. But it was really a perfectly placed serve. That's the thing about these half-long serves. If you can get your opponent to think it's coming off and wait, but not have a lot of room to swing, it's not an easy ball to play.
Jin Shin really controls the ball, as we can see just now when he flipped. Ooh, that's
Irony.
not a good serve.
Predictor, what's happening?
But we can see Jin Shin really controls the ball because he can power flick, but that one he just touched the ball over. And then we can see Kanamitsu missed it because it was kind of too light and had no spin. Ooh.
Can you talk to us a little bit about the no spin and how it can be used?
No spin, sometimes everybody would think, oh, no spin is really easy to play on or to counter loop and anything. But actually it's not it, because like no spin, it's like you just touch it over. Sometimes it could be easy for counter loop, but like sometimes, like half the times, it's really, the ball doesn't go, so it's really hard for you to actually hit the ball. Sometimes you just miss it, or like sometimes the ball just drops. or it has a little underspin. So sometimes no spin is not fully just there's no spin on it. No, actually there is a little underspin with it dropping.
Gotcha. Interesting question about Jinshin's serve. The legality question. For me, most pros serve borderline. Oh, beautiful backhand. So I say that just to not single him out because, yeah, it's quite possible that if we had graphics to see if that's more than 30 degrees off of vertical, it very well might be. But that's true, I'd say, for probably more than half of these players. Until you get called for it, people will take whatever advantage they can get in the game. That's the thing with rules that are slightly vague or tough to enforce, you know?
Yeah. Switch at 5.
Let's see here. Yeah, game number 3, the final game. They switch sides when one player reaches 5 points, just to keep it balanced so there's not too much advantage based on side. Clemito, your question. You had it on mute. I see. Do you plan a trip to Paris for the Olympic Games? I hope so. I'm hoping to be there to commentate, but waiting to hear. So hopefully this month, in the near future, we will find out. We've got some Olympians here between Lily Jong, Nikhil Kumar. Oh, crushing forehand, the power behind the table. The second backhand was quite quality, but the forehand, just another level.
Jinshin has such a good back out of the table shots. They're so strong. No matter if it's backhand counter or forehand counter, all of those are so strong.
Oh, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. Turn the corner. Look one more time. Block, just self-defense, and then the reach. Full extension. Hooking, bending away. Man, that's a beautiful shot. 2 in a row now. Highlights for Jinshin. That was a very awkward ball from the middle that he just sort of guided forward.
This guy just doesn't miss.
Right now, he seems to be in the zone. Do you still train with One Ting?
No, she just gave birth. She cannot train, right?
Well, multi-ball maybe.
She needs some rest, I think.
Multi-baby. If you have twins, that's or more, that's what they call it in table tennis mom world.
Oh.
Yeah, I just made that up. Good times. Okay, thank you for that. So 1 point lead here. Alex Chen coming up next versus Daryl Tao. That'll be an interesting battle. So as a 17-year-old, with Daryl Tao as 16-year-old, we've got a handful of, you could say, young athletes from the United States in this league. Tied up 7 points apiece. This will be interesting for me to see what Jinshin does. I'm just watching him in that rally, the way he guides the ball forward every shot. Sometimes a little bit more spin, sometimes a little flatter. Trying to keep it varied. Now this has been his bread and butter, but it's a good placement on the push. Watch Hiromitsu. Right to the baseline, surprising.
Hiromitsu is kind of trying to aim for Jinshin's middle right now. We can see a lot of the recent 2 balls are all to the middle. Ooh. Close shot, close shot.
1 point game here, Texas Smash. Remember, number 4 in the West this whole week, or this whole weekend rather, is East meets West. Tight serve and a little stare for authority there. Watch Kasahara after this point, the eye contact.
He's telling York, look at me, I can do it.
Right, I do think he was looking back at the bench. Something we have to remember. So 2 game points for Kasahara-san. Jinshin's come back before. We saw it from, what, 5-10 down in the last game?
Yeah.
Oh, ripping backhand, and Kasahara puts the game in the bag. Texas Smash on the scoreboard now. Inside the table, that quick Chiquita, and it pays off. So 2-1, Princeton Revolution lead. Emily, anything you want to say? Any shout-outs you want to give to friends watching from school or anything like that?
Continue to watch me tonight. My match is at 7:30.
All right, Emily. Thank you so much. Yeah, perfect.
you.
All right. We'll see you soon. So Emily will be back to play tonight, 7:30, and we'll be keeping our eyes out for her in the Chicago Wind. Exciting times here, 2-1 Princeton Revolution. So coming up next, we've got an Austrian who's been in the game for some time. Alex Chen. He's fast, he's strong. I feel like some of the most power I've seen from him has actually been here in MLTT. Daryl Tsao has been quite exciting to watch as well. Again, one of the youngsters at 16 years old, Daryl Tsao, 43rd in the league by the power ranking. Let me check the comments here. Well, Werner Schlager, no question about it, is, I would say, the most celebrated Austrian player in the modern era. And yeah, he was spectacular to watch. Big fan. Great guy, too. He's lovely. Super smart, kind, all you can ask for. Let's see. Okay, so here, Alex Chen of Austria versus Daryl Tsao of USA. A lot to talk about. Remember, table number 1 on the upper side there. You can see Jay Hogberg and Ojo Onalapo. A lot of good teams will be playing. We've got 3 matches a day, today and tomorrow. And then on Sunday, just 2. Question is, what does golden point mean? At 10-10, there is no deuce. There's just 1 point to determine the winner. Now that it's just me, I'm going to sit in the middle here, keep this cozy, and make sure that you've got MLTT.com. There it is. It's fun going backwards. Think you're good? That's the question. You can visit MLTT's homepage. You can get, well, merch. You can enjoy news, updates, the standings for the teams, player statistics. It's always interesting to know some players are so good in the golden game that it massively boosts their power ranking. So they rate people. That's an interesting thing. This is also affecting their USATT ratings. So Cole, as a very strong player, was beaten by El Sayed Lasheen of the Bay Area Blasters. And even though it's just a 3-game battle, as soon as one player gets 2, they've won the match, so it affects their rating. But remember, even if you're up 2-0, you play all 3 games, because every game is worth a point for your team. Alrighty, good to have you here, everybody. I'll be keeping my eye on the chats for you. Tell your friends to tune in, see if we can get the view count. Let's say we had over 800 watching in the first one today, 4:30, and then, I guess 4 o'clock, this one started, and then we've got 7:30 tonight. Okay, Gabriel, I won't. Ooh, nice hook serve there, the shovel serve. Yeah, Horacio Cifuentes, if you're watching the pros, you know. He's the real deal. I'll be curious to see. We've had interest in season number 2 from Dmitry Ovcharov, the former world number 1, who's a co-team owner right now. Also, Manu Ginobili. Not sure if you're familiar, NBA Hall of Famer. Some of the VIPs showing up to say hi to the Princeton Revolution team owners. Alex is giving it back to him. It's always nice. Ooh, an unusual shot after the first defensive one from Alex. Saves it, bit of topspin, and then a side spin chop there. 2 points apiece now. Hey, Boyd. All right, good to see you, Mega Boyd. I did not copyright Golden Point. The Indian League used it, and I thought, that's great. I like it. We should implement that. It's just a fun way to call something that's worth its weight in gold, but you could say the same about the Golden Game. Let me know if you've been watching MLTT online. I'm subscribed to their YouTube channel, Major League Table Tennis, so I've been watching live to go back and make sure I can catch the interviews, fun moments. Let's see. Argentina in the house, boy. Nice touch, working it around the table here, Alex Chen. Soft hands. That's what half-long pushes are all about. Ah, the speed, racket high. In terms of youth versus experience, I feel that the young players tend to be very bold and unafraid. Take their chances. Little let action here as that ball rolls in. So Daryl Tsao is going to play with more speed and aggression. And Alex Chen is going to mix it up a little bit more. So to feel out where the opponent's weaknesses are, mix it up. Step around. This is the Alex Chen that I saw in Daytona Beach the first week of MLTT. He was looking faster and stronger than I had seen in some time. Sometimes a little bit of confidence. Enzo Angles in the best form of his life. #1 in the league. Thanks, Matt Bell. That's awesome. Oh, I couldn't see any tips question. And a nice flick from Daryl Tsao. But on top of it, Alex Chen ready. Brings one back. He's got fast feet to cover the ground behind the table. Alex Chen turning once again. That block, it's a nice combination. Holds the racket up high and then earns the big forehand. So the Texas Smash fan club letting their voices be heard. Fast, long pendulum serve, but not long enough, not wide enough to jam up Alex Chen. Black's 360, maybe. Let's see. Hopefully we'll have a chance to do that. Shovel serve, but a better receive this time around. Pressure from Daryl Tsao within 3 points. Ooh, these are tough. Now that shot looks easier than it is. Daryl Tsao is already moving into position. Doesn't miss by a lot. If it comes down, Daryl Tsao's there for the counter. Perfect setup on the serve. Subtle with the top spin and the pendulum serve there. This is the first serve that most players learn when they get a coach. And a timeout is called with 1 point between them. Alex Chen will go back to the coach's corner. Little conversation with Matthias Habasson, brother of Daniel Habasson and also Dominique Habasson. The 3 Habasson brothers all doing wonderfully for Austria from coaching to playing. Daryl Tsao with Coach Bitsy. That's Jorg Bitsy Gaio, who's worked with Kunuk Ja over the years. I know many are wondering, where is Kunuk Ja? When is he coming back? If all goes according to plan, he'll be able to play internationally, I believe December 1st. That's today. What? Okay, very soon maybe. I'm keeping my eyes out. I should message Kunuk right now. Let's see. His dad actually came to the Pleasanton event. KJ Fitness. My pleasure. Thanks for being here. Exciting times. Anders Lind's biggest fan. Kunuk Ja's not playing in this league because he was banned. He failed to take a doping test 3 times. The Olympic Committee is very strict about that. And yeah, I think it was just a careless mistake, really, a miscommunication with his dad. Back for the action, 1 point between them. Oh, fired up. That big voice coming out of Daryl Tsao. Wow. So Daryl's got the crowd behind him right now. Texas Smash with a few supporters here. Remember, the style, the format for the season is round robin. So it's how many points you can collect. They're going to be fighting for every single game. The step around, full extension on the arm. Take a look at the elbow, the right elbow of Alex Chen. Oh, such perfect extension. That right there is Chinese style forehand. Not easy to carry. Thanks, Mackie P. Awesome. Crafty shot, Daryl Tsao, shallow from under the table. This one. See how shallow it was? That's what kept Alex Chen off the attack. He had to float it back, fish it. 1 game point saved. 1 more to go. And it is golden point. Started from the bottom, not the bottom. Well, I guess he started from the bottom. It was a long way, but either way, here he is. Cape Town, I see you watching. 1 point to decide the winner of game number 4 in this team matchup, the first game of this match. Daryl does it! Daryl Tao takes it! This is impressive. Alex Chen has been representing Austria internationally, playing league. He's confident, he's smooth, but it's his first time back in a while. Since the very first week when we went to Daytona Beach, Florida, Alex Chen was there. You can see the Florida Crocs in the background there. The platinum hair of Matti Ekholm and the Croc chomps you'll see later on. Goat, what's up, my goat? All right, Slovakia in the house. Good to have you here. Man, this is exciting. I'm enjoying reading the comments here. Hey, from Korea, awesome. Adam, you're so knowledgeable when casting. We should cast. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Nah, it's fun for me too. This is my first time actually commentating this season since Rock Hill for the ESPN Ocho Day. But yeah, send in those questions. A signed blade. If we're ever in the same place and you see me, I will sign whatever. Let me know. No problem. And Romania, I would love to come to Romania. I have a lot of friends in Romania and I haven't been. I heard there's an underground. I forgot if it's the Salt Caves. Someone said I have to play there. Turkey. All right. Merhaba. Belgium. I've been to Belgium. I'll be back. No extension? What do you mean by extension? Oh, I see. No, there's no deuce. At 10-10, it is just golden point, and that's it. And that was Emily Tan, who was sitting next to me. Just a friend. And thanks, Joel. I appreciate that. Eli, thank you so much. I hope that's how you say it. Either way, Daryl Tsao continuing with that confidence that he built in the last game. A comeback like that can make you believe in anything. Starting with yourself. Do you think Chen serves legal? He's hiding the contact. Yeah, it's tough to say. I think most of the players are borderline. From where we are, we have no sign. It's from where Daryl is. If Daryl can see the ball. Amazing timing. Amazing. She said, please remove your shoulder so the ball can be visible at all times. So good call there. The question just came in from the comments section. And Jovana Knežević, our umpire for the match, laying down the law, making sure that everything is fair and square. Back edge here, though, for Daryl Tsao. Texas Smash tied up. Remember, Texas Smash is 4th in the West Division. Thanks. Hey, I have no clue. Nice retrieving here. Alex Chen bringing it right back to the baseline. Watch how close to the baseline this last shot is. Okay, inside a bit, just wider to the forehand. Forcing Daryl Tsao to recover from his step around. So first towel break here, tied up in points overall for the teams. Princeton Revolution with 2, Texas Smash the same. But Daryl Tsao leading once again. Was trailing in game 1 until the very end. Yoshimura serves. It's a good question. I mean, I think a lot of serves are borderline. Let's put it that way. I think it would be right for umpires to step in and remind players sometimes. Perfect shot down the line. Alex Chen, not afraid to take a risk. Second shot, a little bit more time there. Good question, Retopia. Possibly in March. They just opened one in Chicago, so ping pod's opening up all over the place. 5-4 here, Alex Chen. Big hug to you in Serbia. Thanks for watching. And Hossein, I would love to come to Iran. Interesting. So Alex Chen had a convincing lead in game number 1, and it wasn't enough. Started off behind in this game, but has turned things around. Will hold nothing back on that one, just really goes for broke on this shot. Full arm, you can see the way his backswing extends that arm fully out. This is trained on the Chinese national team, but not easy to do. European style, like the Austrian player, tends to be elbow in a little more. So Alex Chen getting confident once again. That forehand, he's setting up well. Still less comfort room, wiggle room than game one. Daryl Tsao still in it, 3 points down here. Nice long push to start. One good thing about a long push is, if it's surprising, you get a weaker shot from the opponent, and it's more predictable because they're farther back behind the table. Kick serve. You have to wonder. We'll see. I like it. Top and side spin. The ball jumps out. And now it is 4 game points for Alex Chen. Heavy spin from under the table. Sometimes when you're in a tough position, slow and spinny is the best way to go. Daryl Tsao not trying to hit something untouchable, just hitting something uncomfortable. I don't know, 2 times, that would be devastating. Think about it, you haven't played since week number 1. This is week number 7. Alex Chen was quite starring in week number 1. A lot of people making signs at home, snapping screenshots for posters. 2 game points left. Oh, sets him up and catches him, hesitating. Change of heart at the baseline. Watch the hand of Daryl, forced into a passive shot. That's what half long is all about. And Alex Chen finds the perfect placement on that serve. So, 1 apiece now. That means Princeton Revolution up 3-2. Remember, 15 points across the first 5 matches will be split between the 2 teams. Whoever has a lead coming into the Golden Game will start with an advantage in a game to 21. Little reminder of the competition format. For every team match, there are 4 singles matches. The order is 2 singles, a doubles, and 2 singles. Games are to 11. There is no deuce. 10-10 is golden point. Golden Game is played to 21 with a head start for the team in the lead. Maximum of a 5-point advantage from the start. And every game is worth 1 point except for that super valuable Golden Game. That's worth 6. Count them. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Love it. Okay. Ah, yes, some memories of comebacks here. I'm enjoying reading the comments. Keep them coming if you have any questions. Have I played in Canada? I have played in Canada many times. I actually have a wonderful excuse to come back to Canada because Coach Luba Sadowska and her partner have a club in Canada, and I love hanging out with them. So I'll probably try to come bundle up and cabin up, and I think they're in Vancouver, more or less. Atlanta, I've got a lot of friends in Atlanta too. I actually saw them at my reunion recently, so hopefully I'll have a chance to make it out that way. Krakow, I've not been to yet. Poland several times, but not Krakow. Okay, back for game number 3, the decider. They're 1-1. Alex Chen cleans the rubber on his racket for full traction, and he's got 2 serves to come. Fired up Daryl Tsao, holding nothing back. Again, as a young player, we have to remember Daryl Tsao's 43 in the league ratings. Oh, the flat hit. He covers the middle, smacks it back. Self-defense, officer. Ripped right into the crossover point, and Daryl Tsao fading away. Still finds a way to win that point. Deception again on the serve. Watch how little follow-through there is. Daryl Tsao contacts the ball and immediately puts the racket in ready position. This takes time and practice, but it's part of the deception game. Not following through. Good setup, short side of the table available. Daryl Tsao on a roll here. He's got a 4-point lead. Using his serve very wisely. This is the future of the United States right here. Keep your eyes on the youngsters for the U.S. and MLTT. But this push a little bit in between. Daryl Tsao looking like he didn't quite have as many options as he had hoped for. Clever serve by Alex Chen to play it short to the forehand. Catch Daryl Tsao coming in just a moment behind. Much better answer this time around, but Alex Chen is there, putting those feet to work and using the legs. Doom, 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 doom. Texas Smash fans said they were going to sit in the stomping part of the bleachers to make some noise. Nice tight serve. A lot of people wonder when they see pros serve the ball off the table or into the net. They're like, oh, I wouldn't miss, I can do that. But the thing is, they have to serve it so precisely, so well placed and low to the net. They could serve 10,000 times in a row on the table, but they need quality. They need to take chances. A little bit off the top of the net, but a clinched fist and well-deserved after that long push. Daryl Tsao looking like butter out here, smooth. It's funny, it's actually Andrew Tsao that has the K-pop hairdo, which I like. Thanks, Omega 80. The Touch is also an amazing person. I call Alex Figueroa the Touch. I'm barely audible? Okay, mic closer. Is this better? Let me know. 6-3 here. Well, 3-6 now, 6-4. Daryl Tsao gets the serves back. Time Rain. Hello to Hong Kong. Good to have you here. Man, the fight is so real. Even if it clips the top of the net, these players are choing quickly. And a timeout now on Alex. Nope, Daryl's side, rather. Daryl will be talking to Jorg Bitsigayo. Coming up next, we've got Yevgen Prishepa from Ukraine. He's been the top player for Ukraine for a long time, although I think Zhmudenko might have moved in front recently. But over the years, he has been the legend for Ukraine. With Angela Guan, our in-house chopper. It'll be a lot of fun to watch her play, lots to talk about there. Hiromitsu Kasahara is back. And Emily Wong, you might have seen her in my video, the glow-in-the-dark pong. She's the collegiate national champion. She's got short pips on her forehand for a flat hit. She's got purple rubber on her backhand, which is spinny. So lots to look forward to in the doubles game. I'll talk you through that as well. Right now, Princeton Revolution leading 3-2. And Texas Smash could use some points. Whoa, GOAT. Your dad is Alex Young? Awesome. He said that the East Coast is stronger than the West Coast. And the West Coast didn't like that. But so far, your dad's right. The two matches this morning, East Coast won. Chicago Wind was 8th place, the lowest score of any team, East or West, and still they won 17-4. Another look here. So Alex Chen ties it up. Interesting. Remember, on MLTT.com, you can find all the stats, win percentages, and everything else. Andy Unknown, these ones. It's tough to see. All right. Well, I recommend you come to any MLTT event you can. Find the schedule online, but you can also get the merch online. I got some merch for my cousin. Looks awesome on her. Oh, burned! With the back turn to the table, Alex Chen sweeps the leg, goes low, and right back to the open table. Matrix-like reaction from Daryl Tsao. 1 point game. That was a very awkward ball. It seemed like it hit his hand. We'll watch one more time. Keep your eyes, yeah? I don't know. Could have hit the racket, just the edge of the racket, but came down on the table with some top spin. It's actually why I think it was the edge of the racket. If it was hand, it would have been minimal spin. 8 points apiece. I custom make my MLTT swag. But you can get yours here. I guess in theory you could make some, but I think you should support your favorite team. You can buy the competition jerseys or their training shirts, both of which look quite good. You can also get ones that just say MLTT, like that logo up here. I've got that logo. Step around from Alex Chen. Appeared to be an empty serve. 9 points apiece. Remember, there is no deuce. At 10-10, it is golden game. Sachi, I think it's just personal preference for Mima Ito. Sometimes people do better when they're in their own space. Practice with the coach, but let themselves be on the table. But right now, Alex Chen, everything into this forehand flick. Precision to the deep corner. Smooth as can be. He's so efficient, also setting up for positioning for the follow-up shot. Game point, Alex Chen. And the drive, Daryl Tsao takes it to golden point. So athletic. And these players turn the corner. This is it, 1 point. The golden point to determine if it is 3-all for Texas Smash or 4-2 for Princeton Revolution. And it is Alex Chen and Princeton Revolution go up 4-2. Empty serve and the follow-up attack from just inside the baseline. Not a bad idea from Daryl Tsao, but a better execution in the end. And Alex Chen with a big win. Was not the best start for him. 10-5 up. Otherwise, it would have been a clean sweep. Daryl Tsao doing quite well. So we've got the doubles coming up in a bit with Yevgen Prepa and Angela Guan versus Hiromitsu Kasahara and Emily Wong. So much to talk about here. So Angela Guan, chopper, meaning she gets behind the table, plays defensive shots with her backhand. She'll only attack. She'll even chop with her forehand. I think in the men's game, a lot of the players who chop won't chop from their forehand very often. They'll attack whenever they can. But on the backhand, anytime they have their pips out, if you're newer to the sport, those bumps that look like Legos, we call those pips. The longer they are, the more defensive they are. And for Angela Guan, hers are long. So that means she can chop with them, but it's very difficult to attack. That said, when she does, she generates almost no spin. I guess the idea is the shorter the pips are. Okay, let's start with inverted rubber. So inverted rubber is what Angela has on the forehand side, the black side of her racket. And it's what Kasahara and Yevgen Prepa have on both sides of their racket. And it's what Emily has on the backhand side of her racket. It has the most traction because it's gripping and pulling the ball, creating as much spin as possible. And why do you want spin? Well, you can attack the ball even from under the table if you're able to really put spin on it to make it arc up and then dip back down over the net and jump forward at the opponent. How hard is it to become pro in the US or Canada? Good question, FRX 2001. Let's put it this way. Most players need either a lot of support from their parents and, let's say that, and an incredible determination, grit, and just drive. These players, you know, Angela Guan for me was a bit of a surprise. So we've got two collegiate national champions on the table, both Emily Wong and Angela. Angela's always been good, but collegiate national champion, I mean, this was Ariel Xing when she was right a little after her peak. This was Lily Jong. And these are the best players in the U.S. You've got players from the Chinese national team playing collegiate nationals in the United States. So Angela Guan, born and raised in the United States, had, well, her fair share of work cut out for her. But her game has developed quite a bit. So Golden Point is, I wouldn't say only in the U.S. They do it in India in the Ultimate Table Tennis, the Indian League as well. Alternating shots, the players must alternate every shot. Serves must be from the right side, cross court, and doubles only. And there's the chop. Little bit of a float chop here for Angela Guan. overlifted. Didn't look like a float, just looked really heavy, so Kasahara lifting too much. Good use of side spin there from Angela on that first chop. Nice placement from Emily Wong to go back down the line. Right down the middle, perfect shot. It's where you can't decide, should I play forehand or backhand? In a longer serve in doubles, you'll see partners signaling to each other what they plan to serve. Sometimes the player waiting for the third ball like that, Emily, will call for what she wants. Light underspin. Ooh, bit of chop in action from Prepa. Joining Angela Guan in the defensive mode. Good teamwork there. Heavy spin, Prepa's so good in that spin game. We had a chance in Chicago, actually, to go to a Bulls game and walk the city a bit. It was nice. It was really cool. It's fun getting to know the players and their personalities a bit. Kasahara, I've got to tell you, in Japan, choppers are a big part of the culture. There are more choppers in Japan than most countries in the world. Katoman, they say in Japan. Which is basically saying cutting man. Kato, kato, katoman. I used to go play when my ex-girlfriend was at work against women that were staying home while their husbands were at work, and they would just bring in onigiri and their defensive rackets to chop. High level. Women in their 60s. If you're part of the USA system, you know the ratings. I would say between 2,000 and 2,200 was pretty common for these women that showed up chopping in the middle of the day. So another look here. Good step around, full commitment from Kasahara to get the body into it. 5 points apiece now. Now this is going to be tricky. Other than, say, Ricardo Walter of Germany with Ruin Filus, we don't see too many chopper-attacker pairings. Angela Guan is often playing doubles with Mathieu de Saint-Elon, the chopper from France. At GOAT, what is your name? Good question, Levin. I guess I'll be seeing you tomorrow, GOAT, so. Yeah, I would love to go to Colombia, Panda Programmer. Colombia, Medellin, Bogota. That's the Colombia bracelet. Wow, Emily Wong fighting. Now, in terms of the power rankings or the power ratings, players have to have played 4 times, 4 different matches to be in the standings. So not everybody's there, meaning some players are just simply not qualified. Koyo and Jinshin fan club in the comment section. Oh, bit of surprise on this serve. Backhand, heavy under inside. Good deception from Prepa. But power down the middle, it's Kasahara. Angela from time to time will use those long pips to play aggressively, which really breaks the rhythm. Oh, nice angle, Prepa to the deep corner. In the women's game, the women tend to stay a bit closer to the table, as on average, they're not quite as tall, so their footsteps don't cover quite as much ground. Well played, Angela. It's funny, Angela's mom, actually, has been her trainer for a long time, was able to see her not too long ago. Years and years ago, when Angela was a little kid. We would see her at all the tournaments growing up. It's cool to see her go pro. After all, she's already 25 now, working professional and a pro. Beautiful chop, but no problem for Kanamitsu. Waits patiently, gets the feet in place. Look how far he had to come back just to get in position. Playing against choppers, not easy, but that is enough. 11-8. Game taken, Texas smash within 1. Wow. Take a look here at the comments section. What about Ruin Filus? I'm not sure if that was in reference to defenders playing with attackers, but yes, he plays quite a lot with an attacker. Let's see who else. Hey, US under 15, nice. Interesting. Thanks, Oleg. Oh, cool, I'm happy you came here. Thanks for being here. Whoa, almost midnight. For me, I'm a night owl. I'm on Batman's schedule, so this is great. Greetings to you in Ukraine. Everyone's still waiting for Goat's name, Alex Yong's son. So we're going to go Yong for a family name. There we go, Andrew Yong. Got it. Adam, where to buy your shirt? Amazon, I custom made it. We'll see. Maybe I'll get some merch in the not too distant future. And if I do, I'll make sure that it is really bold, really fun, something that empowers you when you wear it, that you just feel like, yeah, I'm confident. This is fun. Bring light to the world, good energy. All right, Prepa back. They switch order of play. So Prepa serving now to Kasahara. And Kasahara gets a taste of that deceptive backhand serve that Emily had the same feeling of. It's deceptive. Angela on the attack, but just a little bit behind the table. She will attack from time to time quite effectively. Angela Guan has improved a lot this season in recent history. I feel like in the Golden Game, she's come up strong. Had a tough start to the season, but last time around really proved herself. Behind the scenes, Army, I see you. Okay. Just kidding. Philippines, I see you watching. Exciting times, a lot of table tennis in the Philippines. Clever idea from Prepa. Ball sits up a little bit. Forehand flick, one of the toughest shots in the game. You could see his right foot trying to get in under the table. Tough to get the positioning for that shot, never easy. Oh, Angela with the chop right to the corner. This one's a beauty. Perfect placement, and Prepa there to finish. Kasahara left in the flamingo pose on one foot. And it ties up the score at 3 points apiece. Why don't I try professional table tennis? So I'm far from. To be a professional, you really have to work so hard. Behind the table once again on the attack. Angela Guan from defense to offense on the forehand, making it count. Modi, I see you. Oh, the placement on this one. He creeps in Prepa. Top edge of the racket. You could hear the contact as it flies out of court. You can hit the edge of the racket and win the points. It's just tougher to control. Thanks, you Watt. Backhand, Prepa spraying it around the table. Kenya, awesome. Good to have you here. Nairobi, maybe. I don't know. I've heard amazing things about Kenya. Not a bad setup here. Angela Guan with the float chop. Bit of sweep. Good read by Emily Wong. Didn't pop it up, didn't overlift. Takes incredible focus. Choppers are incredible at the spin variation game. But a nice deep loop here, Emily Wong. Into the body for Prepa. Sort of baits him into turning the corner, leaving positioning. Some random duck. Have fun. Take your chances. Don't be afraid. Tournaments, People get tense. Don't worry about it. It's not going to define you for the rest of your life. That's my advice. Take your chances, have some fun, no regrets. Once again, Prepa with this low, spinny shot from the backhand. Part of the reason we see this so commonly in the men's game is you can get more wrist, more racket speed from inside the table with the backhand than with the forehand. The banana flick, the chiquita, as they say in Japan. Ooh, longer serve. Emily Wong taking her chances out here. Blowback. Watch how deep the second bounce. No? Okay. Deeper than usual. Odd timing there. Well played. Levin, I like that too. So Prepa and Guan up by 1. Remember, you only have to win by 1 point. 1 point can be the difference between 16 points. Oh, the counter from way back. Prepa up in the air after this ball's lobbed. Has to pull the shoulder back. Quadriaruna style forehand from Prepa. And now it is 2 game points for Princeton Revolution in red. Serves with Kasahara-san. Emily calls for what she wants. Short underspin. Ah, we use the same signs, I see. 11-8, game taken. And Princeton Revolution goes up 5-3. 2 points in front here. Princeton Revolution had a really tough start to the season. That said, I feel like Roger and Andre are the sweetest guys in the world. The sweetest. You can only wish them good news, good fortune. So it's tough to see them there at every event. Roger, I don't think, has missed a single event live. It's been fun. Neither have I, for that matter. I'm working. He's enjoying. I'm enjoying, too, actually. Wow, good rally on the other table. On table 1, Benjamin Brozier of France and Andrew Tsao putting on a good rally. But I don't want you to go away. I'm happy to have you on the Adamcast. Feel free to tell your friends, whether they're subscribers or not, a chance to see what's going on. Think you're good? Think you're good? Come watch the pros. I don't think I'm good. I watch the pros. I know. Compared to these guys, no chance. Pretty awesome stuff to watch. Let's see here. Looking at the comment sections. Estonia, nice. I don't know if you've seen the movie Encino Man, but there's a fun reference to Estonia in there. And thank you, Amr Shahab. Yeah, we're hoping to see El Sayed Lashin back in action, the Arab Lion. Wishing him well, if he's watching from wherever he is right now, a speedy recovery, inshallah. It's the best setup for a snake. Ooh, something springy, soft, thick sponge. Ultramax thickness. I'm using the Resonter R45. Oh, speed. A few shots back and forth in this rally before one could actually correct their neck watching it from the side. We've got the officials standing right now. June, our assistant umpire, and Giovanna, just to make sure that the serve goes cross court from the right side on the diagonal. Doubles is the only time you need to do that. Deception once again. Prepa with the patient forehand. Keeps his eye on where the opponent's going, a bit of peripheral vision. It's a great setup. The serve from Angela Guan handcuffing Kasahara. Good question. The average USATT ratings for these players. For the men, I would say it's about 2,550, 2,600. That's probably the average. Ooh, power. And for the women, well, the 2 strongest women aren't here. Matilda Ekholm is here. She's just under 2,600, I believe. Lily Jong should be above 2,600. And Amy Wong, I think, is mid-2,500s. But Emily and Angela, a little bit lower. I can get that information for you. Still much higher than me. So, They will switch sides as this is game number 3. 5 points have been scored. They will also switch order of play just to mix things up. Keep it fair so there's not too much advantage. Kasahara taking it freely. A free space on his bingo card. This one clears the table, not by much. That's an impressive receive, not a bad serve. Good placement on the table there. Kasahara keeping it shallow. Good setup. Angla coming in with a bit more pace off the pips. Watch this, a little bit flatter shot, guides it forward, and that forces a more awkward shot out of Emily Wong that sets up the winner. Well now, getting tight here. And by tight, I mean less tight. A 3-point differential now as Princeton Revolution pulls away just a little bit. But Emily Wong with a quality shot to the baseline. Remember, Emily Wong has short pips. I know I haven't talked to you. For those of you that are veteran players, you know the difference, but longer pips are more defensive like Angela Guan has on her backhand. Shorter pips like Emily has on the black side of her racket. She turns it around to serve with the purple side because that's the spinny side, but the short pips she uses for flat hitting. And she can spin it as well, but it's very challenging, as you can see, to know how much spin is on that. Prepa's had his fair share of trouble trying to time that top spin shot. Coming up next, Koyo Kanamitsu from Japan will be battling Johan Retete from Switzerland. Oh, Angela inside out, a long way to go to run around this one. Very uncomfortable ball, not easy. And Emily Wong still almost gets it back. You are allowed to hit it around the net. It's beautiful when it happens. Not easy to do, not so common. Emily Wong changing up the pace once again, keeping it uncomfortable. This gets very interesting now. Remember, every game they switch order of play, and in game number 3, they'll switch when one pair gets to 5 points. So certain players have more trouble receiving from another player. It's Kasahara to serve to Guan. Good placement here, right into that elbow. Kasahara starting to move, thinking it was going to go wider to the forehand, and a timeout now. On the, it looks like the Kasahara and Emily Wong side. Coach Jorg Bitsi-Gayo, interesting. You do normally see timeouts called after your pair has lost a point, so not that interesting. Take a look at the comment section here. Thanks again for tuning in. Is anti-spin rubber effect the same as long pips? Not necessarily. Anti-spin neutralizes the spin, so it actually takes the spin away. Long pips reverses spin. So there's an element of surprise. Most people aren't used to playing against anti or long pips, so it can be quite challenging. Anti-spin also tends to be a bit more dead. Long pips, if you have a player like He Zhuo Jia with thicker sponge, or Tyrese Knight for that matter, they can attack if they want with their backhand because they have more sponge, which allows the ball to sink into the rubber so that you can generate your own spin. That's why He Zhuo Jia is able to attack so much with her backhand. If you're not familiar with her, she's the only long pips attacker that I know of currently playing for China, and she's awesome. She's a wonderful person, a ton of fun to talk to and be around. Why is table tennis so much Asian? Good question. We can talk about that a lot. It's probably a long conversation. I think generally anything that you do in life that you see you're doing well, you're encouraged to continue. And you don't need so much space to play table tennis well. It's actually better to stay close to the table. So in many parts of Asia, while China has a lot of land, of course, yeah, I think you don't have to be the tallest or the heaviest. And while there is a Yao Ming occasionally, or in the north of China, people are taller. Extended rally here sets up a game point for Emily Wong and Hiromitsu Kasahara. It's going to say, though, that compared to, say, certain parts of Europe and Scandinavia, for example, the average height is typically much more so than in Asia. Table tennis is a fairly equalizing sport. Short, tall, or in between, you can play quite well. 9 serving 10. Oh, the edge of the table. Kasahara sends it on the bend and just out of reach. Oh, that ball shoots out. He raises a finger in acknowledgement of fortune. But it is 11-9. And Texas Smash within 1 after the doubles. Just down 4-5. Taking a look at the comment section here. Which is the team of Enzo Angles. That is the Carolina Gold Rush. They're wonderful to watch. They won earlier today 16-5. Over the Bay Area Blasters. You can check all that on MLTT.com. I'm checking there fairly often for player stats, standings of the teams. Let's see. Other questions here? Download the Bally Live app where you can be watching on table number 1. This weekend we've got the Adamcast where I'll be taking you through all the action. That's so funny. Good times, good times. I don't mind. All right. So we've got a match coming up here with Koyo Kanamitsu of Japan and Yohan Retete, one of 2 players today from Switzerland, you'll see. Obviously a rich history with tennis. Table tennis, I've had a handful of players over the years, but not quite the superstars that they've produced in tennis, or at least the superstar that they produced in tennis. Yohan Retete will be fighting to become that superstar here today. Koyo Kanamitsu playing in Europe as well. Many of these international players play leagues. Yohan Retete is actually a working professional, much like many of the U.S. players that have other jobs. But now this league, you can do quite well for yourself. Top players getting $2,000 a week, or for the weekend of play, plus bonuses for every single game that they win. And a reminder, if that sounds like a fantasy to you, you can join the Fantasy League. Every time there's a weekend of play, you can spend your digital money, I guess, on Fantasizer with a ZR.com for a chance to win cold, hard cash. It's like a frozen block of cash. I'm looking at my director to see if any of that was mildly amusing. Good times, good times. But yeah, the Fantasy League's pretty cool. My friend Austin from I Love Ping Pong, who you might follow on social media, he actually was #1 in the Fantasy League last week in Pleasanton, but I think this last week hit him hard. Some of the players cost him. It's okay, that's how it goes. So Yohan Retete, good spin, good footwork. Koyo Kanamitsu is quick. Jong, I see cheering on Koyo. I recommend playing table tennis as a method to lose weight. Sure, yeah. I don't like exercising, period. I find it boring unless you're chasing a ball or keeping score. There's some strategy to it. So I think table tennis, yeah, I think it's a wonderful way to lose weight. There are probably other ways that are slightly more cardio intense, but it depends how you play. I run all around. I get way behind the table. The way Yohan Retete plays, Koyo Kanamitsu, yeah. But these are the pros, so I think it's just important to keep moving. I think we were built to walk. Get a lot of walking in. Keep moving. Don't sit still too long. I say that on the first day. I'm sitting for 8 hours, but here we go. Koyo Kanamitsu to start it off. Yohan Retete on the receive takes the point. Oh, blasting forehand, and Kanamitsu blocks it back to the open table. Still, I think the Daryl Tsao one earlier today was quite thrilling. Oh, that was in this team matchup. Would I recommend eating food to lose weight? Sure, yeah, well, you need food. Just eat good food. Eat real food. If you have to read a label, you're already losing. Step behind. Anyway, Live a nice, healthy, happy life. Play, move around, eat well. The timing, Koyo Kanamitsu on top of the bounce. Spin to start it off, a block or two, and then right back with that closing forehand. Drink more water. Best way to lose weight. Interesting. Well, I actually need to drink some water myself, so see you in a minute. So Koyo Kanamitsu running ahead to a 6-2 lead. And continuing on that streak here, in game number 1, showing his dominance. Top edge of the racket there as he tries to get the racket head down for that banana flick. Take a look. Nice placement, half-long push as Kanamitsu extends his lead once again to 9-2 now. Any defenders on any of the 6 teams? Well, there are 8 teams here, and we've got defenders on several of them, including the team in red out here, Princeton Revolution. Angela Guan, Chopper, you saw in doubles. She'll play the golden game. 10-3, 7 game points for Koyo Kanamitsu. And he only needs the one, 11-3 domination for Koyo Kanamitsu. Very strong opening game. Will not be able to be here all weekend. Zach Wilson, happy birthday. I hope you have a wonderful birthday, and I'm really happy that you're here to share it with me and this wonderful community. All right. Feel free to tell your friends about this, get them exposed to professional table tennis. Any questions they have, anything you're curious about. There are no stupid questions. I want to make sure that everybody feels in the know, well informed. This is new for a lot of people, seeing professional table tennis. What do I think of Tomokazu Harimoto? I think he's amazing. I think he's got incredible work ethic. I think he's one of the kindest, most gentle people despite having a massive attack in the game. Julian, we got a spare one for you right here. Okay, let's see. Other defenders. This weekend, you'll have a chance to see Tyrese Knight, cheese on bread. That's what I call him. He's from Barbados. Match point. Saludos desde Mexico. Saludos de Mexico. Adam, have any of these players won against top players like Jonathan Groth or Ma Long? Very few players have beaten Ma Long. I mean, you can count them. In terms of Jonathan Groth, I mean, he's a world-class, outstanding player. It wouldn't surprise me if some of these players have. But Jonathan Groth would be quite strong. I mean, Adi Serene, by world ranking, is the highest world-ranked man here. Enzo Angles is very strong. Ojo Onolapo, Kole. So we'll see. We'll see as season 2 comes around and we have everybody in the world trying out. It's a bit extreme, but a lot more people, I think, will try out in the second season. Beautiful forehand, the wrist back just fading across this ball. Yohan Retete waiting for his time. Very fluid and flexible with that wrist on the final ball. Caught in between, handcuffed with the shot, and it's Koyo Kanamitsu who steals the attack, creates the opening with that half-long push. Knows exactly what to do for the follow-up shot. Towel break now after 6 points have been played in the second game. Remember, Koyo Kanamitsu dominated game number 1, but Yohan Retete twice the points of his opponent here in the second game. Good serve, top side. It's funny, these serves are so difficult. I know they might not look like much, but they come in fast. That's a weird way to describe serves that are low. I mean, in table tennis, unlike tennis, you can't hit the ball directly over the net. Thank you, Gorilla Grundy. One-point game now. Smart play. Retete starts to turn the backhand corner. Koyomitsu goes the other way. See, he had to backpedal a bit, leave some skid marks there. Yeah, for any of you that think you're good, come try out next season for sure. 6 points apiece, second towel break, dead even here. Retete with a better start than last game. He's already doubled his score line. I believe I do know Steve Hawkman, the astro theorist, if that's who I think it is. Reverse pendulum sits up a little bit and Koyo Kanamitsu's there. Yeah, the pro players do seem relaxed when they play. They have to. If you tense up, you don't get racket speed, and it just takes too much out of your body. I mean, obviously you can celebrate a point. You have to flex a lot to make things happen. But if you watch players like Damian Provost, he's so calm, so fluid. You just have to be very efficient about where you choose to spend your energy. Good placement here as Koyo Kanamitsu goes deep to the backhand corner. It's Yohan Retete playing for safety there, trying not to give up positioning. He realizes if he plays it hard, he's exposed on the wide forehand. And once again, using that side spin, Koyo Kanamitsu, backhand, and then the forehand from under the table, side and top. Smart play. Kanamitsu here having a little conversation with the coach. Interesting. It's almost as if to say this serve was so wide. What was I supposed to do with that? M3 player. Smooth once again. Take another look. When he steps around, he's got the clearance. Yohan Retete ties it up at 9 points apiece. This in-between shot, if you can touch the ball low enough, keep it low to the net. It's not going to be easy to flick on the other side. 9 serving 10, game point. And we are at golden point. If I were in the stadium on the microphone right now, I'd say, you know what it is, say it with me. And everybody would go, golden point. 1 point to determine the winner of this game, and it's Yohan Retete with the serves. Serve, rather. Oh, and the finishing third ball attack sets it up perfectly. Shovel serve in near the body. Again, common at this level in crucial moments. And the perfect turn down the line. Yohan Retete takes the game. So, Texas Smash within 1. Interesting. M3 player. Yeah, I was supposed to play Ugo Calderano a match, but he wasn't feeling well at the time, so we had to reschedule, and it just hasn't come up yet. But we'll see. Maybe I'll put out some highlights. We messed around a little bit, and eventually I think if he's down, I'm definitely down. We're old friends. He's a spectacular player. I'd love to help people in the non-table tennis world know the amazing person that Ugo Calderano is. Brazil is the China of Latin American table tennis. Let's see. The MC Ja. Yeah. Could you please visit Israel one day? I'm a really big fan. I live in Israel. I've been. And at some point, I have friends there, so I imagine I'll go back at some point. Take care. And one day, let's see. Hi, Adam. Playing for 1 year. I tend to stay away from the table defensive. I'm trying to do not this, but is impossible. Haha. Any advice from you? Greetings from Spain. Saludos, amigo. Well, it's definitely not impossible. It's just tricky. Sometimes you have to work hard to get over your fears or challenges. You could argue that I have the same problem. I back up immediately. That's just how I play. I prefer more time. I like lobbing. But at this level, it just can't be. Got to do everything you can to stay close to the table. I mean, it can be in the sense that if you're behind the table, you can still win points, and we see it relatively often. But it's to your advantage to be closer to the table. Then you've got wider angles. Your opponent has less time to react. And it's just tougher to predict, too. Nice change of pace from Retete, slowing it down. It's funny, Damian Provost just walked by the commentary booth, and I was thinking about players who slow the ball down well. So good at that game. Koyo leading 3-2. All right, M3 player, see what I can do. It's an interesting question. Are pen holders on the rise? Well, Hurley, I would say I haven't seen that. I mean, you've got Felix Lebron. Other than that, I mean, Dong Cho, a few others. We've got Dan Liu here. So 2 serving 5. They've switched sides as this is game number 3. Koyo Kanamitsu. It's pretty incredible. After winning 11-3 in game number 1, Yohan Retete found a way to crack the code and break free. And he continues. Watch this receive here. Just a bit of side swipe, and we've got a timeout now on Koyo Kanamitsu's side. Timeouts, you can only have 3 per team in a team match, and you can only have 2 before the golden game, which means that in a golden game, both teams will have 1 timeout left. It is not easy to play the golden game after, in some cases, more than an hour of sitting. Players jump into the mix only to play as little as 1 point, and at most 4 points. They rotate every 4 points on the scoreboard, basically. Coming up next, we've got the Shakespearean shakehander, Dave McBeth from United Kingdom, and Ukraine's Yevgen Prepa for Princeton Revolution. Texas Smash with Dave McBeth. He's done quite well, Dave McBeth. He's had some big wins. Let's see, just looking in. Steve Hockman said he played me. You know, a face isn't coming to mind. The name comes to mind. So I've played a lot of matches around the world, which isn't to diminish any of them, but it's often tough to keep track, especially without a visual reference. But it's cool that we have friends in common, let's say. Back from the timeout, Koyo Kanamitsu up by 1. Patient play. This is how you handle a kick serve. Watch what Retete does. Top and side, takes it slowly. Just make sure that he makes the contact as soon as he knows it's going to come off the table. Retete making a revolution against Princeton Revolution's Koyo Kanamitsu. Second towel break, 6 points apiece, and they're dead even, a level playing field here. Indonesia, Mirza. I was playing in Indonesia earlier this year quite a lot. And Turkey, I would love to come back and play. Got some friends there. Turkey has amazing food. Tight serve as Koyo Kanamitsu handcuffs. A shorter serve this time around. Less topspin on it. So the ball didn't carry back over the baseline. Nice adjustment 2 times in a row. Koyo Kanamitsu brings in this more side spin serve. It doesn't have to be topspin or underspin necessarily. It could be straight side spin. Oh, the spin, the backhand from down low. Yohan Retete digging this one out. Chase on the forehand and really using that wrist to load up that ball with some spin. 7 serving 8. Two-point game, Kanamitsu with the serves. Taking a chance here, a bit of a risk. Nice plan from Kanamitsu, but the quality on this shot from Retete, just enough to cause some trouble. Let's serve, clip the net on the way over. And Koyo Kanamitsu sets up 2 game points. Game number 2 was taken on golden point for Koyo Kanamitsu. How many towel breaks are allowed in a match? Every 6 points they come up. Just came out of one here. And Yohan Retete extends his lifeline. Short serve to the forehand and that leaping backhand. So much wrist on this shot. Really gets that elbow out to create that quick swing, that cave. 9 serving 10. Oh, and it carries long. Koyo Kanamitsu takes the game 11-9. So Koyo Kanamitsu taking the match as well. 2-1 Princeton Revolution climbing up on that scoreboard, leading 7-5 right now. And that was the 3rd singles match. We've got one more singles match before the golden game. It'll be for Princeton Revolution, Yevgen Prepa, and his opponent, David McBeth from United Kingdom. He's expecting in March. He's not a father yet, so hold your horses. I know a lot of people were planning. With facial hair like that, I mean, he's ready, no question about it. Yevgen Prepa, again, the leader for Ukraine for quite some time, on and off anyway, in recent history. Teammates have passed him by due to a little bit less activity. Dave McBeth, you might have seen at the combine with the hand switch counter. Get ready for his backhands and his serve, too. His reverse pendulum serve is amazing. Whoa. Florida Crocs on the other side, top of the screen. You can see Marc Duran up there. He is the 3-time Spanish national champion. He's spectacular to watch. People asked who my favorite player is in the league. I don't have an easy answer, but I will say that Marc Duran puts on a show every time. It's wonderful. What is your table to play on? It's a good question. The one they're using out there right now is a wonderful table. Yeah, there are a few that really stand out. This has got to be one of the best in the world. Oh, thanks, Enigma Ghost. All right, so a little cross-court warm-up here. I'll keep my eyes on the comments section. Again, if you're just joining us or you'd like to bring your friends over here, get them into table tennis, I will be happy to answer any questions, do whatever I can to help you know the players better, know the rules better. The golden game is very new, even for the players. The first time, they're like, I don't know if I understand. And then they played it, and they're like, I need more golden game. Give me more golden game. They all talk like that, every single player, the women, all of them. Anyway, the golden game is super intense, and as Emily Tan said at the beginning of this whole broadcast in the second team match of the day, nerves, a whole lot of nerves. Another question, I've been practicing loop for a while, but I'm still inconsistent at it. Some days, even when I don't practice, I play really good, and it's weird. Yeah, the Astro Theorist, that happens. Every once in a while, someone takes a break, and then when they come back, there's this clarity. Sometimes overworking or practicing too hard, you can burn out. It's like exercising, right? The muscles tear, and then you have to let them heal to build back up stronger, right? The muscle tissue, I guess, when they tear, they expand. But if you do it every day, you're not going to see any growth. I obviously know that because I'm so ripped. Anyway, but all you have to do is watch some videos, take some classes. Yeah, so with practice, it's the same. Get a deep breath, mix it up from time to time, cleanse the palate, and come back and see how you do. There are going to be ups and downs. Breathe deeply. And even during the tough days and the tough times, just remember, they're temporary. What would you say makes a good table to play on? I like them when they're grippy, when the ball really bites for a snake. I also like a steady bounce. I think this one has it all. Dave McBeth to start it off with the serves. Love all. Right to the corner, as quick as can be. The Shakespearean shakehander follows that reverse pendulum serve that we've seen so many times before out of him. Effectively, nonetheless. So Yevgen Prepa is 17 in the power rankings. And Dave McBeth 15, just 2 spots in front. So this should be a pretty even match. Now the power rankings and the power ratings, which determine the power rankings, is a combination of how players do in singles, doubles, and in the golden game, plus their USATT rating. I think as time continues, it'll just be its own rating system. That's the fluid backhand that I was talking about. Takes a lot of work. Just one and done. Looked effortless from Dave McBeth. Heavy spin on it, so much wrist action. I've complimented Dave McBeth on his backhand multiple times, and he's like, well, it's tough to accept much of a compliment when you play with Liam Pitchford. One of the best backhands in the world. Actually a regular practice partner of Dave McBeth's. Yeah, I can't see the details on the table as well from here. Prepa gets a lot of balls back on the table. His game isn't the most glamorous, but it's very effective. Meaning you don't see quite as many bomba shots, as they say in Europe, like that. Just cracking finishers. But he can vary so well. Hey, a bit of pace on it this time. Maybe he heard me say that. I'm looking down right now just in case. 2-point game here, Dave McBeth. Still up at 7-5. Gigel, I would love to come to Romania. Ah, Octet 25. Okay. Yeah, that looks right. Nice recovery. Dave McBeth holds his horses, keeps his balance, stays patient. Watch this net. And from way out in front, still able to spin with the backhand. Not easy to do. Amir Ali, hello to Pakistan. Interesting. Leaves it in the middle of the table, a little bit to the forehand side, begging Prepa to come in, baiting him. And now 3 game points for Dave McBeth. Second serve here. Perfect serve. Reverse pendulum, long to the backhand. Hadn't done this yet to my memory. That is what a long serve is all about, right at the baseline. Surprising. When Prepa starts to creep in for the backhand flick, has to backpedal. Dave McBeth, perfect timing on that. So remember, Princeton Revolution still leading 7-6. And this is the last singles game before the golden game, or the last singles match rather. If Dave McBeth is able to take the next 2, Texas Smash will start with a 1-point advantage in the Golden Game, which is a game to 21. Hey, good timing. Director looking sweet. The grand finale to every match is a single game to 21 points. And everybody who played today in this team match, all 5 players from each team, must come out and play 1 point at a time, substituting every multiple of 4 points on the scoreboard. And the starting score is based on the overall match score. So if Texas Smash were to be leading 8-7, they would start 1-0 in a game to 21. First 2 players would play 3 points, and after that, 4 points each until one team has 21 points. And that Golden Game is worth 6 team points. Dave McBeth continuing, starts game 2 well. Prepa, for me, I think in the Golden Game has been very strong. Wow. Just amazing how difficult it is to generate this power with your backhand. Nice touch here from Prepa, leaving it inside the table and low enough. Remember, Dave McBeth, a tall guy, no shortage of wingspan. Little help off the top of the net there. Quick acknowledgement of the fortune from the Shakespearean shakehander. Hey, Robert Alberger, good to have you here. Whoa. And Rahul Mehta, thanks for asking. I'm good. I'm excited to be having the Atomcast right now, watching my favorite sport with you guys. So interesting. It's like chess in the sense that you're trying to set up traps for your opponent, trying to protect the greatest spot on the table so you can earn a good attack. Couldn't hear it perfectly, but you have to imagine that was another net, more or less. My favorite team, Astro Boom. Good question. I like a lot of teams. I will say the Florida Crocs are a ton of fun to watch, though. That said, I've got Princeton Revolution, who's wonderful to watch, especially when Matthew de Saint-Elon is here. Scoreboard. Dave McBeth running away with this one. He's going to make it count. Meaning from time to time you have a lucky shot. Hey, guy in the front row just got an MLT t-shirt. MLTT t-shirt. MLTTT t-shirt. All right, MLTT.com. You can get those sweet-looking shirts, the ones they compete in and practice in. Nice play from Prepa, the inside-out forehand, keeping it shallow and wide to the backhand. Astro Theorist, I think that's the best excuse you could possibly have to go. Thanks, Robert. Yeah, it's been a long time. Actually, the last time I commentated was right here in Rock Hill for ESPN's The Ocho Day with MLTT, the sampling. Deception on the underspin. We've seen it in the doubles. 1 game point saved. Still 7 left for Dave McBeth. Ooh, and a second bounce on the table. Dave McBeth takes the game, 11-3. So a 2-0 lead, and it is tied up at 7 games apiece. 1 more game up for grabs. The question is, who is going to go into the Golden Game with a lead? Princeton Revolution or Texas Smash? Where is this tournament? The Rock Hill Sports and Events Center. I'm sure more or less. But if you look it up, go to MLTT.com. You can find everything there at Rock Hill Sports Complex. I love it. It's in Rock Hill, Southern California. Joking. South Carolina. The home to Myrtle Beach, Rock Hill. It's a beautiful venue. Come on in. Get your tickets if you're nearby. A lot of people drove out from Myrtle Beach. Hello from Ukraine. Good to see you. You can catch the action live. Get the tickets. VIP tickets actually are a steal of a deal. If I'm not mistaken, They're like $15 extra, and you get a free shirt with it, I think. That's crazy because the shirts are more than $15. I should have just bought my niece a VIP ticket. I bought her a shirt. Well, I got him VIP seats anyway, so it was good. Ah, the hooking forehand here. I've always liked Dave McBeth, but I'm really happy to see him playing so well in MLTT. That sounds more like an and than a but. I say that to mean, in terms of who's representing England internationally, Dave McBeth does from time to time, but he's been quite starring in MLTT. Ah, the flat hit to the open forehand. Quick reaction time. Step around from Prepa, just leaving that little space and right to the white of the line. Dave McBeth punishing his opponent. Tennis Master 709, I see you. I appreciate your comment, and I'm thrilled that you're enjoying the videos. Thank you. It's nice seeing the father-son conversation in the front row. Bonding. I don't know who's teaching whom, but it looks like father may be offering some words of wisdom to the less experienced young Padawan. Tied up at 3 points apiece. First tie will break this game. When they play the ball softly like that, a lot of people wonder, these guys are professional athletes. They're big, they're strong, they're fast. Why do they do that? This is one of my favorite things about table tennis. It's not just power, it's touch and control, the finesse as well. Gentle giant, and the power when you need it. Once the rally opens up and they've got their full swings in, that's when the big shots come out. What is the next state or country you're going to visit for your videos? Japan. All right. I don't want to spoil anything too much, but they've switched sides here. 5 points for Dave McBeth. He's the first to 5, so they will switch sides just to keep it balanced. Looping full 77. Aaron. Nice. Ooh, dribbler off the top of the net. Let's see one more time. Ayah. Score flipping quickly there. June, our assistant umpire, all over it. All right, Aaron, I'll try to say hi to Jedi. Jeremy as well. Oh, this backhand. You leave the door open for a second. He's in the front door, out the back door. Nobody even noticed. Thievery on that backhand receive. But Prepa's got his fair share of tricks as well. Was down, what, 3-5 at the switch of sides? So that's 4 in a row. Well, it couldn't have been 4 in a row. What? What happened? I thought Dave McBeth just hit one down the line. I called it a thievery shot. This is very, very interesting. I like the pedestrians coming through. I think it's fun. I think we should feature local staff. Thank you, Dodo Weirdo. Ooh, Dave McBeth with a nice recovery on this one. Off the top of the net. Am I rooting for blue or red to win in this match? It's hoping for some good table tennis. But if you don't tell anybody, I'm hoping for some good tennis. No, they're both friends. It's exciting to watch. I wish everyone could succeed, but in an adversarial sport, not the case. This is very clever. Dave McBeth doesn't back up. There's a moment here. This one. He barely backs up, just a little bit, but stays close enough that he can play it right back down the line. This is the thing. There was a commenter in the comment section earlier saying, I have a problem. I back up from the table, and I can relate. Dave McBeth did a good job to stay close. And the long push makes it 9-8 for Dave McBeth. I know the scoring at the bottom of the screen, as it's not symmetrical, could be a little bit confusing, but the ones with the colors behind it, that's the team score. 7-7 Texas Smash Princeton Revolution, but Dave McBeth leading 9-8. No more. Take a look at what Prepa does here. That's shallow. It's low to the net, it's spinny, and it's not right to the baseline. Thank you, Dodo Weirdo. Yeah, I'd like to be doing more. Let's see. A lot of conflicts schedule-wise. Yeah, Robert, your comment about what Timo Boll said is very smart. Timo's the master of giving the opponent a shot they don't want. He knows exactly what you want. So game point saved, and it comes down to the golden point. Where are my dancers? Golden point. Oh, the long push does it. Dave McBeth ends it for Texas Smash in a victorious position. Interesting. So Dave McBeth with a clean swizz to the neep. That's a sweep to the layman. 3-0. Princeton Revolution was up by 2 coming into the 4th single. So the coaches will come out to play a Jorg Bitsy Gaio, Bitsy as he's known, personal trainer for many, but notably Kunak Ja has been a high-performance trainer for the United States, coached at clubs around the world, coached in Germany. I mean, really, all over the world. He runs a tight ship. On the other side, Matthias Habison. So a little reminder, Golden Game is played to 21 points. They rotate. It is tag team style. Players will come in and out. The question is, how do they match up? So Jin Wong was the first pick. The team that is behind makes the first pick. Then the team that's leading responds with their first and second players. And then the team that responds to that, which in this case is Princeton Revolution, picks 2 and 3. Then 3 and 4 to Texas Smash, making Emily their number 5th, which you will, number 5 rather, as we say in English. Interesting. So the women will battle. So the Golden Game, you can see it on screen there. Jin Wong will come out versus Hiromitsu Kasahara. Here's another look for you. Koyo Kanamitsu mixing it up a little bit. The second to play was Alex Chen before, but he's playing against Dave McBeth, so we've got a new matchup to look out for, Kanamitsu and McBeth. Yevgen Prepa will play Yohan Retete. Alex Chen will be battling against Daryl Tsao. They played earlier in the second match of the night, and after that, it'll be the women. Emily Wong with their short pips forehand, and Angela Guan the chopper. Short pips flat hitters often are strong against choppers, but Angela Guan mixes it up very well. It's not going to be easy. So a 1-point head start here. Texas Smash with 1 on the scoreboard. Princeton Revolution with 0 on the scoreboard as they were behind. So it'll be 1 serve for Jin. Ah, the save. Jin Wong ties it up. Remember, for these players, they haven't played in over an hour. It's probably been 2 hours. Down the line, Kasahara sneaks it past on the step around. High toss serve. You might wonder why they toss high. The ball comes into the racket with a bit more speed, so you can generate more spin. Fired up, that Texas Smash. Remember, the West has not won yet today. East has won both of the first 2 team matchups. Not to mention Texas Smash number 4 in the West. So to beat number 3 in the East, it's a big deal. Back edge of the table for Dave McBeth, and it's Koyo Kanamitsu trailing 1-4 with the second serve. That spin, the backhand of Dave McBeth. You saw the power from Koyo Kanamitsu, no fear. But he had to react that quickly because Dave McBeth is just spraying it around the table unpredictably. Top of the net, but it doesn't come down, and Kanamitsu with his second point on the scoreboard, at least for Princeton Revolution. Top of the net, but never hits the table. Looked like it hit the top of the net twice on the way over, but it must touch the table. Okay, just once there in that replay, a little bit more clear, but a whole lot of shaking going on. A little bit of Nelly tail feather action from the net. Back to the court in the arena, Yevgen Prishepa serving to Johan Retete. Fired up. Johan Retete in the Texas Smash looking to capture this 6-point golden game. Not the first time we've seen outright points on serve. Prishepa's serve game is quite deceptive. Bay Area Blasters watching from the balcony. I called it a balcony. It's really just the upper deck. It's where I am. I would turn the webcam, but match pretty exciting right now. 7-4 the golden game. Prishepa with the control. And he captures a good amount of points on this one. Much needed to bring it back within 2. I can see the chat, Carter. Thanks for asking. Good to have you here. Alex Chen at the table with Daryl Tsao and an outright service point. Makes it 6-7. Back and forth they go. The follow-up attack after the short serve. Daryl Tsao now has 2 serves of his own. Back and forth they go. If you're just tuning in, the golden game is played to 21 points, and it's rotation. The entire team that played today plays, all 5 players from both teams. Oh my goodness! Daryl Tsao with the seatbelt shot, and he pays for it dearly. Alex Chen, watch this quick reaction. Side swipe to cover the middle, but he loses his balance. He has to lean back because Alex Chen played it right into the chest, and that's what sets up the cross-court winner. So the women are back in action. First time this golden game. Angela Guan serving. Emily Wong for Texas Smash. See a lot of patient play against the defender here. Now, Angela Guan had some trouble in the golden game earlier this season, but has really come to. I feel like she's found her mojo, she's found her rhythm, and that's helped her move up in the power ratings. Second serve here for Angela Guan, 10-7. Oh, perfect placement into the middle. Emily Wong stealing the point quickly. If you ever can, this is a great way to play a chopper. When you bring them into the table, play it right to the crossover point. Move them in and out. Don't attack too many in a row against their chops. Twiddle. Oh, and a second bounce on that table. Angela Guan, watch her twiddle her racket. There it is. That's her way of adding more spin when she plays with the black side of the racket. Against a top spin shot, using the long pips, you can get heavy spin. But if your opponent's not giving you heavy top spin, the black inverted rubber on Angela's forehand, she turns to the backhand to push, to really grab the ball and spin it hard. And 2-2, Angela Guan levels the playing field. The twiddle once again. You can see the colors changing on Angela Guan's racket. So quick to turn that racket around 180 degrees. Greetings to the table tennis lovers in Russia. Thanks for being here. Jinshin Wong back to the table, 11 serving 9. And a quick point against Kasahara-san. Nice touch. Kasahara leaves it inside the table. Jinshin looking to steal the bacon here. Interesting. From that angle, you couldn't see the height, but you could see the depth on the table, and it looked like he had room, but it doesn't show you the whole picture. Any given camera angle can only show you so much. But this serve, no question about it, earns him a third ball attack as Kasahara follows up. 1 point game, 11-10. Steps around, takes his chances, turns his back to the table, and it pays off. Risky, but if the shot's quality enough, Kasahara says, can you handle the heat? Then get out the kitchen. 12 points apiece. It's Koyo Kanamitsu for Princeton Revolution with the serves, and Dave McBeth on the receive. The flick, empty flick, barely any topspin on it, just comes in and guides it. Wow, tough to rally with, and it comes back into the net, and the timeout called. I don't recall having a timeout at all in the Golden game earlier. Both teams actually have a timeout in the Golden game. This will be the case for every MLTT match in Season 1. It's just how it's formulated. That means 3 timeouts can be used throughout the day, 2 before the Golden game, which leaves 1, and you can't have more than 1. There is no rollover. If you don't use 2 from earlier, 1 is the most. Hey, we're over 500. All right. This is the Golden game. This is the time to be watching. Are long pips bouncier? I'm guessing that's an anti-spin is the question. In my experience, usually, but it really depends, right, on how much sponge is underneath. A lot of factors to consider. So back for the action, Koyo Kanamitsu. 12 serving 13, back from the timeout. That backhand, it is not easy to counter. Dave McBeth puts Texas in front by 2. We're going back and forth in this quite a lot. Ooh, clipping the edge there it seemed. Right to the edge of the table from where he was, no question about it, it was good. The exchange, and it's the top edge as Koyo Kanamitsu hits it out of the court. Forehand rally, and that whipping forehand, the racket speed from McBeth, enough to finish the point. Prepa back at the table, serving 13-15 to Yohan Retete. Serving 15. Ooh, caught in between. This is what half long is all about. Yohan Retete. This will be the perfect camera angle to see. Oh, interesting. A little surprised. I think he was afraid to commit by stepping around too far. He definitely had room behind the table to take the attack. But when you step around and take a big swing, it takes longer to recover. So 3 in a row for Yevgen Prepa. And a golden sweep, 4 points in a row in the Golden game. This is what makes Yevgen Prepa top 17 in the league. His performances in the Golden game. Hug right back at you, Uruguay. Igualmente. Alex Chen, 17-15. And Daryl Tsao trying to lift, but it comes back into the net. Wow, Alex Chen dragging that hand behind. Amazing reaction. Very clever. So 3 points between them and 2 points between Princeton Revolution and the finish line. A big one here for Daryl Tsao. Oh, but it's Alex Chen. Did not have the perfect start, yet manages to completely redeem himself here. He sets up golden game points 4 times over for Angela Guan. She's got 2 serves if she needs them. Emily Wong on the receive, looking to send this to an ultimate golden point. Ooh, a gift. Omiyage, as we say, a souvenir in Japanese. It's rough, a lot of pressure here. Second serve, though. Goes to the backhand. Ooh, a net dribbler. Emily saves 2 golden game points. It's tough. Both Amy Wong and Angela Guan, and many others really, have had emotional ends to golden games that did not work out in their favor. And Emily Wong with 3 in a row. If she wins 1 more point, it comes down to an ultimate golden point. She's got the serve to do it. Coming up next would be Kanamitsu Kasahara and Jinshin Wong. The pressure. Oh, and she gets a golden sweep. Emily Wong saves 4 golden game points. Not only that, match points. Whoever wins this next point takes 6 team points, and their team wins. It's either going to be 14-7 in favor of Texas Smash. It's going to be 13-8 in favor of Princeton Revolution. Jinshin Wong serving to Kanamitsu Kasahara. And Jinshin does it! Princeton Revolution, barriers in the area, celebration. Look at this, a dog pile on the court. Oh, redeemed. Angela will be able to sleep tonight, and Jinshin will get an outstanding call from his wife, mother, and baby boy. Those are 2 people, by the way, but 1 point, just 1, was the difference between winning and losing, and by not a narrow margin, 6 team points. And they all came down to 1. What a fight from Emily Wong. And Jinshin Wong is Angela Guan's best friend. Absolutely. They just qualified officially. The government paperwork is on the way. Best friends for life. Princeton Revolution 13-8. So, look at this. The West once again defeated by the East. Alex Young has called it. Here are the standings. East Division so far where things stand. Well, Carolina Gold Rush top of the food chain by quite a bit. 134 overall points. Florida Crocs were once there. 116-97 for Princeton Revolution now. Chicago Wind at 93. Interesting. That was Princeton Revolution climbing. And then we've got Seattle Spinners at the top of the food chain in the West. The way lower points, that's because the East is stronger so far today. By the end of this weekend, we could have what appears to be a very inflated East Division, but it won't matter because the top 2 teams advance from each division for a crossover playoff at the end of the season. Seattle Spinners in the West, number 1. Bay Area Blasters, number 2 with 103. Portland Paddlers with 98. And Texas Smash, for a very big state with a lot of strength and skill, trailing at 91 points. More to look forward to, 7:30 local time. That is 1 hour, 15 minutes from now. Get hydrated. Feel free to leave your comments in the comments section. Tell your friends where they need to be watching right here, the Adamcast for MLTT, Major League Table Tennis. I'll be back with you, gonna freshen up, get some energy, and look forward to seeing you at 7:30. Peace. Okay. Just figured I'd say.
be better the other way, huh? Because then we have a clear view. Ah,
And behind them, our teams on court one, we've got the Chicago Wind. They will be taking on the Bay Area Blasters. On court two, it's the Carolina Gold Rush. And they'll be taking on the Portland Paddlers.
do I have to go a little bit more inside? No, not just.
Give a warm round of applause for our umpires and athletes. Now let's shake some hands and slap some skin and get the action started.
Alrighty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the third session of day number 1 of week number 7 of Major League Table Tennis. East meets West. Tupac and Biggie battling it out here right now. Carolina Gold Rush from the East has been quite strong. They've got the number 1 draft pick, the number 1 player in the league, and he's paired with the number 3 player in the league in doubles. Portland Paddlers were not able to bring their entire team, their ace in the hole, Cole, and their coach not here. But we've got some excitement ahead as Jonathan McDonald's been playing some wonderful table tennis, and Tyrese Knight is back in action. I'm your commentator, Adam Bobrow, and here's a little look at the lineup to come. We've got 2 singles matches, a doubles match, and 2 more singles to follow. Enzo Angles and Salim Karam versus, well, following that, we've got Jeremy Hazen, who's a very interesting style of play, and Jonathan McDonald. The doubles there with Enzo Angles and Hong Lin, with Joanna Sung and Jonathan McDonald back again. Kai Jong, Cobra Kai, will be battling Tyrese Knight. Can't wait to see that one. And Roman Lorenz versus Ji-Wei Shaw, the fighter. So, I've told you who I am. What I haven't told you is who I've got in the booth right now. It's a pretty exciting deal right now. As the table gets cleaned, I would like to introduce Jorg Bitsy Gaio. Bitsy, how you doing?
Good evening. I'm okay. Could be better, but I'm excited to be part of this now tonight, and yeah, looking forward to to watch interesting matches together with you, and yeah, talk a little bit about the matches.
Thanks. Yeah, let's do this. This will be cool. You can come a little bit closer.
Yeah.
I showered yesterday, so it's
Good.
no problem.
Only
Wait,
one
was that
day, more than enough.
I'm sorry. That was last week.
I did today, so we have a chance.
Really?
Yeah.
We can do this?
Here we go.
All right. So Jorg Bitsy Gaio, a high-performance coach around the world, has been Kanakjaw's personal coach. Any updates on that? Is there anything official yet?
Yeah, it's official. So Kanak will be back in competition in mid-March.
Mid-March.
Yes, March 15th. He's eligible again to compete, and he will be ready. He's prepared. So we're looking forward to day X.
Day X is the day of judgment? Or
No,
is it
but
the tryouts?
It's the day of being able to come back and show the world how strong he is as an individual player. So I'm
Got
quite
it.
confident, even if it's still another 3.5 months, which is not exciting at all. But I mean, it is what it is. So and we are looking forward to having him competing again. And I know he will be ready.
Wow. Okay, so he'll be back in time for the Paris Olympic tryouts.
We hope so. I mean, the date of the U.S. Olympic trials is not announced yet.
Oh, my
there are
goodness.
rumors that it will be like in second half of March, which would give him the opportunity to compete there. We hope to be able to compete at the U.S. Olympic trials, but first of all, it has to be announced officially, and then we take the chances we can get. That's what it is.
Wow. Okay, so just some reminders if you're joining us. First of all, MLTT, think you're good, up here, MLTT.com. There it is. Check everything you need. This question in the comments section, you can send in your questions, anything you want to know. We've got one of the deepest brains of the game right here. If you have coaching questions, anything like that. But what makes Major League with over 20 countries from around the world? What makes this U.S. Major League? Well, the NBA as well, right? That's just how it goes. We're a welcoming melting pot. And we've got from France, Enzo Angles up against the Swiss, Salim Karam, parents from Morocco. Here we go. That's how much spin Enzo puts on that shot.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Enzo, he's a very experienced European player. He has played in different countries, in different professional leagues. Every shot he's executing is on a high level with a lot of quality. But okay, we're gonna see how Mr. Karam is trying to fight back. He has to try to seek his chances, because also for him, being the underdog is actually an excellent position to attack. So.
Little service warning about the serve toss not being vertical enough. Ooh.
Yeah,
that toss didn't look like he was really changing it much.
No, I mean, okay, the players, they always try to go to the edge, right? That's what it is.
Exactly.
I mean, we hope for illegal services to be shown, but they all have their rhythm, they all have their habits. The umpires sometimes have to save something, like they did now in the first game right away, which I think is the right thing to do, and then the players have to adjust. I mean, they try. That's what it is.
First day of class. Let the students know there will be no messing around. You can always lighten up later, but it's tough to go the other way.
Right. Yeah.
Beautiful backhand inside the table. So for those of you just joining us, the format again will be 5 matches. Every match has 3 games played to 11 points. At 10-10, there is no deuce, just golden point. That means 1 point that will determine the winner of the game. So this match here, if someone wins the first 2, they'll still play the 3rd game because there are 3 points up for grabs, 3 team points.
Yeah, what I think about the format, what makes it so interesting is that since every single game counts for the overall seasonal standings, on every game there's a lot of pressure. Every point is a lot of pressure, because if you have a good start in the game, there's already a big chance you can take the game. You can even surprise the favorite a little bit. So I would like to see that Salim Karam starts to play a little bit more aggressive, is taking a little bit more risk, because if it's just playing like normal quality, it will not be enough to really force Enzo to bring up his best A game, like we are seeing now. He's doing okay, but it's not really forcing it. And if you just try to play safe, it's not enough against this French beast.
This French beast.
Yeah,
I like it. It's also interesting. I feel like Enzo Angles, we've seen around for quite some time. He told me it was a handful of years ago, just in recent times, that he started practicing meditation and just sort of finding ways to get confident and relax in certain times, and he's just played the best table tennis of his life in the last few years.
Yeah, I mean, I know Enzo, my God. I know him now for more than 10 years. I have seen him in European Championships competing as a junior when he was younger, where he already had a lot of success. He's coming from a strong generation. But he was struggling on the world level in adults to make the very last step, like to reach the top. He's a very talented player. I think he has trained in very good conditions. Also, he went to Germany as a pro player for many years, but he always had a little bit this let's say, this characteristics that he's not hard enough, not strong enough mentally to overcome other players who are on a little bit higher level. Even if with his playing style, he can be very dangerous. He's a lefty. He has good serves, the high toss serve, hard to read. He has very good feeling for the game. He can play a lot of rotation. So if he can improve his mental game, as he's trying to do with meditating, I think that's a very good idea, because on the highest level is a lot about this psychological stuff. It's a lot about the mental game, because all of them, they can execute strokes. So. Yeah, so that's I think what Salim Karim has to do. He has to try to risk a little bit more, hit the ball a little bit earlier. Even if he misses at the very end, it's okay. But he has to create chances first.
This is how I feel generally if you're the underdog. If you play your average game, you can expect the average outcome.
Yeah.
So, got to take some chances.
Yeah, you cannot expect, let's say, the favorite always to come down to your own level. So you have to try to step up. And again, if you miss, you miss. That's what it is. Nobody will judge you or blame you for this. But you have to try to find a way to make it challenging for the favorite. And otherwise, it goes too fast. It's still 11. And especially if the favorite has a good start, they gain more confidence, and then they are able to perform and show their real level, and then it's getting tough. So I hope he can keep the game a little bit close. But so far, Enzo is controlling it quite well.
Yeah, game number 1 went by in the blink of an eye, 11-4. We didn't even mention Carolina Gold Rush leading 1-0.
Right.
Christian, Lily Rose at home watching this.
For sure he will.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure he is. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, for sure Carolina is just looking at the lineup on paper. They are much stronger than Portland, but with this playing format, just 3 games, every game counts, all the time pressure on the line. I think the difference in the level would be shown much more if it's best of 5 or best of 7. So that's why with just 3 games and every game counts, there's always a chance to make some upsets. And yeah, this is actually what we are hoping for, right? We want to see tight games. We want to see the underdog coming out big and having a good time. So
right.
Now we're going to see some showcase.
Right at the baseline here.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit off the net there. Karam's shot falling short. Scoreline 8-2. Yeah, it's a bit of wiggle room.
Yeah.
A little crowd pleasing.
I mean, it's also no surprise. Enzo is one of the strongest players in the league. So
well, he's number 1. He was the first draft pick. He's number 1 on the power rankings.
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of players who are on a similar level.
Right.
In this league, especially on position 1 and 2. So Salim Karam is not usually on this level, but today he gets the chance to play someone like Enzo, which actually is a great opportunity for him. But I hope that it looks like second game will be over soon. That in the third game he can have a better start.
Well, another quick one here. Enzo Angla securing it 11-5. So Carolina Gold Rush 2-0 up. A reminder, if you're new to this format, after the 5 matches have been played, 2 singles, a doubles, and 2 singles, we're going to come down to that golden game, the third line on that grocery list that's so delicious here. That golden game is 6 times as delicious as any other game. Each game is worth 1 team point and a 10-10 golden point. So 3 games per match. Interesting. The doubles and the golden game seem to be a really big factor in determining how teams perform so far this season.
Yeah, I mean, the golden game is a little bit like gambling. You know, it's everything can happen. It's not so much actually about the individual level of the players because the pressure is so high. It's just 4 points. So this is really a little bit like gambling. And even if you are down after the first 5 matches, after the 4 singles and the doubles, you still get a chance to catch up. But I agree, especially the doubles or the mix, depending on what the lineup is a crucial game in the middle of the game because it can change a lot on the scoreboard. If you can get a quick 3-0 there, it gives you a big advantage overall. So, but there you see also Karam. He's way too passive. So he's not really risking something on the receive. He's just trying to put the ball safe on the table, but that's not enough.
So here's what I want to ask you. If you could give one piece of advice, something that's not so obvious, what would you say is maybe a key difference between, say, being an A-B player, being a C-D player out here? For someone like, let's say, Salim Karam, what do you think will change to get him to that next level?
Okay, so one thing is, from my point of view, he would have to improve, especially on the technical side. I mean, his techniques are a little bit, let's say, unique. Right? It's not what you can find in a book.
I know this.
Yeah, so I think he has as of today, in the technical side, he has this advantage. And also, he's more like an all-around player. He's not so aggressive. I think he would really have to try to hit the ball earlier, you know, to receive earlier. Everything is a little bit late, which makes, like you see this one now, he's too afraid, or he has too much respect of Enzo's rotation on the serve. But if you just try to play it safe, then it's just mediocre. So he would really try to change his timing. Yeah, so same for us, right, when we play Enzo.
What's the best piece of coaching advice you ever got in your life?
What the best piece? That's hard to say.
Something that stands out.
I don't know. It's always easy, you know. As a coach, we sit outside. We can see the game. We read the game. It's always easy to give good advices. If you're at the table, it's totally different. I have been at the table in my previous life, and I know exactly how it feels. So even if I talk to my players sometimes and I tell them why you're not, or you do this or do that, it's not that easy. So it's always funny when coaches say, go out and just play your game. So what's your game? There's also an opponent, right, who is has influence on the game. Or just, like I said now, I would advise Karam to take a little bit kind of a risk, but maybe he's not feeling comfortable to take a risk. So you also have to take the player from the point where they are at, or you have to see their personalities, their character. You know, some of them are aggressive, some are not. So it's hard to say because you're working with individuals.
Awesome.
Why are you laughing? You want to be coach too?
I was joking. I was going to say, I didn't hear that. Could you repeat it?
Oh.
I only have you for a little time, so I guess we're trying to squeeze in a lot of information. Have you decided how long you're staying?
Not yet.
Okay.
So it depends on if I enjoy sitting beside you, not taking a shower for a week. So we're going to see. So far, it's okay.
Awesome. Essential oils. All right, the exchange once again. They switched sides when one player got 5 points in game 3, as they will in every game 3, just to keep it balanced. He's got the wiggle room, the comfort.
There you go. Enzo's doing something for the spectators. Wow.
Not easy. And right back in.
And there's the side spin.
Baseline. Oh, a little
Here
shallow here. Nice. Ooh, and he's going to counter. Oh, he changed his mind.
Yeah, you see.
I thought he was going to counter.
With the softest stroke, he finally got the point. But Enzo also kept the ball very well on the table, very long.
Wow.
So good for the spectators, good for Karam. He got another point. Oh.
Step around here.
But now you saw Karam trying to play a little bit more aggressive. The push was a little bit earlier, more aggressive. A little bit more confidence when trying to block Enzo's loop. So I think that's the way he should try. There again, I don't know. He's lacking confidence, I would say. And over. Bye-bye.
Well, Enzo Angla is delivering a clean sweep here. 11-4 from the baseline of the table, able to steal the attack. So, Carolina Gold Rush rushing out with the gold to a 3-0 lead. I'm going to take a look at the comments section here just to see. Why don't teams practice in the cities that they represent? Why don't they play in the cities they represent? How am I ever going to get behind at my local team if they're not local? Well, they are local sometimes. In terms of practicing, good question, Jake. I'm going to say Fraser. Coming up next, we've got Jeremy Hazen from Canada, and he'll be representing Carolina Gold Rush, and Jonathan McDonald of Sweden. So I think the thing is, most of these players right now are playing in multiple leagues and have homes in other parts. Until the contracts are, say, 6 figures and up, it might be tough to get people to relocate from overseas. Some of them do practice. Bay Area Blasters, I would say half of them are right around their team. Texas maybe drew some people from different parts of the United States and different parts of the world.
It depends on, I can just speak for my team. So we always, when we have the match weekend, like now, Friday through Sunday, we usually meet on Monday or Tuesday, and then we stay together for 3-4 days to practice together, to group up, to strengthen the camaraderie. And it's a quite good question. I mean, there are discussions to try to have the teams being more local, also to have a home in the city they represent. Like we do Texas, for us it's Texas. The city we usually stay at then is Houston.
Okay.
That's an idea for the future. But you made a good point. I mean, the players, they also have different, I would say different jobs, right? They're playing different leagues partially, or some of them are working as a coach, so it's not that easy for them to get time off.
Right.
They would love to, so it's a quite interesting question and a good suggestion.
And one more here from Brian Cox. Adam, it's our last season of playing table tennis on the back patio at Teddy's Tavern in Seattle with Rocky, Brian, Woody, Blake, and the crew. Hope you can make it out one day. Oh, that's a great crew. Wow, I'm a big fan.
We'll be in Seattle in February.
Oh, February.
Yes,
Brian
the
Cox.
West Coast Division is playing in February in Seattle. So
that's right.
Guys, you should show up. MLTT will come to your town. So what are you asking for? And Adam will be there.
Hey,
will be there?
I will be there.
So here we go.
All right, second singles match. Don't forget, you can get your tickets at MLTT.com. Not to mention a whole bunch of merch and other things. Exciting stats, team standings, lots to look forward to. Learn about the players. Jonathan McDonald had a wonderful match earlier on today. Jeremy Hazen on the receive. A blocker for life who can put some really funky spin on the ball.
Actually, both of them blocker for life.
Yeah. I feel like earlier today we did see Jonathan McDonald playing a lot of spin shots from behind the table, staying fairly aggressive. Jeremy's so good with the angles and the change of pace.
Yeah, they're both a little bit. I mean, Jonathan is we call it, is a little bit kind of an ugly player. You know, he plays a lot down the line. It's hard to see which direction his strokes take. He's making a lot of late decisions when he's playing. He's carrying the ball a little bit, so that is one of his strengths. He loves to play the rally. Yeah.
Okay.
So and Jeremy is quite good at blocking. So I think we're going to see a lot of, or we see more longer rallies than in the previous match because both of them don't play so aggressive. Also, Jonathan has some tricky serves.
Right.
He likes to serve long and a lot of rotation. There's a long one, as we said. So
the back edge to go with it to capture the point.
A little bit lucky also. But this might be a very interesting and tight game because they are on a similar level, a little bit similar style.
It's funny. I feel like Jeremy just has. There's almost nobody that I know that plays quite like Jeremy. Actually, when I thought about Kunuk coming up before he moved to Germany and really started developing that power in his backhand, I just thought of him as a guy who kept the racket high and could outthink anyone. He could always find an answer.
Yeah. If you talk to Kunuk, never tell him that you thought he's similar to Jeremy Hazen.
I can't even tell them apart.
That's not an offense against Jeremy, but no, I agree. When Kunuk was younger, the way he was educated is to start with a very safe game, and he was he was so short that he was having the paddle above his head and trying to block everything. Today it's a little bit different. I mean, he's not the tallest in nowadays, but he's much more powerful, and he developed he was working hard and is working hard on his playing style, and that's what I'm also looking forward to. That the people who have not seen him playing now for around a year, they will be surprised the way he's playing when he's coming back.
I can't wait to see it. We've all been watching. We've got two hopes in the United States, at least over the last handful of years and then some. I mean, Amy Wong, obviously, is one of your players, has stepped up quite a lot.
Yeah.
But Lily, Jong, and Kunuk Ja have been sort of the American dreams, the hope.
Yeah, I mean, they're the only ones also who are really professionals, right? For them, this is their life, this is their job, while all the other kids out there who also have quite some talent, even like Amy, they go to college or they are still in high school. That's always like this tricky moment when they graduate from high school. Will they go pro or will they go to college? Will they still continue to play as Amy is doing? So, but I agree, Kunuk and Lily, I mean, what they have achieved so far is impressive, is amazing, especially by not coming from a typical powerhouse in table tennis like the US. So, yeah, it's really impressive.
The Trailblazers.
Yeah.
Can be tough if you don't have a role model or an example. There's no path, and you have to create your own path in life. It can be scary.
Yeah.
Taking a real risk.
But it's also an opportunity, right? You have to find your way. That's what it is. I mean, this is what makes life so interesting.
Interesting one here. Scoop from under the table, but a side and top from Jeremy Hazen to put him back up by 2.
Yeah, Jeremy's playing well so far, quite consistent. I mean, it's the way he usually plays, right? He's not afraid to push long. You see, he struggles when he has to play aggressive. So that's why he prefers the opponent to start attacking him and then trying to borrow the speed and, play good placements, make the other guy working. There we see another long rally. Oh, you go. Very smart, very smart.
Not easy to control that ball. Jeremy able to stay on top and play it very short.
Yes, yeah, he saw that McDonald is far away, and he knew that he will not overpower him with his smashes. So, yeah, good choice to play short block. Try to get McDonald's back to the table. Another long serve. Oh, that's actually a ball McDonald's likes. So, usually this one. Yeah. This he can make.
3 game points for Jeremy Hazen. Jonathan McDonald with the serve, second serve. Good look at that angle, saw the opening, knew what he wanted to do. Man, his game is so uncomfortable.
Yes.
These are the players that, for me, are so fun to watch because they're like a puzzle. You see players that you're like, how does this person not dominate?
Right. No, I mean, both of them, it's not easy to pass them, right? They have a very good passive game. They both struggle a little bit more when they're forced to attack or when they're trying to be too aggressive. As you can see, Jeremy also misses a few loops if he's trying to really go for it. Oh, there you go.
The heavy spin, 11-9. Jeremy Hazen takes game number 1. Had to step right to that deep corner and then chase the next ball. He's not known for his footwork, but he's hustling. And
Don't tell him he's not known for his footwork.
I think he knows that.
No, he knows. You're right.
By the way, I just want you to know if you see me yawning, it's not because I don't love what I'm watching. I had a really, really rough night of no sleep last night for some reason, but I'm loving what I'm watching, and I can't wait to be commentating all the matches this week. And I've got this whole team match, 3 more tomorrow, and 2 on Sunday. And the whole East versus West, it's interesting. It's been the big discussion. Which side is better? Who do you think is stronger?
I hope my team is not listening, but no, I mean, I personally think that the East Coast is a little bit stronger for some reasons.
What are they?
One of the reasons is a little bit the way the draft has been. So they have a lot of European players who have not been available for the West Coast because they, from the beginning, said they just want to play the East Coast. So I think especially in position 3 and 4, you see a little bit the difference. Another difference is that we from the West Coast, we have decided to go with more younger players because some of us as coaches, for example, like me, I'm interested in helping the younger players to develop. And so we have chosen to take someone like Nanda Naresh, like Daryl Tsao or Amy Wang, who are not as experienced as many of these Europeans we're going to see here. So it takes time, and since we also have these players competing internationally, sometimes they are not available. While at the East Coast, you see more like elderly players who are not playing like in WTT events anymore, and they are always available for the MLTT weekends. I mean, it's the same.
Elderly, huh?
Yeah, before I said more experience. Now I switched to elderly.
Straight up senior citizens.
Yeah, I'm direct.
People on
I'm
Social Security.
Yeah. No, but it's. I think that's. You can also see it this weekend, right? I think all the East Coast teams, they have been able to bring up their strongest lineups, while we from the West Coast, we struggled a little bit to bring all our top players because they either play the World Junior Championships right now in Slovenia, or they participate in the World Team mixed event in China. So
I want to address a question from the chat. So someone asked, so this league will last 3 days only. This is week number 7. So there's East Division and there's West Division. They each play once a month. This is the first time that East and West have met. It's because we're at the halfway point of the season. This is week number 7. So we'll be back in early January and then again in late January, East Coast, West Coast, and so on, until 14 weeks have been played. Then the top 2 teams by points will do a crossover and play the playoffs. So even if the East dominates the West this weekend, it doesn't really matter because it's a relative battle.
yeah, it matters, but it matters for your own division, right? So the points count for, or like for example, for us talking for the Texas Smash. For us this weekend, it's about getting as many games as we can, and hoping for the other teams from the West getting hammered all night.
Right. I guess maybe I should clarify. What I mean is, it's a great opportunity to get lots of points, but if everyone from the East Coast wins and they all move up proportionally, they don't change their order in the team standings.
Right. But I think regardless of the discussion which division is stronger, for me, you know, every match starts from 0-0. That's the way we have to handle it. That's the way we have to march in, and we have to try to do our best, and then we're going to see if the opponent is stronger. Okay, congratulations. But for us, first thing is we have to try to perform the best we can, as we did just like 2 hours ago when we played the team from Princeton, right? I mean, we were leading 8-7 after the individual games, and then we lost in the golden game. Deuce, 21-20, big hit. So you can be happy that I'm still here and not just crying all night into my pillow.
Let's talk about the game a little bit. We saw some frustration from Jonathan McDonald.
Yeah.
I'm quite curious to see if he's able to pull this out here. He had a great start earlier today.
But the thing with Jonathan McDonald, one interesting thing is, from my point of view, if you look a little bit at his results from this season, usually he's doing very good against maybe the strongest one. I remember he beat Tao Wenjiang from the Bay Area Blasters 3-0 a few weeks ago. But he struggles more against players who are not on this highest level, who are very good players like Jeremy is, but let's say you see someone like Jeremy compared to Tao Wenzhang, there's a difference.
Right.
So for Jonathan, he lives a lot on someone putting a lot of quality on the ball, so he can use this quality. And now he's playing against someone like Jeremy, who was consistent, but who's playing more safe, who's not really so aggressive, who doesn't have so much rotation. This is much more difficult for Jonathan because then he is forced to actually be aggressive and to try to lead the game, and then he's struggling with this. And we have seen this also last time when he's playing girls. He's not that confident, you know, because I think you can put him against the number 1 or 2 player. He will perform much better. I'm not saying he's going to win, but he looks much better. And we see this now. Jeremy is doing a good job. You know, he's not creating so many opportunities for McDonald's to show his playing style.
And still he's got 3 game points left.
Yes.
Yeah, a little fun fact. After beating Tao Wenzhang 3-0, Jonathan McDonald was beaten 3-0 by Lily Jong.
Yes, yes. Okay. I mean, first of all,
Lily.
Lily is also quite strong.
Yes, he is.
But that's what I'm saying, you know. Lily's style compared to someone like Tao, and also the quality of her strokes is not on the level of Tao Wenzhang. But doesn't mean that she's not as good as he is, but it's just she's not providing Jonathan something he can really use, right? And
right.
so, but you see now he's fighting back. It's 10-9. Let's see if he can get to deuce, or if Jeremy has an idea now what
do we call it when it's not deuce anymore? Golden
Here we
point.
go. Let's see if we can yell this way now.
One
So
away.
Oh,
What?
Ooh, what a rally. Here we go. Here we go. No. Come on.
Oh, Jeremy Hazen. This is one of the best
Amazing
rallies
rally,
today.
amazing
Some of
rally.
the shots
Look at
that
Jeremy, he's standing there.
11-9
Yeah.
once again. An incredible shot out of the backhand of
God.
McDonald. And then back to that fishing game. They almost look like those two-handed fishing shots.
But you also saw how hard it is to pass someone like Jeremy, right? He's standing there like a rock, you know. He's like, looks like he has 5 hands, 5 pedals. He's everywhere. So
A few tentacles.
yeah.
I should show you a picture.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, it's not Jeremy.
No.
No. You're going to like it, though. I should show it. You see it?
Ah, there you go.
Hold on. There it is.
Looks good, but that's also not me, right? I hope so.
It's part of our crew. That's why the
Oh.
sound is so incredible. Boom mic operator. Yeah. It's
That's a
nice
good
to
one.
have 8 ones.
Yeah.
And by ones, I mean tentacles. what would you even do?
Right.
What would you even do?
Yeah, true.
Who needs that?
Yeah.
I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Comment section. Calm down. Yeah, you were saying.
No, I mean you saw now in McDonald's was fighting back very hard. But he forced Jeremy also to play his best, and Jeremy's best ability is to just put the ball back on the table. It always sounds so easy, you know. Just put the ball back on the table. I mean, there's a lot of rotation involved. There's a lot of speed involved.
A lot of intention. He's constantly doing something to keep it funky,
Yes.
so you're out of your rhythm.
Yes. Yes.
So
But
Carol,
now-
yeah,
But now it's a typical situation, right? I mean, Jonathan McDonald is 2-0 down, but the next game counts the same. So he's not coming in and thinking, oh, I already lost this match. Like
right.
So he can fight back now to win one game for his team, and that's what it is about. And you sometimes have the situation that someone like, I would not say like Jeremy, but you know, the opponent is leading 2-0. Maybe they get a little bit too relaxed, and that's the chance you have to try to seek, and then try to take advantage of this, because you gain one game. It's so helpful for your team.
Right, it's one more game that the opponents aren't getting
Yes.
as well, so it's really worth 2.
Yeah, and it keeps your team in the game. You know, it keeps the team believing.
And for the golden game, I mean, that's like a 401k plan. You're basically getting a triple benefit from winning one game.
Right, absolutely. So, and you also can see that McDonald's, he's
Just one, not fast food.
oh,
Yeah.
no, but
You hungry?
No, I'm not.
Okay, good.
He keeps going. You know, he's fighting. Even he lost the second game so tight. He's fighting back. He knows exactly, after having played some weekends now, that I still have a chance to gain something for my group, and it's a team event. So that's what also makes it so much fun for everyone to play. You know,
Yeah.
It's not someone's fault if the team loses or not. It's you come in as a group, you leave as a group, regardless of the outcome. Oh, big backhand punch from Jeremy from mid-distance.
That punching shot is such an unusual shot in the men's game.
There you go.
And
Look
especially
at this.
behind the table.
Yes.
To not have the rotation on that, it's a very funky shot
but
to try and rally with.
Yeah, but he hit the middle, which is always an ugly placement, and
Especially for such a tall guy.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So 3-1 leading. McDonald was leading 3-1. Now he's down 3-5. Jeremy has the upper hand. Let's see. And you see Jeremy. He's just the way he is. Like he wants to continue to play, right? He doesn't like breaks. He doesn't want to change the rhythm at all. So not easy mentally to play someone like him.
It's a little switcheroo there after the 5 points came up for one player, just to keep that balance. In game number 3, they'll do this.
Good, very well played from McDonald's. That was the one with the hungry one, right? I didn't get it.
Non-sponsor. I was saying his last name.
I'm too slow. Sometimes my brain is not working. My fault. No. Let's see. So still a tight game. But you see Jeremy there's the oh, what a backhand down the line. My God.
Not easy to play.
No,
Jeremy with these soft, awkward blocks mid-table.
Yes, but very good placement from Jonathan. So yeah, he keeps trying. Yeah. Good flick from Jeremy. I mean, this would be very important now for Portland, right, to win one game. So
I don't know if I can recall.
because otherwise it will be 0-6 in the overall.
Can you remember a 0-6 after 2 matches?
No, not yet. I mean, it can always happen, right?
Right.
Especially on this level.
Ooh.
But this is also a team needs a good start. Otherwise,
Right.
it's very tough. You know, if you're behind from the beginning, and it's not easy to come back. It's not easy to keep believing.
Right.
And okay.
Nice parallel here behind the table. Jonathan McDonald has been good in this counter game. He's taken some late, but this one comes in a little bit faster and comes up to about chest height for him.
And you see what we said from the beginning. He really likes to play this parallel strokes down the line. That's one of his biggest strengths. And
wow.
but both of them also, they play a lot to the corners, right? So, I mean, there's a reason why someone put the line in the middle of the table, right? Trying to remember the players, hey, here's the middle, here's the elbow. That's actually the most ugliest placement you can play, but somehow they always go to the corners. Why do they do that? Adam, tell me, you as an experienced player, why players always play to the corners?
I'm still caught on the whole line in the middle.
Oh.
I thought just doubles for serve.
No, I'm always trying to explain my players. It's just someone was so intelligent to remind them, hey, this is the middle of the table. But they still don't play to the middle. I have no idea why. It's quite effective to play to the middle. No one likes to play
for sure.
The ball. Here we go, corner.
It's not as glamorous.
Off the bounce.
Wow.
He went for the big one. Jeremy,
and it paid off.
Yeah, I hope he will not get punished for this.
Well, it sets him up with 2 game points.
Oh, nice soft flick.
Wow. Clean sweep, Carolina Gold Rush, 6-0. I mean, this has not been the best day for Portland Paddlers so far. And with Carolina Gold Rush winning this morning 16-5,
right.
I mean, they are going to be on a feeding frenzy. It's funny, in terms of the whole middle line thing, I want to talk about that a little more. But on deck, we got the doubles with Enzo Angles, and making her debut here in this team matchup, Hong Lin from China, married to Jishan Liang.
Yeah.
Got a kid at home.
Very strong couple.
Yeah.
She's playing penholder, chopsticks.
When did you start saying that?
I don't know. Just came up in my mind.
Nice. It's possibly a new name for it.
I can be creative, you see. So
I've heard you a few times so far. I've liked it. And on the other side, we've got Jonathan McDonald, singular.
McDonald.
Not to be confused with any restaurant, classy place that someone might take a date.
Yeah.
And on next to him.
I don't like the restaurant.
Anymore, because they wouldn't allow you to take the dates there.
No, it's no. No. Okay, here we go.
The soda machine incident that I read about? There's a reason they put the caps in the water every night.
Yeah, you're right.
All right. So, Joanna Sung making her debut here today, a free agent.
Yes.
Interesting. Her sister, Rachel Sung, was quite strong. In terms of the women in the United States, I expect us to have a lot more women in Season 2. I think internationally, a lot more women. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's sort of half and half, like men's matches, women's matches, and then a mixed doubles or something like that. But I was quite impressed with Joanna earlier today. But Hong Lin has been so strong in doubles.
Yeah.
She's got short pips on the forehand side, so she can play that flat hit game. She's good inside the table, and she's tough to rally with.
Yeah, and also she can, with the short pips, also in the serve-receive situation, she can control the game quite well. She can push short, which is a little bit easier with pips than with a normal rubber or flat rubber. So, and yeah, what you were talking about, the female players in general, I think right now we are seeing the female players most often in the doubles or in the mixed, whatever you call it. I would really like to see the females playing singles against each other. I think that would be a great contest. I've participated in the Indian League in summer, same you did. I remember I saw you there.
Every season.
Yeah. So and there you have this kind of a similar format compared to this one here with best of 3 games all the time. But there we're gonna see 2 female matches, and I think that's quite exciting.
I agree.
While I think in the golden game it's actually a good idea that you can also see females facing male players. That's
right.
So because it's just 4 points and
exactly.
But yeah, Joanna is replacing her sister today because Rachel is competing in China for the U.S. national team.
Ah, WTT mix. Oh, ITTF.
Yeah. Yes.
Mixed.
So,
okay.
Yeah. So and okay, on the other side, Enzo and Hongling is a quite experienced mixed. They already played a couple of matches for their team quite successfully. So would be a big surprise if Portland would be able to catch a game or 2.
Did you see
around
that?
the net. There
it
we
sure
go.
looked like it. Let's take another look. Wide angle. Oh, okay, close.
Yeah,
I think inside the
Enzo,
post.
what you
but
did, come on, you
yeah.
can do this, huh?
Why
Just
not?
Loop it around the table, make a roller coaster.
Yeah. A roller coaster. Between McDonald's and roller coasters and
Yeah.
chopsticks, I think we're going to have to coin some of these phrases. Copyright them quickly.
Yeah. No, but I mean, it would be a bit, honestly, I hope the best for Portland, but it would be a big surprise if after this contest, the scoreboard is not 9-0, which would be very tough for Portland to come back. So
let me look ahead here. Okay, and then Kai Jong and Tyrese Knight.
yeah,
depending
Cobra
on
against the Pirate.
the Parrot. Tyrese Knight, you call
He's
the Parrot?
He's the Pirate. You don't know.
Oh, the Pirate.
The Pirate. He's the Pirate.
Why do they call him the Pirate?
Because most of the people have cars. He has a boat. He's coming from Barbados. What can he do? So
Does he?
his nickname is the Pirate. You didn't notice? Everyone calls him the Pirate. He has to use a boat coming from Barbados. What can he do?
I heard. Oh, that's true, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And everybody's joking about it. He's not laughing. He knows. So people have cars. Recently he bought a car, and I asked him why you need a car. But he's living in California, so with the boat it would be tough in the Bay Area.
Does not count. Must alternate shots. There was a point like this in one of the top 10s. It's on the MLTT YouTube channel.
Yeah.
I forgot if it was Emily or Angie maybe.
Okay.
But the ball was slapped right back and just returned, and it looked like it was out of order, but it was
Oh.
actually on the table.
Okay.
Collet hit it.
Collet hit it. Yeah, I didn't see this one, but
Awesome. Awesome point. Congratulations to Longtree City LTC on your victory of your competition. How does this competition compare with the other highest competitions in other countries? That's a good question. Depends which countries. I think Europe and Asia generally are quite strong, but it depends where in Asia.
yeah, and also I can just speak for maybe a little bit for a comparison with Germany because I'm German. I'm
Right.
quite familiar with the leagues there. I
Right.
would say I think that the players here in position 1, 2 in the teams, they can play second division in Germany. I think they have the level to play the second division, while the players in position 3, 4 more likely I would say they are more like on the level of the third division in Germany. So we have a quite good level at MLTT, especially for its season 1.
Right.
And we are creating a lot of interest in the table tennis scene with this league. Many people are talking about it. Some of them, they still don't know exactly what it is about. But I think we are creating good moments. People are speaking very positively about the league and what's going on here. And I think also one very important factor is it's in the US, you know, and people really like to come to the US because they don't, otherwise most of the players wouldn't have the opportunity to come to this excellent and nice country. And so, yeah.
Yeah, cool opportunity. A lot of people excited. Mega
Yeah.
Boyd, have a wonderful round robin. We'll miss you. For everyone else, happy to have you here. Good to have you when we did, Mega.
Yeah.
Boyd himself. I miss Bryce and Matt. This is part of a crew from Utah,
Okay.
my boys.
Yeah.
All right, so 11-1 in game number 1. They're going to switch the order of play here. We'll see if it helps out the Portland Paddlers at all.
Yeah, usually now with this lineup, maybe Portland has a little bit bigger chance because Enzo is not playing on Joanna. Usually, if the guy is the one leading the mixed doubles, they should take advantage when playing on the girl. So let's see
You
if
said it.
Jonathan has the chance not to do the same with Hong Ling. But as you said in the beginning, Hong Ling is a very good doubles and mixed player. So I hope that Portland can find a way to fight back a little bit. Here we go. Jonathan heard me.
Hold you?
The big no, he's not holding me, but he heard me. It's a big banana flick.
Oh, he heard you. I thought you
Yeah.
said Jonathan hold me. I was like
No.
between taking advantage when you're playing on a girl and then Jonathan holding you. I
Yeah.
was like, wow, you're getting pretty risque.
Yeah,
This is a
you're
family
right,
channel.
You're right. You're right. Yeah.
Wow.
Have to be careful.
Yeah,
My
big time.
My pronunciation is too bad, so that's German dialect.
Pronunciation. Just giving you a hard time. Okay.
Thank you. Here we go. I'm learning.
I just lost every friend I've ever
Oh.
had.
All right.
The spin game. No, it's so good. Honglin has been clutch, especially in the golden game
Yeah.
and in doubles. I think that's part of the reason she's number 3 in the power rankings.
Right, right. She's doing well this season so far. Yeah, lots of respect for her. I mean
She was a
she's-
hero. I just remember seeing her after one event and thinking, wow, she carried the team.
okay. I think that was the serve.
They thought the serve was on the wrong
Yeah,
side.
it looked like it, but okay. Umpires didn't see it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, good
So
look
much
from the ground.
rotation.
Yeah, very difficult to counter with these spinny balls.
It's also interesting for me to see that finger of Enzo Angles up high on the back of the racket.
Yeah, very unique
Yeah.
way to hold the racket. But now Portland is doing better. 4-4, keeping the game tight. Jonathan knows he has to take a little bit more risk. Yes.
Nice flick.
Deep forehand.
Yeah, testing that wingspan. Honglin on the backhand corner. Nice play.
Maybe first time they're leading. 5-4, huh?
Whoa. After that 11-1 defeat, this order's working out a bit better for them.
Yes.
Taking the chances, paying off a bit. From Houston, Ni Hao, Da Jia Hao.
Oh, good idea, good idea. Trying to go to the deepest forehand again. Missed the table. Second time.
Back to the leagues thing, I was going to say, a lot of different leagues around the world, a lot of passionate table tennis sort of supporters. In East Asia, say Korean League, Japanese T-League, Chinese Super League, these are all very strong. Bundesliga as well.
Yeah.
And most of the European leagues are quite strong, but some of these players are playing in the European leagues.
Yeah, yeah, they do. I mean, we have a lot of French players here. We have some guys from Austria. We have a Polish player here. We have an English player here. So two guys from Switzerland.
That's got to be worth something. Did you see that?
No.
I think it went right into the towel box. Oh, replay all day on
Yeah,
that.
maybe you can-
Swish.
Yeah. Yeah. So you saw Portland was leading 5-4. Now they're down 5-10. Goes so fast.
Quick change
Yes.
here.
5-11. Okay.
So, 6 in a row from down, 7 in a row from down 4-5.
Yes, yes. Okay,
Wow.
but it is the way it is. I mean, Jonathan realized that he has to take a little bit more risk. So he also missed 2 shots, which were quite difficult to play. But he's forced to do it because otherwise, same like in the beginning in the first singles, if Portland
Correct.
is just trying to play safe, it's not enough. The quality and the level is too high from Carolina. So
Yeah.
overall, it's now, what do we have, 8-0?
Yeah, one more point, and this could be the most landslide victory. Can you imagine if there was a 21-0?
I hope so. As a coach from Texas Smash.
Yeah,
I
that would
hope
help you
so.
guys out a
Yeah.
lot. That's right. The West Coast really needs.
Yeah.
Wow, that would be wonderful for
That's-
you.
You know, that's the tough part, right? I mean, we are competing with the West Coast teams like 6 times per season, so it's also
Yeah.
kind of a family, even if we are opponents. And now this weekend, you have to hope for them losing,
Right.
like getting smacked.
It's a weird
all night.
family relationship.
Yeah, it's a little bit. Yeah, you should not do this in your own family, but
You start throwing trash out on the court and shouting in the middle of serve tosses.
Yeah.
Golden point. Nah.
no, but you should not. I mean, we are not here to favor one or the other team, but it
But
is what it is.
It
So
is what it is, but you would pay money to see Carolina Gold Rush win 21-0.
I would not say I would pay money for it, but no, this is not what we want to see. Come on.
Well,
Come on.
what you can do is you could play the fantasy league.
You're right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
check it out. A lot of people
So
playing.
what they're going to do, usually if it's in a game 10-0, as a fair player, you give a point to the opponent, right?
Times are changing.
Is it? So isn't it, if let's say if Portland is going to lead 15-0 after the singles and doubles, they're going to give the, if Carolina is leading 15 singles, they give the golden game to Portland as a
No
courtesy?
way. No way. Golden, are you kidding me? As a courtesy, take my only home.
Yes.
It's too valuable.
Yeah.
There is no gifting that.
So let's hope that Portland is going to win a game before the golden game starts.
Wait, why?
I'm just kidding.
Okay, good. I like that. Little
From the point of view from the Texas team, a 21-0 for Carolina would be a good thing, to be honest.
Correct. They're trying to figure out the order of service here. Same as the service in game number 1 is how game 3 should start. They know that, but probably just can't remember what is what.
Maybe you should go down, teach them, tell them.
I'll be right back.
They figured out. They were too slow.
Okay, okay.
Too slow.
Taking it easy today.
Yeah.
People in the comment section didn't believe me. Another look
Actually,
here.
why are you not joining the league as a player?
A lot of reasons.
Did you register?
No, I did not.
Why not? Not confident enough?
Yeah,
Not strong enough?
that is
You
true.
didn't ha- you
I'm
didn't-
not
you-
strong
you didn't
enough.
have had the right coach so far?
Yeah, I never liked being coached. I
No?
like playing. Being coached, that's work.
What's the difference between playing and being coached? You can play by being coached.
I don't like being told what to do. Look at me. Do I look like a guy who likes answering to somebody?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You're answering to me, so you don't like to be coached, you like playing. I've never heard this from a player.
Yeah, that's what happens
mean,
when
I
you grow
have-
up in the
I-
German
I have-
system, coaching professionally for your entire
Oh,
life.
I mean, I'm not sure if every student of mine likes to be coached by
But-
me, but
This is like that gym fallacy. If you show up at the gym, the people who are there are already way buffer than average. The people that are already hiring a coach are people that are willing to work hard
yeah.
to get to the next level. For me, when I got my first coach, I learned a lot. They're going to switch sides here, by the way,
Yeah.
and they're going to switch order of play.
Yeah.
I learned a lot, but I was late. I was 15. I never learned how to use my legs in
What-
baseball.
What did he teach you?
She,
What did she teach you?
how to spin the ball, how to control the ball, drop shots, loops, lobs, all
Have you-
sorts of stuff.
Really?
Maybe. I think so. Yeah, she taught me wonderful stuff. I got the basics. I just wanted to play. Just like playing.
Yeah.
People often ask how.
Did she ever try to teach you footwork?
Yes, she tried. I was a little bit late, and I'm like, look, I just want to play. I'm never going to
Okay.
be a professional. I know that. I want to promote.
Yeah.
I want to grow the sport. I want to try to let other people love it because I think it's an amazing sport as that one almost rail slides onto the
Yeah.
other side. And it really is. But the pros, it's a lot of work. You
It
know,
is.
Nishant, who's here,
Yeah.
4 years ago got a coach and is already way better than I'll ever be in my life.
So it's not a bad thing to have a coach.
No, it's wonderful if you're trying to improve a lot and be the best player you can be. It's like Game Genie.
Yeah.
If you want to improve, get a coach.
Yes.
That's it.
So you don't want to improve.
I'm not. No, I don't. It's not worth it to me. It's not worth the work. It's well said.
But it's good you enjoy playing.
Thanks. I think so too. A lot of
Yeah.
people burn out. I
Yeah.
don't want it to feel too much like a job, despite the fact that in some senses you could say it is. But it's
Yeah.
the having fun side of it, right?
Right. I agree. Actually a
Oh.
good idea to serve long.
Not that long though. That would not be a good
No, it's a
idea.
little bit too long.
You could say.
You have to hit the blue thing, not the red thing. So
We're having so much fun here.
yeah, it's a little bit too much one-sided this game. Let's see what the next lineup. What is the next one?
Cobra
oh,
Kai
I
and the
forgot
pirate.
the pirate.
There he is.
Why Cobra Kai?
Have you seen the Karate Kid?
Yeah.
Okay, so Cobra Kai is the dojo for the bad guys.
Yeah.
Look at LaRusso. I think he's going to cry. Sweep the leg. Put him in a body bag. Oh, a little bit of lobbing.
That reminds you of Kai Jung?
So Cobra Kai is the name of the...
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
This I understood.
So, okay.
I got this one. Not bad, right?
Well, it's just, yeah, that's good.
Not like Jonathan. Okay, here we go. And then?
McDonald's? Okay. Now I feel like someone's going to clip that and take it out of context and be like, I'm canceled because I was impersonating, quoting you.
Yeah.
All right. 11-6 business. So Tyrese is arguably the most aggressive chopper. I think he's the most aggressive chopper in the league. Christian Lilyrose, whose name I had mispronounced for decades.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful name. I actually feel a little bit embarrassed that I did, and I'm excited to say it every time I say it now. Lilyrose. Just rolls off your tongue like butter. Lilyrose. Okay, that's the last one, Lilyrose. Okay. He said Tyrese is the most aggressive chopper. If he ever chops, it's like, wait, what? Did he just do that? Wow.
But here's the question.
Yes, I'm ready.
Why do people say Tyrese is a chopper?
I'm going to say two things. He chops the ball more than most. He's got long pips on his backhand, but probably that he chops the ball more than most. Why do you question people's decision to call him a chopper?
Because he's not chopping. I would love
Sometimes.
to see him chopping more often, because I believe he would be even a stronger player than he is if he would play more defense, more often defense. And I've discussed this with him for hours already. I've coached him a couple of times.
Yeah.
But he still always believes that he has to attack, especially when it's close.
Interesting.
And
I want to give a quick shout out to the comments section. You spelled snakebite perfectly, Bill Joe. Well done. YouTube ping pong tournament. There was a YouTuber ping pong tournament, Extreme Pong. Eric did it. It was cool. Pongfinity and I were there. Ariel Shing, a lot of people. It was cool. Really exciting to see. Love from Egypt, right back at you. Oh, thanks. That's really sweet of you. Yeah, it's good to be back. I'll be in Japan at the Women's Cup Finals.
There you go. Jimmy
next
Baker,
week.
who is the guy in the left?
Jimmy Baker. Who's the guy on the left?
Yeah.
On screen? Or talking about you, because it's my channel, so maybe.
So it's me.
Okay, this is Jorg Bitzi-Gaio. He has been a high-performance director for the United States, coach of the men's national team. He's coached in Germany, and Kanak Jaw's personal coach for how many years now?
6.
6? Not too shabby.
Cool kid, right?
He's a super cool kid. He beat me when he was 11. Same with Nikhil, actually. They're the only two Americans that beat me when they were 11 years old.
Oh, my God.
It's a good sign.
I think you remember Gordon Kay. He lost against the kids when they were 9, so you're actually much better than Gordon.
Well, I like Gordon a lot, but we do have a rating system, so. Former president of USATT. Okay, it's funny, in terms of the styles here, so Cobra Kai Jong, one of the most popular players in the league, explosive power. He's so warm and charming. He's just always in a good mood, even when he's having a bad day. I feel like he doesn't let anybody else know. I've got a lot to learn from him. He's a wonderful person, and he's explosive. His backhand, when it's on, is unstoppable. And otherwise, he favors the forehand, his far more consistent shot. Tyrese Knight, the Pirate, as I've been told.
Here we go.
I really hope he paints a 3D-looking parrot on his shoulder, and if you stand in just the right place, it looks like it's actually on the shoulder.
Yeah. We can ask him.
Yeah, I think he'd do it. He's got a great sense of humor. Cheese on bread. That's what we call him. That's what I call him before the pirate thing. That's what you say in Barbados instead of you don't say.
Okay.
Or
That's
really, you go cheese on bread.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to go
But
there
he
and say that.
also always has a good mood, same as Kai.
Yes, that's true. No, this is a lovely match to watch. I think we'll get some chopping. I think we'll get some aggression. Tyrese Knight told me, Ju Se-hyuk told him to change his rubber, and he's using 1.5 thickness sponge under his long pips.
Okay.
And here's the attack.
But if he doesn't chop, what makes the difference?
It's sort of like the beware of dog sign, right? It just reminds someone that if they're uncomfortable.
Yeah.
We were actually surprised Lily was saying, why didn't he chop against me more?
That's why I'm saying he should chop more.
Lily did well in that golden game
Yes.
because Lily is a wonderful player but doesn't have the best record against choppers, and Tyrese came out and hit topspin at her, and she succeeded.
She
pulled
was
out the
happy
victory.
that he started to lube all the time.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Nice. Up a little fishing, quite shallow there.
Yeah. But Tyrese, to be fair, he's attacking quite well, so that's why he also loves to attack, right? He's trusting his forehand loop a lot. His serve is good, so his footwork is not bad. But he has to cover all table with forehand if he starts to attack. So
right.
And also, it always depends on the opponent. If the opponent is quite good against defensive style, then you're forced to attack more. You see that? There we go. There's the chop.
Nice two. Well,
Also was.
it's a fine line, I guess, a push and a chop. There's
yeah,
a
but
chop.
Also was very short. From
Yeah.
Kai.
Keep your eye on that racket. He'll twiddle, turn it 180 degrees in his hands so that he can push with heavier spin from the black side of the racket.
Yeah.
Man,
But I think the key is he needs to try to mix it up between chopping and attacking so that the opponent is not aware of what is coming next.
right.
If you're just attacking, usually the offensive player is stronger in attacking. If you just chop, the offensive player gets too much time to adjust. So if Therese can mix it up, there we go. Oh, yeah, very well placed in the middle.
You took my eye. I was going to ask you if you find his style of play a bit offensive.
Whom?
Tyrese.
Therese. He's playing similar style I was playing when I was.
Are you offended by it?
No.
Okay. That's
Not
what
at
I
all.
wanted to know.
No.
Good. No,
Don't worry.
he's a very mindful guy,
Yes.
which reminds me of Kunuk's mom, actually. Mindfulness coach.
Yes, I know.
Hypnosis?
I know her very well.
Has she ever
Karuna.
Yes. Has she ever hypnotized you?
Not yet, but we have worked. She likes to provide energy.
Yeah.
And you have to believe in it. And I think it's an amazing woman. So
Yeah. I completely, I'm a big fan of the whole Jaw family in terms of providing energy.
yes.
The team here plugged in my laptop for me,
Okay.
so they did the same thing, and I felt great about that. It's
Yeah.
still up and running.
So it's also great. There's the Jaw family, which is great, and there's the MLTT family, which is great.
I believe in energy. Look, lights on, TV's on. This is good. Good times.
And people are still forced to listen to us.
They're here by choice.
Yes.
You're here by choice.
Yes. Don't complain.
All right.
I would not listen to us all evening. Sorry.
This reminds me of college, like when you stay up too late and you just get a little bit goofy. I love it. It's going to happen tomorrow, too.
So, there's
The
big
fishing.
forehands, big forehands from Cobra Kai. I need to
Wow.
get used to this nickname, Cobra Kai.
Cobra Kai. That
Yeah.
said, the pirate fishing from the other side, right off the plank, catching a big one there in Cobra Kai.
If you're a pirate, you should be able to fish, right?
He could be fishing a Cobra Koi.
Cobra Kai. There we go.
Thanks. The power down the line sneaks it past. Kai Jong. Remember, Kai Jong, this is who Bitsy, Jorg Bitsy guy, the man sitting next to me, is rooting for. He's rooting for the team in black to demolish the team that's from the West Division.
Yeah, I would not. Again, from our Texas Smash point of view, it would be good. I'm not rooting for them. I'm fair sportsman. Come on. I wish Portland.
I'm not
would
rooting
come
for
back.
them. I'm hiring people to make sure that their knees are clubbed.
Yeah, you're right. But I would wish that Portland would be able to come back to make the whole match a little bit more interesting. It's too much one-sided. all evening
Honestly,
so far.
I want to see a 21-0 win just once.
Really?
I love Christian. He's one of my favorite people. But I've never seen a 21-0 win.
Okay.
And I'd want them to do a 21-0 win tomorrow.
I'm going to introduce you to the whole Portland family after this match, if that happens. And I'm going to show them the recording. So, nice one.
No, I love the whole Portland team.
Yes.
Without Collet here, that's interesting. So 11-5, Cobra
You see
Kai.
no look topspin from Cobra Kai.
It's interesting. Slithering past.
10-0. My God, it's a tough night for Portland.
Yeah. Wow, this makes me want to go to the comment section.
Okay.
Let's see what's there. Bali, Indonesia. Hello, Abdul Ping Pong Mania. Thanks for all your help in Bali. You were wonderful, and I greatly appreciate it. And I hope I get to see you next time I'm back in Bali. Going to sleep, Long Tree City. I'm going to try that tonight. It was shocking, but I'm going to make sure. I'm having fun now, but this is good. Let's see.
I'm trying to keep you awake.
Thank you. No, you
Fan
are.
Chendong is here.
Fan Zhendong is here.
Yeah.
Where?
I don't know. Have you seen him tonight? Is he hiding somewhere?
Big fan.
Okay.
Is that what you're saying? Angela Matthews? I see you. Thanks. The haters in the comments section are so funny to me.
Yeah.
There's one. Okay.
I learned
I'll see you
snake
there.
from you.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, you see, you're a coach.
Fan Zhendong is here. I see it. Ah, yeah. Awesome. Chicken's Cave. Thank you for that. I'm happy I could offer some service in my lifetime and be a help. That's wonderful. I hope you continue to master it.
By the way, I remember I saw you just recently playing in Germany, right? Outside.
Yeah.
Stone tables. Did you
Yeah.
enjoy
Leno
Cologne?
plots. I had a wonderful time.
Yeah?
There's still more to show.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Great
Back for the
people
action.
there.
Yeah, they are.
But I have to say, Kai is also playing quite smart, right? He's attacking a lot Tyrese forehand. And Tyrese a little bit far from the table from my point of view, so he needs to start to stay a little bit closer, and there we go. Yes.
I want to see him chop a bit, like you.
Yeah. But it's not easy. You know, Kai is always attacking to the forehand. He's not really going to the backhand.
Right.
And he's also doing well in preventing. There you see one long ball to backhand, short to forehand. He's trying to prevent that. The pirate can attack.
Yeah.
So. Just say.
By the way, I want to shout out again Jen in the comments section. Hi, Adam. You've been commentating for over 7 hours, going to break the world record. I will tell you, I've had breaks on this 2 times today. I did 14 hours with no more than an 8-minute break recently.
That's a lot.
That was crazy. That was not to ever be done again for someone who cares about his well-being and voice.
I hope you negotiated a good contract. 14 hours without a break.
It worked okay.
Did you get some lunch?
McDonald, no, I'm just kidding. Good Thai food. Ooh, back edge here, Tyrese.
You can ask the pirate to bring you some fish.
That'd be wonderful.
Here we go.
I love it. Or a parrot.
No, or parrot, actually, yeah. He should be able to do so. He can also bring in a Rihanna.
Oh, she's from Barbados?
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
Yeah. He knows her, so.
And I think the Diaz sisters, Fabiola Diaz, who's in our league, I think they know Daddy Yankee.
Oh, I have no idea who that Yankee is, but.
Yeah. And Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny?
He's coming up in the world. Okay. He's getting pretty big. Apparently everybody knows him now. I think he sponsored Adriana Diaz. Okay. I think so.
That's not my generation.
Adriana Diaz?
No, but what is it? Bad Bunny?
Bad Bunny.
What is it?
A musician, a musical artist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with Bon Jovi, Metallica, AC/DC. That's my generation.
Whoa,
Bryan
we're talking. AC/DC was my first concert without my parent.
Oh.
Yeah. Parents, plural.
When has this been? A year ago?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, no, it was good. I got grounded.
You see now, 6-3 for Tyrese. They're getting closer to win the first game. Probably.
I love Tyrese. I love his mom, his girlfriend.
You want to take a time out for Carolina because you want to see a 21-0. Tyrese
sort of.
is on the way to win a game.
I really like the Portland Paddlers. How do I explain this to Christian? This must be so painful for him. I think he's probably laughing and having a wonderful time. I mean, maybe not.
No. Over there. Ooh, no look, counter loop from. I'm still not used to say Cobra Kai, Kai Jang. You see that? Oh my God.
Wow. Nah, he's in a comfortable position.
Come on, Tyrese. There again. He's not confident enough to play his chopping game.
Yeah, it's good length on that push. Keeps it right near the back edge of the table. It's so funny, if you're newer to table tennis, half-long serves are very effective, but half-long pushes mid-rally also very effective.
Yes,
same concept.
Yes, I agree. And playing to the middle. That's where the line is, in the middle of the table, I told you.
That's so funny.
We are kidding, but honestly, it's if you watch the matches, the players are always playing to the corners, which is...
Really?
Yeah, it is. Nobody's playing to the middle, unfortunately.
That's a little shocking. I feel like I feel like I see it fairly often.
On my team, I'm still waiting for them to play to the middle. I'm always asking them to do so, but it's not easy. It's not easy because they are so used to do what they are practicing, and then especially in practice, they practice too much against people waiting in the corners. But they also always cross-court, deep corner, which can be effective, no doubt.
I think just for those who are a little bit newer to table tennis, there's this feeling. Ooh. Good attempt there. I was going to say there's this feeling that you can play to the corners and that's going to be very effective.
Yes.
But usually hitting it right at the elbow, so wherever the player is, the middle is relative to where they're standing.
Yeah.
And it sets them up getting a little bit off balance and creates the wide opening the next shot.
Right. By the way, we didn't see a timeout, right? It was 6-3 for Tyrese in this game.
7 in a row.
Yes. So
missed opportunity. Wow.
Boom, 11-6. Very strong.
Wow. 8 in a row.
Very good performance. I'm
Cobra Kai.
Yeah.
I feel like it was just hours ago I was holding his hand to warm up because he was playing and I was cold.
Okay.
And now Jedi out there, our Lithuanian ball boy, it's so cool to talk to players. Did you see? Oh yeah, you were there when Tapa played.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
Yeah.
It was so cool for us. And we were sort of hesitating, like, does it look bad for the league to be like one of our employees is playing in the league? And I'm like, you know what? This is a cool story.
As long as they don't bring you up, it's okay, I think.
Man, that would be, they said something, and Flint said, well, you have to try out. If you didn't come to the combine, you can't. So get on that email list, everybody. Go to mltt.com. Next season, when they have the combines, think you're good? Wait, think you're good at pointing at think you're good? I don't. It's backwards, reverse fingerology. Anyway, if you think you're good, sign up, come out, try out, and you have a chance to be playing with the pros for money.
Yeah.
Big money, no
That's
whammies.
usually in the US, people are like this, right? They believe. I remember
Right,
when
yes.
I remember when I was working for USA Table Tennis that one day there was a guy showing up at the office in 2019, like 1 year before the Olympics, and he asked me if what he has to do to make the Olympics. And then I asked him if he ever played table tennis. He said no. I asked him, do you have a paddle? No.
Well,
So I gave him a catalog. I said, listen, this is where you can get the equipment. There's a local club. You should start playing. But he was serious. And then I asked him the question, why table tennis? And then he was like, yeah, that's maybe the sports, one of the sports in the US we are not so strong at, like swimming. And
yeah, well,
so,
we're getting better,
so
that's
people
for sure.
People believe.
Right. By the way, there were 2 questions there. One is, why does Black have mismatched socks? Meaning Cobra Kai. It's ankle support. His right ankle has ankle support. Had a little bit of injury. That said, I have mismatched socks, but the camera's high. It'd be tough to...
Ankle support?
Cobra Kai?
No, you.
Me? No, I don't. I had ankle support. I had a bad twist, and then I got dependent on it, and my muscle atrophied, and I realized I have to stop and rebuild the muscle, so I did.
Okay.
The other question was, what do you think about, it said, comment up there said, Chinese boosting their rubbers, and I thought, well, it's not just Chinese players, it's 80% of players all around the world.
But we are not talking about it, right?
No. It's like Bruno. That'll be my last Disney reference for the night. Yeah. Timeout here. Hong Yao Jong, our umpire, offering the timeout card.
3-1 up again. So where are we at now? Right now it's 11-0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roman Laurent. Okay, Ji-Wei and Roman should be a tight match. For me, that should be a very tight match.
Yeah, I'm sure that Ji-Wei will come in strong. I mean, he played a very good match today when he won 2-1 against whom did he win? He played amazing. He took 2 games against. I already forgot.
Damien Provost.
Right. So that was.
It's a good win.
Yeah, it's very good. And the way Ji-Wei, he doesn't care if it's like 0-12 or 12-0. He will come in strong. He will put his heart on the table.
I love it.
He will fight. He will show the fist.
And Roman Laurent's a good fighter as well.
Yes,
good behind the table.
yes.
Great footwork.
I think that will be an exciting match.
I agree.
But now let's see if the Pirate can fight back. Oh, there he is.
Hey.
First point after the timeout.
Wow. The step around, it's the attack once again. Pockets out. Oh, thanks, Peiyu Huang. Someone took a nap while I was commentating. I took a break in between. It's quite helpful, actually. Oh, crushing forehand.
Counter loop.
Kai Jong behind the table. Boom. Oh, jinx. Now you can't talk until I say your name 3 times. Do you know this tradition?
No.
It's okay. Bitsy, bitsy, bitsy. Done.
Yeah. Come on, Therese. Try again. You have to change the side now. Third game, you always have to change the side.
Game number 3. Keep it even. Keep some balance here. Okay, sports and stuff. How long did it take you to learn the around the net shot? Well, for me.
I have never done one, so you
really?
No. So.
I can talk you through it. You need some coaching?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I can do that.
That's good. Let's go down after the match.
Sure.
So how long did it take you to learn it? Or your natural talent?
No, it's one of there's like a hill, there's a switch, a tipping point where you realize, oh, I'm not aiming over the height of the net anymore. I'm aiming over the height of the table.
Okay.
It's 16 centimeters lower or 15.25 centimeters lower than you would normally aim. That's what makes it beautiful. That's how you get a roller. So yeah, it took a minute. I made a video about it, and hopefully that's helpful. There was that switch analogy in there.
Yeah.
7-3, Cobra
I should
Kai.
watch it.
Sure, for sure. Good setup.
Oh,
aggressive there.
yes.
A little bit of a strawberry. That might be the first strawberry
yeah.
we've seen.
True.
Nice.
And bam.
We got one. Cao Mei.
Well, I like the way, Therese is still fighting. He's not impressed by the result. He knows exactly that if he can get a chance to win a game, he will take it. Ooh.
What?
Ooh.
Oh, you wanted it to drop on the other side so bad.
Look at
He
this.
scooped it from the ground. A crawler. If that comes over and wins the point, oh, man.
Yes. Now he's spinning a little bit lower and slower. To
Smart.
The front. Yeah. So.
That's my greatest secret, slow and spinny. I can't outpower any of my opponents. Slow and spinny. They step back. Hey,
Backhand
chop.
chop.
Oh, second bounce. Cobra Kai with the touch.
Excellent.
He's
Excellent.
gentle.
Great
he can
feeling.
caress that
Great
ball. Ladies,
feeling.
watch
Look at
out.
this.
Oh, man.
No chance for Therese to catch this one.
Jeez, pirated.
Bravo, bravo. Still there, 6-9. Come on, Therese.
Chance. Pirate could come back.
Crush the party.
Crash it?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
You won a 21-0, right?
For sure.
I'm going to talk to Portland. They're going to hate you for this. Here we go, 10-6.
I love Portland as a city. It could be anyone. I actually don't care who wins 21-0. I just want one team.
I got it.
I think that'd be really funny, obviously, at this point. There's only one team who can win 21-0. Oh, my goodness.
Congratulations, Kai Jiang. Very strong performance. Very solid. 11-5, 11-6, 11-6. Impressive.
Tyrese Knight is no slouch on the table. He's spectacular to watch, but simply outmatched with Cobra Kai. Ike, Juan, or Juan, depending on where you're from. Hello. Tobito, hello. It's funny, someone in the comments section wrote sub and then wrote, sup. And I was like, oh, I was hoping you subbed.
Yeah.
Maybe you're a subscriber, but now you're just saying sup. Sup.
Yeah.
Commentating some table tennis. Watching the pros. France's Romain Lawrence. We had a chance to play actually in Ping Pod in New York, and G-Way I'll have a chance to play with in Portland, the city that may or may not welcome me after all the commenting tonight. No, G-Way has been around for a long time. He's been one of the top players in the United States. He's a real fighter.
He
And
has lived in Japan for many years as a professional player.
whoa.
Yeah, he speaks fluently Japanese.
So Koyo Kanamitsu, whose name is Japanese, speaks fluent Chinese as well,
Yes.
because one of his parents is Chinese.
My name is Jörg Bitziger. I speak fluent German.
Really?
Minimum, I hope so.
The language. You speak the language. You
Yeah.
speak German fluently.
Yeah.
Wow,
I'm
that's
not German.
impressive.
It's minimum my opinion. Don't ask any other German, but
Deal. Deal. Kein Problem.
kein Problem. Yeah.
Okay.
We can commentate in German.
Ja,
Yeah.
auf geht's.
Let's go. That's not
You don't
good.
need to translate for me. Okay. Privyet, Adam. All right. So, warming up, Ji-Wei Shan, Romain Lawrence. This is the first time, for sure, after 6 points have been played. This is the first time, after 6 and then 12, that it's all been to one side. Wow. Mustafa Wasim, hello. I see you. Okay, that's taken care of. This is exciting. This
Bitte
is
auf
really
Deutsch.
interesting.
There you go.
Ja?
Only
Oh, bitte auf
quality.
Deutsch.
Bitte auf Deutsch kommentieren.
Kommentierte.
Kein Problem.
Ja?
Machen wir ab jetzt.
Ja, ja, ja.
Du kannst Deutsch sprechen. Ja, ja, ja. Ist auch Deutsch. Ja, ja, ja.
Ich bin ein Ausländer.
Ja, ist auch Deutsch. Sehr gut.
Ja?
Ja.
Ich liebe Tischtennis.
How come you speak German?
Me, just a few phrases to humor
Okay.
people, to show people that I care that, yes, English is a globally very useful language
Yeah.
right now. Obviously, there's a history behind that, but when I show up in a country, I want to show people that I'm willing to speak their language or try.
It also shows them the respect, right?
Exactly.
I
Show a little
agree.
bit of love and respect. Give it a try.
Yeah. That's usually when you talk to the Chinese about table tennis. That's what they say. They say, show us the respect, learn our language so we can communicate, and then you deserve to understand the secret.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is. So, which also makes sense to me. Oh, there you saw the famous Ji-Wei Jia, famous down the line block.
I
you
love
know,
that.
Everyone is waiting for the counter loop, but he's just like, yes, trying to get you on the wrong leg.
Very cool. In terms of the Chinese thing, that's part of the reason I learned Chinese.
Okay.
I would sit on buses with Liu Guoliang talking to Zhang Jike and Ma Long, and he would be saying all this stuff about serves
Yeah.
clearly, and I'm like, I have a funny feeling this is priceless information.
Yes.
And I'm privy to it. I'm just sitting on a bus next to him, but I don't understand. I better learn.
All right. Very good idea.
Thanks.
There we see. You see, Jia Wei is coming out. Celebrating every point.
Ji-Wei's a fighter.
Yeah. So, leading 3-0, game number 1. Boom, 4-0. You can see that he's a very experienced player. Like now, he's not just going full power cross court. He's waiting a little bit.
Yes.
Looping
Smart.
down the line. So he's a very intelligent player.
It's funny.
Trying to use his experience, and he has a very good short game, by the way.
We're
Obvious
seeing
to
that.
see.
Yeah. No, he's controlling everything just behind the net
Yeah,
as a
yeah.
tall player.
He's very well known for his short game. It's very heavy, very spinny.
Right.
Good early timing, not easy to. Again, the down the line block and big forehand. My God.
Loving it.
How
Step
young
around.
How young he is. Look at this step around. There we go. Boom.
34 years young, Jiwei Shah. Strong as ever.
Yeah. 6-0. Will he get the first game for Portland?
So far,
We take on bets. What do you think?
yeah. He's got 3 chances. He's up 6-0. I think he's going to be the, I mean, no one else. Things
Play
are
of
looking
the
good.
match.
Oh, man, down the line. No reach. No chance. Call me an Uber for this one.
That's a
Right to the
nice shot.
corner.
Very nice shot. Bravo. Yeah, but with Jawa, you also can see how he enjoys to get the opportunity to play, right?
Jiwei.
Jiwei.
Yeah.
Jawa also sounds good.
It does, but it's not his name.
Oh, Jiwei. Jawa. Jawa, Jiwei.
Yeah.
Jajiwei.
That's, well, there's
Here
a
we
funny
go,
story
huh?
about that.
Okay, what is
Tell
it?
you, oh, you don't want to know.
Okay.
I mean,
So
off air, off air.
But you can see with Jiwei, he's really excited to get the opportunity to play all these high-level players, right? He didn't compete for a couple of years on this level because he was focusing more on being a coach, and now he's still competitive. I mean, his results are really, really good so far.
Yeah? Well, second point on the scoreboard for Roman Lorenz. Can you imagine if he came back to take this game?
It would be another big hit for Portland, but I think Jiwei
Nailed it.
will take this game. I'm quite confident.
Oh.
But you see also how often he got him now with the balls down the line. He's playing a lot down the line, backhand down the line, before twice forehand down the line. It's not just this simple cross-court strokes.
Right. Ah!
Big
Nice
forehand.
response. A little reminder. Two can play that game. Long serve. This is dangerous. If you serve long at this level and it's not surprising and well placed, that's pretty much what you can expect.
Yes, they go for it.
Right.
If it's a good quality long serve, it's not easy to just kill it, but
Yeah.
if it's not long enough, but then they just go for it.
Ah, okay.
Fighting back. He's fighting back. Huh?
A long way to
This game is
go.
not over. 4-9 now.
This has got me really curious. I was looking down at the bench just to see. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Table number one's got some exciting action as well. Roman with the flick to set it up and back to the opposite corner.
But you also see now Roman is playing more often down the line. Huh?
Starting, yeah, he's
Yeah.
taking a page out of the Jiwei book.
Yes. Let's see how how Jiwei will respond. Oh, nice short loop.
This is so tough. That slow, spinny shot
Yes.
completely breaking the rhythm.
Yes.
Wow, very shallow on the table. That
Yeah.
wasn't even to the halfway
No.
point.
And you see how surprised Roman Lawrence has been, right? Because
Yeah.
he was expecting a very long, aggressive loop.
Game point. Not yet. One
Come on,
game point
Portland.
saved.
Come on, Portland. Get your first game. Let's get the match starting.
Interesting. That's the fighter that I know.
Yeah.
Oh, burned in Portland on the scoreboard. Christian, we hope you're feeling better. Portland. I have a chance to come to your city now. Wow.
But another strong backhand down the line from Jiwei.
Bread and
Really,
butter.
Really good. Body language is good. You know, he's not intimidated by the overall score. He knows exactly what his job is, coming in, trying to gain something for his team, even if they will be down 5-0 in the golden game, because they already lost 12 games tonight. So
Yeah. So here's a question. What can Roman Lorenz do to cause some trouble for Jiwei?
play more often down the line,
Mm.
or play to this point where the guy put the line in the middle of the table.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
But you saw now, but you saw now, all the time when he's attacking cross court, Jiwei is there, and it's responding well. So
Yes. He's exploiting the line
yes.
quickly.
So
When is
maybe
it? February, Portland?
February,
Okay.
end of February.
MLTT.com for your schedule. You can find all the matches there. Find out when MLTT is coming to a gymnasium, an arena, a venue near you. Come watch it live. Meet me. Maybe Jorg Bitsi
I
Gaio.
will be there.
Nice.
Yes, in Portland in January, in Seattle in February,
Hey,
in Kansas in March.
same.
So here we go.
Wichita. Wichita.
Yes.
Wichita.
G-Way is confident. I mean, this win this morning for sure gave him a big boost, no doubt.
Yeah, it's a big win over Damian Provost.
Boom. Again down the line. Yeah.
Inside out, the brush back. He watches where Roman goes.
Yeah, but you always, so far you see how Roman is surprised, right? That G-Way is playing down the line, backhand down the line.
And
forehand down the
frustrated.
line. Yeah. Okay.
It's that short game you talked about.
Yeah. Good serve. A little bit deeper. Ugly to the middle.
Toby Toe, I want to come to Perth as well. I think How Ridiculous is there. I have a friend, Michelle, from Indonesia, who plays at a table tennis club in Perth.
Bravo.
Good step around. Now this is, we talked about it earlier. I don't remember if that was with you. It must have been with you. We've been here the whole match. No, actually, now that I think about it, I think it was Matt Hetherington. Anyway, backhands. If Roman Lorenz can depend on his backhand a little bit, he won't have to step around quite as much. He won't be exposed and exploited.
True.
Ah, nice. Well positioned on this one, though.
They was waiting for G-Way's loop down the line, right? There you go.
Perfect position, ready to go. It's funny, a few points ago, there was the one where Roman was quite frustrated
Right.
because he was backing up, and it's so tough to go side to side while you're still moving back.
Yes, I agree.
Quality. A quality check here from Roman Lorenz. Different spring in his
Actually,
step.
I think it's the first time he caught this G-Way's block down the line, right?
Yeah,
Very good footwork.
definitely one of few, if not the first, but yeah, he's moving much better now. I think part of it is he's sort of finishing his stroke with a little bit less commitment. He's quickly recovering.
Right, you're right.
Quality.
Oh.
Could you talk about MLTT? How were the players picked and drafted? It's funny, I was editing a YouTube video that was supposed to be released about a month explaining all this, Kevin Smith. This is a great question. They had a combine where everyone tried out, and a lot of people applied from around the world. And then coaches came to the combines, watched the players, talked to the players. Ah, there it is, Christian Lily Rose saying Portland, January 26th through the 28th. What's the format of the matches, points for teams? Well, I guess you're just joining us, which is no problem. We went through that a bit earlier, but every game is worth 1 point except the golden game, which will follow, not this one. There are 2 games left, each worth 1 point. And then the golden game where the whole team participates, like tag team. And that's worth 6 points. At the end of the season, the top two teams from East and West will cross over and play in the semifinals in a playoff format, and then the finals to follow. Woo! Barely scaling the net on that one. Anything else to add to that in terms of signups or how the players are drafted?
No, you did quite well. I mean,
Thanks.
that's a very good explanation. That's the way it works.
Awesome.
Come out, try out. So be confident to make it.
Yeah,
Convince us coaches.
that's right.
So, and then you're going to be there. Yeah, you're going to be there at the table, and you're going to face G-Way or Roman. Good comeback from Roman, by the way, right?
Yeah.
8-3. So it seems like he found a way how to play G-Way, minimum in this game.
Sometimes that slightly shorter stroke on the first forehand
yes.
keeps you in position.
Ooh,
Ooh, shallow.
Lots of spin.
It's a very difficult ball. Watch where it
Yes.
bounces from Roman.
Boom.
Not
So
even
low,
halfway.
So low.
Yeah. Spatzelbrett.
Spätzle
Do you know what that is?
I know Spätzle bread, yeah. I know Spätzle. Spätzle bread.
Is it a snack?
Spätzle is kind of a noodle.
Ah,
Bread is like a wooden plate. Spätzle bread.
so a noodle plate.
Hannes Rumpel. That sounds like a German name. Hannes.
Good power. G-Way staying on top of the bounce. A long way to go here.
Boom. Big forehand.
Yeah.
Big forehand. 9-5. Not over yet.
Good call, Benny Pan. That short game. Lorenz has been playing well.
Again.
That was not an easy ball.
Oh.
The fact that G-Way could steal this attack on the receive from inside the table really opened up the next winner. And a
Very
timeout
calm.
now?
Yeah, timeout from Carolina. Leading 9-6. Good time for a timeout.
For sure.
Good timing.
They don't roll over. It was, what, 3 points in a row now?
Yes. 9-3, 9-6. Very good idea to take a timeout. And
I feel like Angela's asked this question so long, I want to at least address it.
yeah,
How do people boost their rubber? I never have. So I
me
don't.
neither.
Yeah, I think what they do is they have a chemical that they wipe that's expanding and maybe flammable. Well, I guess it's not flammable anymore because they can't detect
No.
it. So they use some chemical and they put on many layers, and I think it's sort of like concave. It rises, and then their rubber's stretched and it's hyperactive, and that's what a lot of players do. And a lot of them get their rackets handed to them that way. Not supposed to do it. Most people do. I'm not a professional. I don't need it. It's not part of my game. But yeah, if you Google it, Angela, I'm sure you'll find it, and you'll get better details there than I have to offer.
Yeah.
The last match, don't worry, very loco. We'll explain the golden game for you when it comes up.
Nice loop. Nice. Ooh. Oi!
Top edge, heavy spin, and it flies up into the edge of the racket.
Yeah, the loop was a little bit longer and deeper than G-Way expected it to be, so difficult to counter. Didn't find the right timing.
Took quite a jump on that bounce.
Ooh, big step around.
1 game point saved,
There's
3 more to go.
Nice one, very nice one.
Sort of a handcuffing setup, that
Yes.
serve. Gets him to push long. It's all G-Way.
Yeah, it's typical Chinese style. Step around. And 8-10. There's a chance. Romain service. Let's see what he's coming up with.
Third towel break, a chance to close it out, as you mentioned, on the serve. I have not played with Sora Matsushima yet. He's the only one of the kids that I haven't played. We'll see. 10 serving 8. Down the line, the turn. Would be nice to have a timeout right now.
Yeah, so confident from G-Way. Look at this, boom.
Wow, not an easy ball to play.
No, but he was anticipating very well what kind of serve Romain will use. And
Yeah.
took a lot of risk stepping around, but paid off. So let's see what's coming up next. Oh, again, half-long serve. Too long.
done.
Too long.
Wow. So here we are at golden point. Roman had what, 8-3?
8-3, 9-3. I think maybe 9-3, but also now, okay, both serves half-long is you should be able to play a short serve and try to get the first attack. But now let's see what idea G-Way has. Will he serve the reverse pendulum? No.
Golden point.
G-Way, there we go. Short game.
Oh, Roman takes it. Pendulum serve after all that journey. It is so tough to come from that far behind.
Yes, and
That's
you see how he celebrates because he knows exactly how important this game has been for himself and for his team.
Wow.
So
Roman
big
Lorenz.
point. Leading 10-6. 10-6. Deuce. And
Yeah.
then
Well,
playing the
golden
return,
point, yeah.
And then playing the return, golden point.
yeah.
Deuce, golden point deuce. And then playing this short receive, especially playing G-Way, who is very good at the short game.
Ah. Tolder, welcome back. Myrtle Beach, all right. I remember Tolder. Yeah, you and your girlfriend are awesome. That was fun. I feel like I should let you hold the fort for a minute. I'll stay here. I can make it through the golden game.
Yeah, that's good because I have to prepare my team for tomorrow.
Stay for the golden game.
I should stay.
My stomach. I'm having a stomach thing. All right. Man. Using my sister's account. My real name is Joseph Matthews.
Oh.
Ah, revealed sister's account. Angela, you've been hacked by your brother, Joseph Matthews. He's admitting it right here. Somebody's going to be grounded? No, I don't know. Got to stay grounded. Stay humble. It's all good. Here we go. Back for game number 3. 1 game apiece.
Nice loop down the line. Big backhand counter loop from G-Way didn't pay off. A lot of risk to counter this one from the backhand side. Difficult one.
Yeah, very few people are going to be able to confidently and consistently counter from that far behind the table with their backhand.
Very difficult one.
Thanks, Gordon.
Again, the half-long serve from Romain.
This is one of my favorite things about Ma Long, the ability to steal the attack from just inside the baseline, and Jiwei is doing that wonderfully here.
Yeah, he would love to hear that you're comparing him and Ma Long.
Yeah?
Yeah. He's actually coming from the same team. Did you notice?
No way.
Yeah.
Is it Liao Ning? Wait. Oh, no, Anshan.
Look at
Anshan.
this.
Anyway, they played in the same
Yeah, they're
team?
coming. I heard yesterday when him and hero Kasahara were talking about it. How did he learn this short receive? So.
Wow.
But they both serve. Lots of serves half long now. Always the reverse pendulum seems to be half long. I'm not sure if this is on purpose or by accident, because it offers the opponent to attack right away. Yeah. Ooh, again.
Very Japanese sound you made. I love it.
Ayo.
Right back to the deep corner there. There's a specific Japanese sound, but I did want to say, Nairok, thank you. That's very sweet, and I'm thrilled that you're here in the table tennis world, so thanks for being here. And Ryan, yeah, I'd love to come to Guyana. Good friend of mine, Trey, is from Guyana.
Again, half long. Half long serve again. I don't know what Roma is doing there. Jiwei is attacking his serve quite well, so he's not getting an advantage with his own serve.
That's tough. Usually, it's quite an advantage. It's the only shot where you're fully in control.
Yes,
You're not responding, per se, to someone else's shot.
Correct.
The West is having a rough time. We sort of knew they would. I think missing Collet, missing Lily Jong, missing El Sayed Lashin. Trying to think who else from the West. Anyone from your Amy Wong on your team.
Nanda Naresh is not here.
And Amy is a very strong, valuable player, as every team must have one woman player. Amy's one of the 2 strongest in the league. If Roman takes this, they'll switch sides.
It's a good lead when you switch the side. Huh? But it's a very tight game now. Huh? He came back very well after losing the first game. Prevailed in the second one after leading 10-5. And then golden point, he made it.
I remember that.
So now he has a 5-3 lead. He found a way how to play Jiwei, and let's see if he can give Carolina a 14-1 lead. Too high.
Still manages to escape it somehow behind the table. The never give up top spin from way back.
These are the ones Jiwei has to take. If he wants to stay in the match, these ones, they take a timeout, you see. Yeah.
Good time for a timeout.
Yeah, he's trying to find a way back into the match. It's good time to try to break the rhythm of Romain, who is quite confident right now. So, we're going to look forward to the golden game, right?
Yeah, for sure. I can even start to give you a teaser of what the golden game will be. Game to 21 points. Everyone who played today in this team match will come out and play. They will rotate every 4 points except the opening players, because one team is going to start with an advantage. For example, if it's 8-7, the team that has 8 will start 1-0. If it's 10-5, hypothetically, which it won't be at this point,
no.
At this point it'll be 5-0 no matter what for Carolina Gold Rush. That's the maximum lead you can have. So 5-0 Carolina Gold Rush is well on their way, nearly 25% of the way to a 6-point golden game. And they're just trying to collect points, really. The way they do here, I mean, if they win by the margin we're looking at, 20-1, that would be the most one-sided victory we've seen this season. And it wouldn't be that crazy of an ask at this point.
21? No, Portland.
20-1.
Oh, 20-1. That's
right.
A good one. 21.
21.
That's a good one.
Thanks. There's a K-pop group by the same name.
Okay. Okay, let's see if the timeout pays off for Jiwei, huh? Took the first one, having the serve now. Lucky net, short game.
Oh, from under the table, the pressure, Roman Lorenz.
We have seen this down the line block from Jiwei quite often tonight. This one went net out, it touched the net and out. Unlucky.
Yeah.
Let's see. Come on, Jiwei.
Tough way to win a point.
Short time. There we go.
For the lobbing game. Not a bad lob, but a good inside-out forehand.
yes.
Not a lot of top spin on it.
He's still in the game, 5-7. Timeout has been at 3-6, so.
Question from Darren Cole that I like. Why did MLTT change win by 2 and implement this golden point? I think part of it is, 1, it's more exciting. 2, it's easier to time the matches. I think when you're trying to get stuff on TV, you want to have something that you can say, look, we've got something that's 2 hours, 15 minutes, whatever it is.
Ooh,
Just
there's
long.
this backhand down the line again.
It's been a while.
Yes, boom. But it's always, if Romain tries to play too aggressive, especially with his first attack, G-Way is there. If he loops a little bit slower, spinnier, shorter, I think he has better opportunity to win the point.
Right.
This one.
There it is,
So,
perfect.
and again.
Wow, consistent, deja vu. I thought the quality of shots from Lorenz was
Yeah.
everything he needed.
But I don't know why he's always playing this fast loop to G-Way's backhand. I mean, we have seen G-Way's backhand is strong. I mean, I have seen it, you have seen it, Romain has seen it.
My guess is he's afraid if he plays it to the forehand that the angle of the ball coming back he won't be able to catch, and if he plays to the middle, G-Way is going to be quick, but I think the middle would be the way to go.
I think so too. Oh, oh.
Nice setup, short just behind the net to the forehand side. Spin turtle, I hope I can come back to New Zealand as well.
You missed a comment where someone invited you to, what was it?
Guyana?
No, I think Singapore.
I saw it was a Brazil. I'd love to go to
No,
Brazil.
going to Brazil, right?
Yeah, it said Singapore again.
Yeah.
Come to Brazil.
Yeah.
I would love to. Lorenz. He's up by 2, and he's got 2 serves. A chance for a 14-1 lead coming into the golden game. Interestingly enough, from 14-1 up, it could be a 14-7 victory if Portland Paddlers are able to pull it out in the golden game. And that's not such a landslide victory.
No. Well, it would be tough to come back from 0-5.
True.
Right, and Carolina is really performing quite well all evening so far. So they have to come out strong in the golden game to have a chance.
Yeah. Good touch shot here, the
Yes.
short game. Lorenz with the soft hands. I love it. It's such a satisfying feeling watching these players come in and just drop the ball short to set up and
right.
protect. Wow. You got a new nickname.
Me? What is it?
Blue Jacket Man.
Blue Jacket, man. That's a good one.
Yeah, they said they want to hear what you're saying, but they can't.
Okay. Should I shout, guys?
That was good.
Hey, okay. I try to shout now. I'm going to celebrate the match point.
Yeah, we've got 2 game points for Oman Lorenz here.
Let's see if we can pull it off. Nice short receive. Slovin.
Oh, Roman Lorenz in the rally. The open rally, forehand to forehand, and fair play, a good smile and fight. Jiwei Shaw and Roman Lorenz. It is a 14-1 lead for Carolina Gold Rush. This is the time. The golden game is worth 6 points.
Yes.
That's how we say 6, I think. Anywhere they speak Chinese, 6. So you can count on one hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 7 and 8. It depends where you are in the world.
Okay.
Anyway.
You're giving me some good lessons tonight.
Yeah, sure. Anything else you want to know, let me know. I mean, you've obviously traveled quite a lot as well.
Yeah. The
So
blue man jacket.
the blue man jacket.
Now he's okay. Thank you. It's good. I'm
Good.
okay now.
Thank you, Rez Ki Putra Gunawan. Hope I said it right. Possibly Rez Chi. Either way, thank you. So, Flint Lane, the commish. So Jonathan McDonald, singular, first player. Jeremy Hazen will battle Jonathan McDonald. And Enzo Angles will go second. So Idan Levy will be picking the second and third players now. You've done this drill a lot. It's a lot of pressure to think on your feet real quickly. Who really has the best chance? Who would perform well against this opponent?
Yeah, but usually when you go there to do the draw, you already have a lineup in mind. Sure, you have to react sometimes depending on what the other coach is lining up. But you already have an idea what you want to see. So
Right.
It's also interesting to see that very often the coaches choose the same matchups like the previous matches in singles
Yeah.
have been. So, but especially it's always a question: are they putting the female players against each other, or are they
Right.
are they taking a different tactic?
I think for Lily and Amy, these are the two women players that will mix it up quite a bit. But
Yeah.
otherwise, typically, they'll put the women players against each
Same
other.
we're
They've
gonna
done it
see
here.
now, right?
Hong
Jong
Lin and
against
Hong Lin.
Hong Lin, yeah. Because
Right.
sometimes the coaches are not confident enough that the female player can take something from the from the male player.
Right.
Depending on, okay, as you said, Lily and Amy have the quality to be very dangerous, even for the boys. So, but with the other girls, very often they choose to play female against female.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
let's see, 5-0 lead for Hazen and his team for Carolina.
Hazen. This man's father is Turkish.
Okay.
Little fun fact. Anything else you want to know, just let me know. Okay, so McDonald, 0-5. He's going to have one serve, and then two serves will come to Jeremy Hazen, so there will be 8 points on the scoreboard, and then they'll tap in the next players, and they will keep rotating through. Here we go. Golden game. Well, now, where did this one come from?
What an angle.
An unconventional shot. We saw it in one of the best rallies of the day, and this time testing the footwork of Jeremy Hazen. One quick point for a much-needed Portland Paddlers. Your boy into the middle.
There
Two
we
shots
go,
into
there
the
we
middle.
go.
One. Second one right into that elbow, and that
Yes.
creates the opening.
Nice setup. 5-2. Let's see if they can make it up. Oh, 3 points from Jonathan. That's a good start for Portland.
Wow. So suddenly, a team that was down 0-5 is within 2. They're going to have momentum. This is for Christian.
Yeah, but you also see now the way Jonathan was pushing himself, right? They still believe, right?
Yes.
They believe this is big. Come on, we fight for 6 points. So,
Right.
nice return. Very nice return.
Second bounce on the table.
Yeah.
That's why he stopped playing. You'll probably see it from this angle. There it was.
Yes, very good return from Enzo. Good chance for Mr. Karam.
Yeah.
Missed of big forehand. They need 1 or 2 points in this lineup. Otherwise, it's going too far off. 8-3. You see, remember 5-0, 5-3. Now quickly 8-3. That's goes so quick. 9-3. Bye-bye.
Could have used an edge right about
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. Enzo took another 4 points. Very strong. Very strong. You know, he's confident. He knows exactly what he needs to do. Giving his team a good lead again.
So a golden sweep, 4 straight points for Enzo
Yes.
Angles. And he taps in Roman Lorenz.
Now we're going to see the same matchup again we just have seen a couple of minutes ago in the singles game, right?
Yeah. Ji Sha with the serves at 3-9. Good start.
Oh, what a rally. Counter loop against counter loop. Watch this. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, baseline to baseline, the exchange. How far from the table
My
both
God.
are driving.
This is exciting
The
table tennis.
physicality in this point, just
at this.
outstanding.
Wow.
One of the best ones today.
Yes. Big counter loop contest.
Wow, I have to stretch just watching that.
So 4-9. Portland's still there. But
Baseline Roman Lorenz.
But I have to say, Roman is really stepping up right after losing the first game against G-Way. The way he's playing now, he's much more prepared for G-Way's tactics. He's not surprised that the ball is coming down the line anymore. So, really good, really good. Let's see.
Oh, just long. It's funny, I want to give a shout out, but my reading of Chinese, I don't want to say the wrong name, the wrong character. If you write your name in pinyin, it's very kind of you to donate to the channel. Thank you. Unnecessary, but very thoughtful and kind. But yeah, write your name in pinyin and I will shout you out. I see a repeated character there.
Lucky.
Ooh.
So Roman was able to take 3 points from G-Way now in the golden game.
This is crucial. This is a
Yes.
big part of the whole power rating
Yes.
system.
So Jonathan, who gave his team a good start, coming back from 0-5 to 3-5, and now we're going to see the same again. Cobra Kai against the Pirate.
Pirate goes just long, walks the plank on this one. Hu Xing Xing, thanks for being here and watching. Cobra Kai on the other side, taking the first point on the receive.
Nice return. Drop shot down the line with backhand. That's a very difficult one. You can see that that Kai Zhang is really, really confident playing the Pirate. Ooh, a little bit overpowered.
Heavy spin on this one. The Pirate just loading that ball up.
Yes. Good loop, very good loop, very spinny.
Yeah.
Bam.
Nice use of the pips, got aggressive. That's what pips with bigger sponge, 1.5 can do. Faster, more aggressive, and still knuckling to get a popped up ball to attack.
So now we're going to see the female match.
Ah, to the table, Joanna Sung versus number 3 in the league, Hong Lin. Reverse pen hold backhand, that RPB. Long serve, pretty gutsy. Not quite fast enough or long enough to cause trouble for Hong Lin.
That was a good attack. Huh?
Now this is one of the advantages of having spinny rubber as opposed to short pips. If you're playing someone with short pips, they can't generate quite the spin that you can. So keep it low, keep it baseline, keep it spinny.
Right. Oh, another good backhand from Hong Lin.
Wow.
Yeah, she's well prepared for this flick. Yeah.
Parallel, fast.
Serving on purpose with toes and waiting for the flick.
And Hong Lin, 3 of 4.
Yes, very difficult to beat her on the backhand side. She's so stable, so consistent.
Right. That's where the spinny rubber is. That's where she has more security in her shots.
So let's see if Jonathan can make another comeback. Huh?
Yeah.
They really need now 3 or 4 points Portland to minimum have a small chance. Oh, Jeremy, deep one. Very good point from Jeremy. You see this deep backhand, what an angle.
And no spin.
No.
Okay, the last one down the line a bit. It's exciting here. Golden Game 3 points away from the biggest landslide victory we've seen. The team in black, Carolina Gold Rush, still up by 10 points. It's Jeremy Hazen looking to put this into Golden Game point.
Lucky one.
Ah, a little break off the top of the net to make it 19.
Nice flick.
And now it is 2 Golden Game points. That would be a 20-1 victory.
That would be a big hit, my God.
Ponghead, what is it? Major Ponghead, the blog to follow. That'll be the big write-up today, no question about it. Salim Karam is back with Enzo Angles, the #1 player in the league on the receive. Ooh, timing.
Yeah.
Nice change of pace here.
He
Salim
got
Karam, a long way to go here. He'd have to get a golden.
Yes, they
sweep.
need several clean golden sweeps.
Yeah.
Several. What? Enzo serve. Yeah,
and there it is, 20-1. Carolina Gold Rush with an absolute panning, a gold robbery out here.
Very
Only
impressive.
1 point
Very impressive
for the Portland
performance.
Paddlers. Congratulations, Texas.
We have to earn our way tomorrow.
Yes, you do.
2 big matches coming up, Florida and Chicago, back-to-back.
Okay, so tomorrow our schedule's a little bit different. We start at 11 a.m. local time. That's Eastern Standard Time, where we are now, and then we come back, I'm going to say 4 o'clock, and then 7:30 again. And on Sunday, it's 11 and 2:30, I believe. I was checking my director, but we'll see. Sounds good? All right, there it is. So thank you all for watching. Thank you for commenting.
Thank you, Adam, for having me.
My pleasure. It was a lot of fun. Here's a look at where everybody stands right now. Texas Smash, York Bitsy Gaio's team with 91 points, bottom of the food chain in the West.
We will come back strong tomorrow.
Sounds
That's
good.
why I have to go to bed now.
Sounds good. I'll do the same shortly. All right.
I have to prepare my team.
I understand. All right. We'll take care of your headset
Thank you.
for you. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. And it was wonderful having you here. The team standings Up there, 154 points for Carolina Gold Rush. Florida Crocs nowhere near. I mean, look how far out in front Carolina Gold Rush is at this point. If they don't advance as one of the top 2 teams, that would be shocking at this point. But we're only halfway through the season. That's why you've got to watch every time. All it takes is a 20-1 victory. By the way, there's still matches happening right now. It's Golden Game on table number 1. You can go to Major League Table Tennis, the YouTube channel, and watch the end of the Golden Game on the other side. It's been a pleasure having you here. Hu Xing Xing, everybody who donated, anyone who commented, thank you for contributing to the atmosphere, making this truly wonderful. And I look forward to seeing you right here tomorrow live at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We've got 3 more matches tomorrow, 8 hours. So subscribe if you haven't already. Click that notification bell so you get the notification. Stay as long as you can, as long as you want. Talk to me. I'm happy to talk about anything you want to talk about, table tennis, life, whatever it is. This should be fun. We've got the pros in the first ever American Table Tennis League, Major League Table Tennis, MLTT.com. Again, follow on all social media. Check out the merch. Check out the stats and the standings. And I look forward to seeing you here on the Adamcast, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Until then, ta-ta.